tale opens with a colossal dragon warning a small girl that by arriving here without understanding the true nature of this mountain, she has only her own ignorance to fault. The man assures the frightened child that her journey to hell is about to begin. Tears stream down her face as she protests, pleading that this fate should not be hers. Bitter tears stream down her cheeks as desperate screams and pleas for help fill the air. Her short hair clings messily to her face, adding to her distress. At that moment, a figure stepped forward and positioned himself before the girl. Perched on his shoulder, a small dragon mirrored its owner's broad smile. The man turned to his dragon companion, offering a gentle apology for its earlier boldness. With a wide grin, the man explains that the baby ended up on this mountain by accident and urges the dragon not to be so aggressive. He then turns, his smile unwavering, and asks the dragon if they can come to an understanding. In the background, a girl watches the exchange, her expression marked by astonishment. The dragon, furious, roared that he would drag him to hell along with her, flames swirling as it gathered a fireball between its jaws. Terror seized the girl once more, her cries echoing in the chaos, while the man calmly warned the dragon not to frighten an innocent child. With a powerful leap, the man lands a bare-fisted strike to the dragon's head, demanding to know if it feels any remorse for her. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, a young elf calls out, her voice echoing as she searches desperately for Sheena. Confusion clouds her emerald eyes as she wonders where the girl could have disappeared. Suddenly, a voice drifts through the air, calling her name, Sirona. Yuyuna and Luluna draw near as the girl looks at them, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She quietly asks if their search for the girl has led to any discovery. One of them explains that this path would be too difficult for a small child to travel all the way to the mountain. The other suggests that the girl most likely wandered off somewhere else entirely. Serena's voice wavers with regret as she tries to mention her conversation with Sheen, but before the words can leave her lips, one friend reassures her, while another gently inquires whether she is referring to the girl's admiration for Sirona and her wish to become a defender. Sirona remembered telling Shiana that it simply couldn't be done, yet the determined girl vowed to provide evidence she could conquer the dragon. Despite her small stature, Sirona did not hesitate or falter as she climbed the mountain. Nearby, the young man cast a tired glance at the slope, weariness evident in his eyes. According to him, the area teems with ferocious monsters. The girl agrees, warning that entering such a place is as good as forfeiting your life. Her friend quietly wishes that the rumor of someone spotting her climbing the mountain is nothing more than a misunderstanding. The young man darts off, announcing his intention to search again in the west. In response, his companion decides to head east. Sirona lingers at the base of the mountain, gazing upward while quietly hoping for both their safety. As the mountain breeze quieted, the little girl's sobs gradually faded. Her gaze lingered on the fallen dragon, and awe filled her eyes. The mystery of how the man subdued such a fearsome creature with a single strike left her bewildered. Turning to her, he inquires gently whether the girl is unharmed, concerned that the dragon might have caused her injury. Meanwhile, the small dragon perched on her shoulder gazes at her, wearing that same familiar smile. Shauna's voice quivers as she asks whether the man has emerged victorious. He explains that the guy merely managed to knock out the dragon. Turning his attention to her, he wonders if the girl is able to stand. Extending his hand, the man helps the girl rise to her feet. She clings to him and glances up, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she wonders aloud if he had used some sort of magic. With a gentle reply, he assures her that magic is beyond his abilities. The little girl hesitates, stumbling over her words as she tries to protest. Panic floods her voice as she hurriedly explains the danger before them. This is no ordinary creature but an S-rank dragon, a monster of overwhelming strength. With genuine urgency, she introduces herself, insisting every word she utters is the truth. She mentions having heard rumors that not even a united force of countless elves could bring down the monster. With a hint of discomfort, the man asks if those stories hold any truth. Introducing herself as Shiina, the young woman catches his attention with her pointed ears, leading him to assume she must be an elf. Introducing himself as Vasu, the man reveals his humanity and expresses pleasure at making Shiena's acquaintance. He then guides her toward the foot of the mountain. Sheena remarks on his humanity and lack of magical ability, yet he managed to vanquish the monster in the blink of an eye. Suspicion creeps in as she senses his unwavering gaze upon her. The girl earnestly declared that Vasu's brother possessed incredible strength. Witnessing the pure innocence in her gaze, Vasu found himself genuinely moved. Gratitude filled the air as he thanked Shiana. Some among us have a brother who truly calls this mountain home. He responds that such an outcome was never in his plans, yet somehow, circumstances led him here all the same. Her curiosity persists as she presses him further. Considering his home is on a mountain, she wonders aloud if he gained his strength from constant battles with monsters. He pauses to reflect, then responds thoughtfully, suggesting that if that were truly the case, he ought to be far more muscular. According to him, his physique is nothing to boast about. Meanwhile, she steps forward and wraps him in a determined embrace, painting herself as the real hero of the moment. Flustered, he admits her tenacity surprises him, but he never gets the chance to finish his thought. Suddenly, an arrow streaks through the air toward him, but he snatches it effortlessly before it can strike. With calm composure, he remarks that the arrow came dangerously close to his companion. Turning to the dragon, he inquires with concern whether she has been hurt. Swearing quietly, he makes a solemn vow to take revenge for his companion. Shouts from the group challenge the bold fighter who had the nerve to fire his shot, demanding he reveal himself. To everyone's surprise, the mysterious shooter seems quite audacious. Shiana quietly urges Brother Vesu to stay calm as the figure slowly emerges from the cover of the bushes. Stepping into the open, Sirona emerges into the sunlight, her beautifully arched bow, a weapon often repaired and lovingly retied, resting gracefully in her hands. Tension gripped the girl as a sudden scream echoed. Vasu, realizing the shooter was actually a girl, felt embarrassment creeping in and his cheeks turned red. This unexpected revelation left him at a loss for words. The hero warns her that forgiveness comes solely because of her gender. Sheena observes his expression and points out that his face betrays his real feelings. The man reacts by biting his own hand. Sirona, unwilling to back down, announces her intention to make him release the girl. Vasu stands taken aback by the sudden display of magic, while Sheena urges Sirona to hold back. With a burst of determination, she calls out that the boy rescued Shiena from the clutches of the wicked dragon. Sirona halts in her tracks as their friends appear, hurrying to catch up and relieved to have found her at last. A grateful smile appears as she assures them that all is well, crediting her brother Vasu for his timely assistance. When questioned about being a necromancer or something similar, Vasu calmly insists he is just an ordinary person. The girl eyes him with suspicion, refusing to believe that someone ordinary could possibly defeat a dragon on their own. Anna bursts in, her voice rising as she declares that's exactly what happened, and insists that Vasu possesses incredible strength. With suspicion in her eyes, Sirona studies him carefully. The young man admits uncertainty about the details, yet expresses his gratitude to Vas for rescuing Shiena. Nearby, another girl remarks on how incredible it was as she turns to Shiena for confirmation. Vasu announced his intention to leave, quietly requesting their forgiveness. Anxiety flashed across their faces as they pressed him, fearing he truly meant to return to that mountain. In response, Vasu explained that the mountain had come to feel like home to him. Their voices rose, insisting he wasn't being honest with himself. The elf graciously volunteers to guide the man to their village, mentioning that they have yet to properly thank him for rescuing Shiena. Turning to Sirona, he inquires whether she has any objections to this plan. Sirona, still processing the situation, hesitantly begins to ask for clarification about what is happening. Sirona's eyes linger on the man, incredulity clouding her expression as she assesses his claim of shielding Siena from the mountain's monsters. Such a feat should be unthinkable for an ordinary person. Adding to her doubts, he insists he lives on the very mountain itself, which strikes her as highly suspicious. Disbelief flickers across the hero's face as a faint smile forms. Sirona stands firm, politely refusing entry to the village, her voice calm and resolute as she mentions her duty to protect its people. From the crowd, someone steps forward to point out that the boy had risked everything to save Shiena from the dragon. Noticing Shiena tightly grasping Vasu's leg, Sirona remarks that the girl's attachment to him suggests he may not be a threat. She agrees to let him stay for one night under her roof, though she makes it clear that she will be watching him closely. Their journey leads them to a village hidden among the lofty branches of ancient trees, where elves dwell in harmony with nature. The settlement buzzes with cheerful welcomes as warm smiles and laughter greet their arrival, filling the air with a sense of joy. By now, Vasu had met quite a few people and engaged in lively conversations with them. Whispers circled, with many curious about whether he intended to form his own harem, something none of them had witnessed before. With a hint of discomfort, Vasu explained that several different reasons lay behind his actions. Curiosity surrounds him as they inquire about his shyness. Even the elf, quick to grasp the situation, acknowledges that most men would yearn for a harem and expresses his support for the hesitant young man. As Rona listened, she mulled over his explanation, his travels driven by the desire to build a harem. Yet, regardless of his motives, disappointment settled heavily within her. Rushing to the vase, she called out, her mind swirling with anxious thoughts. Sirona silently pleaded that no one would reveal the man's intentions to take the girl with him. The idea of his poisonous touch on someone so innocent sent a chill through her heart. contented version of herself appears, comfortably settled on his lap, and wonders aloud if this spot will become her special place. Vasu, caught off guard, admits with some embarrassment that her determination hasn't waned. She then reveals she took the initiative to ask others about the meaning of a harem. With sparkling eyes and a cheerful grin, she inquires whether it's really possible for her to become a member of Brother Vishu's harem as gratitude for saving her life. Flustered and caught off guard, Vishu hastily urges her to slow down, questioning if she truly needs to rush into such a decision. The girl insists she is already 10, her voice brimming with defiance. The man counters, pointing out that she is still just a child, but she protests, declaring herself an adult. Meanwhile, Serena quietly decides it would be best to get this unsettling man out of their midst without delay. Serona's friend turns to the vase, curious to know whether Tomp enjoys fruits or berries. The hero answers cheerfully, admitting a taste for both and revealing an appetite that encompasses nearly everything. With that, Serona's friends gladly offer to gather some fruits and berries for the hero. Vasu politely requests to lend a hand, but they decline, reminding him that he remains their guest. Sarna insists that if Vasu is going, she will join him as well. The elf observes Sarna's determination, noting how unusual it is to witness her acting this way. As they wander beneath the canopy of the forest, Vasu gazes around in amazement, marveling at the abundance of edible plants. Curiosity piqued, Vasu inquires whether everything is truly meant to be eaten. The elves explain that they hold a special fondness for fruits, crafting a variety of foods from them. Spotting a fruit adorned with vibrant patterns, Vasu remarks on how irresistibly delicious it appears. With a flick of his fingers, he plucks the object and brings it to his lips, curiosity piqued. Voices ring out in alarm, warning him of its deadly poison. Ignoring their cries, he sinks his teeth into it, relishing the taste without a second thought. The crowd freezes in terror, anticipation filling the air. At last, he picks up the vase, lifts it high, and then proclaims with delight how incredibly juicy and delicious it tastes. Claiming a peculiar similarity to a pear and noting a scent of fresh grass, he casually surveys his surroundings and wonders aloud about the whereabouts of the notorious poisonous fruit he'd heard mentioned. Serona calmly informs him that he has already eaten it. Amazement fills both her and another companion, sparking an excited reaction at this revelation. The girl gazes in admiration, remarking on how resilient Brother Vasu's stomach must be. Serena feels puzzled, her thoughts turning to the ripe toad fruits. Though their appearance invites sampling, she knows they are inedible without proper cooking, as even a single bite could bring on a dangerous shock. Certain now that this man is no ordinary individual, Sue's surprise is apparent. As he continues chewing, he remarks with curiosity that the fruit is supposed to be poisonous, though its flavor is remarkably pleasant. Serona runs her hands over his body, curiosity flickering in her gaze as she tries to sense any newfound strength from his battles on the mountain. Despite his recent trials with monsters, his skin shows no scars, his muscles remain unremarkable. Caught off guard, Vasu flushes with embarrassment and quietly inquires about her actions. That evening, a lively feast is held in honor of the vase. The guests gather around the table, savoring each dish, but none seem to relish the meal as much as the vase himself. Clutching food in both hands, cheeks bulging with mouthfuls, he announces between bites that he hasn't tasted anything this marvelous in ages, and the joy radiates from his face. Across the table, Mael enjoys his own meal and nods in agreement, sharing in the delight. When questioned about the little dragon's identity, Vasu introduces her as his comrade. Immediately, she nips him, prompting Vasu to amend his answer and declare her his fiancée. This leads others to murmur in astonishment, wondering if even dragons are part of his harem. The elf, with a hint of concern, warns the other not to be startled. He once consumed a blue toad and even some unknown fruit. Surprise flashes across the elf's face, musing aloud that survival after such meals seems unlikely. Meanwhile, the third companion observes the scene and remarks, somewhat amused, that this peculiar behavior only makes him more fascinating. Serona hesitates before suggesting that he might actually be a dragon in human form. An uneasy hush falls over the group as everyone turns to stare at her in disbelief. Laughter soon breaks the tension, echoing around the room as they ask if she's being serious. Reflecting on her words, she realizes how blunt and impolite her remark must have sounded. Serana, caught off guard, tries to assure herself that she truly believed this result was possible. Meanwhile, Fusu offers a sly grin and muses that if he possessed a dragon's composure, perhaps his entire fate would take a different turn. A shadow passes over Serana's face as she gazes at the young man. She wonders in silence how his eyes manage to remain so honest and unclouded. Her doubts about him now seem foolish in comparison. Deep into the night, Vasu rests peacefully, oblivious to the world around him. A girl approaches quietly, relieved to see him sound asleep. In her mind, she steels herself, convinced that this is her one and only chance. Soran considers the importance of carrying a guild card and realizes its absence could become the perfect excuse for her to expel him from the village at dawn. Meanwhile, Vasu senses an unfamiliar presence nearby. Amidst the quiet, the girl searches through his belongings and retrieves a card. Horror and anger swirl within Sarona as she discovers she cannot view his status. It requires a drop of blood. At least confirmation of his identity is within reach. With Vasu seated on her lap, the name and age, Vasu, 16, become clear to her. As her gaze lingers, an unexpected detail captures her attention, stirring surprise. Gazing at Vasu as she sleeps peacefully, he notices how innocent she appears in that moment. Despite all his worries, she seems far from a bad person, though he knows she will still share everything with everyone tomorrow. As dawn breaks, Vasu rises from his slumber, releasing a long yawn while stretching his limbs. He remarks on how deeply he slept. Stepping outside, he takes in the peaceful silence that fills the elven village, wondering if the others are still asleep. A faint rustling from below catches his attention. A shadowy figure stands before the hero, catching his attention immediately. Something seems off about this stranger. Judging by the pointed ears, the figure must be an elf as well. Curiosity grows as the hero takes in the unusual choice of attire, a black robe that hints at secrets or hidden intentions. The man voices his suspicions, turning to Elle to see if she shares his doubts. His companion nods in agreement, and together they propose following after him. Meanwhile, Sarona glides through the cool waters of the lake, enjoying the gentle embrace of the morning. A thought nudges her. It's probably time to head back. Surely Vasu must be awake by now. Just then, a sudden commotion catches her attention. The bushes tremble, and without warning, a vase emerges into view, fixing its gaze on her. For a moment, Sarona stands puzzled, struggling to make sense of the bizarre sight unfolding before her. A sharp scream tears through the air as blood streams from Vasu's nose. Stammering, he tries to explain that he was merely passing through, but Sarona wastes no time. With a swift gesture, she unleashes her magic, summoning winds that whip into a frenzy, turning the scene into utter chaos. Gusts of wind whipped at his clothes while the girl huddled beneath a canvas, trembling. Her voice faltered as she pleaded for his forgiveness, regretting how things had unfolded. Frustration flickered across her face as she questioned why she was expected to apologize to him in the first place. Curiosity flickers in her eyes as she wonders aloud about the oddity of only his clothes being shredded by wind magic. Settling into his seat, Vasu begins to explain that earlier he had been engulfed by fire, and again, only his clothing suffered the consequences. Her brows knit in confusion as she presses him for the reason behind his untouched skin. Sarona hands him a set of clothes, mentioning that they once belonged to her father and apologizing in case they don't fit perfectly. Vasu hesitates, uncertain if it's really all right to wear the garments. With a gentle smile, Sarona assures him that her father has no use for them anymore. Vasu inquires whether this matter holds significance for her. She confirms its importance, but notes that it's preferable to watching him constantly without any clothes. Both end up seated uncomfortably on a log, their gazes fixed awkwardly on the ground. Turning to Vasu, she reveals her awareness of his true identity. Vasu's eyes narrow with suspicion. Sarona adds that he is probably a criminal. The girl quietly asks for forgiveness, explaining that she checked his guild card and found it had not been updated for 2 years. Siren explained that, essentially, 2 years ago something significant happened to him, and the man had not been seen since, having vanished for the entire period. Vasu grew tense at this revelation, his body reflecting the unease brought on by the words. Her theory unfolds steadily. According to her, the only reason someone would choose to live in isolation atop this forbidding mountain, so remote that few would ever approach, must be because Vasu is hiding a secret or concealing guilt. Calmly, she puts the question to him, seeking confirmation of her suspicions. Sarona introduces herself as the guardian watching over this village and expresses sincere gratitude for rescuing Shienna. However, she gently insists that someone suspicious cannot be allowed to remain here permanently. With a hint of remorse, Sarona reveals to the hero that this task is her duty, and she hopes for some understanding. Vesu responds calmly, assuring her that there are no hard feelings, but points out one mistake: the man is not a criminal. Sarona cautiously seeks answers, yet Vasu cuts her off, quietly admitting that, if at all possible, he would rather not recall anything from 2 years ago. With a look of gentle pity, the girl calls him by name, yet the man quietly expresses his gratitude to Sarona for offering him shelter. Rising to his feet, Vasu is soon joined by Sarona. Calling Mail to accompany him, the man heads off toward the horizon, requesting that the girl pass along his regards to everyone back in the village. And, With a gentle smile, he turns and expresses his hope of one day meeting someone as radiant as Sirona. His words catch her off guard, stirring a soft sob as she turns her eyes away, pain flickering across her face. Watching him leave, she murmurs quietly that her sympathy for him runs deep. Not long after, Vasu finds himself seated in the center of the road, releasing a deep sigh. The experience had felt overwhelmingly intense to him. A few words from Mail reach him, and with a soft nod, he expresses gratitude to his fiancée for her efforts to lift his spirits. Life spent in solitude atop the mountain has left Vasu struggling to express himself. If he could only share his heart with Sirona in the right way, perhaps their paths might finally intertwine. With a warm smile, the hero introduces her, expressing genuine interest in learning more about Sirona, whose beauty captures his attention. Memories of the lakeside incident resurface. Without warning, the boy reacts with frustration, sinking his teeth into his own hand. Words spill from his lips in a frantic rush, insisting again and again that he never intended harm, branding himself a terrible person with each desperate repetition. A familiar voice rings out, calling his name. Spinning around, he spots two elves sprinting toward him. Recognition lights up the man's face as he greets Luluna and Yuyuna with genuine joy. The elves shout excitedly, declaring they've at last tracked him down. Vasu beams with delight at the thought that the elves had chased after him simply because they liked the guy so much. However, she quickly corrects him, making it clear that's not the real reason. The hero reacts with surprise, taken aback by this revelation. Seeking the truth, he asks what is really going on. Their response bursts forth, voices raised in frustration. All the trouble began because Gazun's boyfriend has come back. Vasu's eyes widen with disbelief as he struggles to recall who this Gazuna might be. The girl calmly explains that in the past, Gazuna had once competed fiercely with Sirona for the top position among the defenders, but vanished from sight several years ago. She explains that he has come back, this time wielding power that inspires fear. Vasu inquires if the man is clad in a black robe and receives confirmation. Vasu then wonders aloud if this means he truly knows who the man is. Tears streaming down her cheeks, the girl pleads desperately, certain that leaving things unchanged will spell disaster for their village. In her voice, urgency gives way to a heartfelt plea. Admitting her lingering doubts about Vasu's tale of slaying the dragon, she nevertheless pleads with him. If he cannot assist her directly, she implores him to at least rescue Sirona. Chaos erupts throughout the village as fear and confusion sweep over the people. The elder, his voice trembling with both anger and disbelief, confronts Gazuna and demands an explanation for his actions. He questions whether Gazuna can still consider himself an elf after bringing such disgrace. Gazuna responds harshly, dismissing the elder with cold contempt and calling him a worthless old man. Gazuna clutches a sphere of darkness, her gaze fixed on Sirona as she declares the time has come to settle their conflict. Proclaiming her own strength, she announces the beginning of their battle. Meanwhile, Sirona stands firm, gripping a long blade and shielding the elder behind her. Vasu and the rest permit the commotion to continue. He inquires about the nature of the disturbance. The girl urgently shouts for everyone to move quickly and find shelter. Meanwhile, the elf man begins to recount the rumors surrounding the mysterious sphere that Gazona discovered. The young man starts to explain that, according to rumors, the black sphere held by Gazun grants its wielder the ability to command hundreds of monsters. If these stories hold any truth, the recent chaos probably stems from that very power. Before he can finish his thought, a vase strikes him, abruptly ending his explanation. As the crowd scattered in a rush to find safety, Vasu sprinted towards Sirona, calling out her name with urgency. She paused and glanced back at him, questioning his return to such a perilous place. Elsewhere, Gazuna quietly informed the defender that bringing someone along would accomplish nothing. With the ball clutched high above his head, he warns the girl that the time has come for her to face the consequences of her years of disdain. Gazuna, meanwhile, calls out to the elves, urging them to flee in terror and declaring them cursed as panic sweeps through the crowd. Tension fills the air as a vigilant glance from afar reveals countless monsters racing toward them with wild, frantic energy. With determination in her eyes, the girl starts reciting an incantation, only to have her friends silence her with a firm hand and a warning that no magic can hold back the advancing hordes. The elf turns to Vaz, urgency in his voice, insisting they must escape immediately. Untroubled, Vasu calmly admits that the reality of their predicament escapes him. Vasu explains succinctly that Gazuna is challenging Sirona to a duel, hoping to settle who truly deserves the title of Defender of the Elves. The others confirm, assuring him that now isn't the moment for such matters. Vasu comments that in that case, Sirona can face him freely, with nothing holding her back. Vasu firmly grasps Sirona's shoulders, his gaze steady and reassuring. He promises to take care of the monsters, urging her to focus and give everything she has. Sirona stares at him, unable to hide her disbelief, while he returns her gaze with a broad grin, expressing his unwavering confidence in her strength. The hero assures her that, with her abilities, she could overcome this opponent in no time at all. Yuyuna and Luluna plead with Vase to halt, their voices urgent as they try to make sense of his intentions. Behind them, the Gazuna steps forward, declaring his intent to discipline Vase. He reminds everyone that Vase was the one who called forth the B-rank monsters, questioning if the boy truly grasps the consequences of his actions. Terror grips everyone, leaving them paralyzed as the monstrous horde advances. Unmoved, Vasu watches the approaching creatures in perfect composure. Cries erupt, warning him that staying means certain death, but Vasu simply acknowledges the reality of their predicament with quiet acceptance. Tears stream down Sirona's face as she pleads for everything to come to an end. Vasu steps forward, extending his hands to halt the advancing monsters. He seizes the closest creature, swings it in a wide arc, causing the others to follow in its wake, and then powerfully drives them all into the ground. The monsters convulse in agony before the group while surrounded, wide-eyed with terror, desperately demands to know what force could possibly reside within this mysterious vase. Sirona stood in stunned disbelief as a massive heap of monsters soared skyward, tossed aside as effortlessly as tufts of cotton. Before her, one solitary figure faced an army of enemies, undaunted and unarmed, conquering every foe without the aid of blade or spell. Convinced she must be trapped in some surreal dream, the girl insists she is telling the truth. Brother Vasu truly possesses remarkable strength. Possessing remarkable strength, the main character stands out among the others. Wearing a gentle smile, a man inquires about the well-being of the elves. A wave of disbelief washes over Gazuna as she struggles to comprehend the scene before her. The thought that this entire group of B-rank monsters had been brought down by one unimposing man seems impossible to accept. She turns to Vasu, her voice carrying a hint of awe, and asks how he managed to vanquish the horde with nothing but his bare hands. Serena reflects on his days atop the mountain among S-rank monsters and recalls his daring rescue of Shiana from the dragon. Faced with these memories, she realizes that the challenge of confronting B-rank monsters will hardly trouble him at all. Vesu looked over at Mr. Now, noticing that every monster had suddenly ceased its assault. With a calm but pointed tone, Vesu asked if he still wished to press on. Defiance burning in his eyes, Kazuna produces another sphere and warns Vasu not to underestimate him. Luluna and Yuna, astounded to see both a black and a red sphere, label him a truly wicked man. Sirona's friends call out desperately, urging her to escape from the overwhelming force of the red sphere. Gazuna, however, declares that their warning comes too late. A shimmering barrier materializes, trapping both him and the girl within its confines. Sirona leans in, curiosity coloring her voice as she asks if this truly is a barrier. Kazuna turns to Divushka, her tone growing somber. She begins to recount how all the villagers, once so deeply cherished and fiercely defended by Divushka, have now become the targets of Kazuna's plan. With chilling resolve, she reveals her intention to wipe them out, right before Divushka's eyes, by unleashing monsters upon them. A chance intervention from a complete stranger disrupted the scheme, turning it into a complete failure. Yet the girl should not be lulled into a sense of safety, for the true intentions of the villain had yet to unfold. With fierce determination, Dazuna reveals that his primary goal was to personally end Sirona's life. With a wicked grin, the villain draws the glowing sphere into his mouth, issuing a challenge to the girl. He urges her to prove her strength and put the cowering elves in their place. As he does, an immense surge of energy erupts, crackling through the air. Raising her forearms in defense, Sirona braces herself against the attack, astonished to see her opponent consume the red sphere. From outside the barrier, Yuna and Luluna call out, determined to rescue her, but their efforts to break through prove futile. Calmly, Sirona urges them to retreat, assuring them she will find a way to win on her own. Her gaze lingers on the vase before a confident smile spreads across her face, silently assuring him that she will handle everything just fine. As she spun around, calling out urgently for Gazuna to come and bite it out, her gaze landed on a scene that left her stunned. A massive creature stood before her, laughter rumbling from its monstrous form as it reveled in its own power. In that moment, she realized Gazuna had transformed into this fearsome beast. The monster lets out a scream, astonished by the overwhelming power surging through its body. The force is so immense that any thought of finishing off Sirona fades away, replaced by the fear that this villain could wipe out everyone in an instant. With a snarl, he lunges forward, proclaiming this is his true nature. The defender swiftly sidesteps, grip tightening around her blade, and slices into the creature's flesh. At first, it seems almost impossible that such a minor injury could be the extent of damage dealt to a monster of that size. A chill runs through him as he watches the wound slowly begin to close, the flesh knitting itself back together before his eyes. A wicked grin spreads across the monster Gazuna's face as it hurls Sirona against the barrier wall. The impact rattles her to the core, forcing a harsh, uncontrollable cough from her lips. Never had she anticipated facing such overwhelming strength. Concern etched on their faces, Yuyuna and Luluna hurry to the edge of the barrier, desperate to reach their friend. Jizuna strides forward and confronts her, questioning what happened to the resolve she displayed before. With a dismissive sneer, he mocks her reliance on her bow, claiming she is helpless without it. The villain scoffs at the absurdity that someone as worthless as this elf could be named chief guardian of the village. Without warning, he seizes her and hoists her into the air. The monster stretched its lips back, revealing a cavernous maw filled with jagged fangs. In a rasping voice, it remarked that her role as a defender served its purpose. Her lifeless body would soon become evidence for the desperate villagers she had tried so hard to shield. The vase gently tests the barrier with a series of light taps. Suddenly, one decisive punch shatters the entire barrier in a single instant. All eyes turn to him, their gazes fixed on his clenched fist, astonishment etched across every face, including Kazuna's. Vasu offers an apology, admitting he expected his punch to have more power. A hint of relief softened Sirona's features, while Gazuna glared, voice edged with resentment, as he demanded that the spectacle cease. Suspicion colored his words as he questioned whether the hero was truly human, and Vasu muttered a harsh judgment, calling him nothing but a brute. Presenting the vase with one hand and his ID with the other, he declares that, at the moment, he remains at least 88% human. Advancing steadily towards Sirona, the hero draws Jizuna's attention. Jizuna raises his voice in warning, brandishing Sirona as a threat. With a cold edge, he demands to know if the hero is willing to risk the monster's wrath falling upon her. Vasu denounces the act of taking hostages as a cowardly tactic. Gazuna, refusing to back down, keeps yelling at Vasu to keep his distance. With a firm voice, Vasu demands that Gazuna release Sirona. The monster coldly responds, warning that if Vasu truly wants Sirona freed, he had better stay away. Zuna instructs him to stay out of their people's affairs, reminding him that he is not an elf and has no stake in their issues. He quietly counters, saying there is indeed a reason, and her name is the girl standing before him. Sirona's charm lingered with the protagonist until the very end, leaving him desperate to keep her safe. The defender's eyes widened in surprise as she quickly offered her support. A powerful blow from his fist sends the massive monster hurtling into the distance. Vasu then shifts his attention towards Sirona. With worry in her voice, the girl calls out to the vase. The hero drops to one knee and gently asks the defender if she is all right. A quick nod confirms she is unharmed. Uneasy silence follows before she musters a quiet thank you for her savior. At that moment, the vase flushes a deep shade of red. A wide smile spreads across the hero's face, only for Sirona to gently dampen his spirits. She expresses her happiness for him, yet her words carry a heavier truth. Bound by a promise to her late parents, Sirona has vowed to protect the village in their stead. Regret laces her apology as she admits she cannot return his feelings, and before the moment can linger, their friends hurry over to join them. Vasu lets out a hearty laugh and remarks that it's only natural for her to feel overwhelmed, given how unexpectedly he confessed his feelings. In the end, he suggests she simply put the whole matter behind her. With a heavy sigh, he resigns himself to pressing on with the journey. Overhead, a Gazuna swoops into view. Spotting the oncoming threat, Sirona quickly alerts the vase to prepare. With a thunderous crash, the monster hurled him against a tree. The hero, clearly astonished, remarked how unexpected it was that Kazuna had managed to survive. Annoyance darkened his expression as he wondered aloud if the man before him truly believed he could win this fight. Just a mere mortal, he would soon be dealt with. In that tense moment, an arrow whistled through the air. Sirona pulled the trigger, sending Kazuha crashing to the ground. Across the tense room, the defender and Vasu locked eyes, a silent conversation lingering between them. Relief and disbelief flooded over him, rescued not only by a stranger, but by Sirona herself. In a flash, the main character darts away, leaving the girls puzzled about his sudden destination. The elf remarks that the young man must have truly taken a liking to Sirona. In the stillness of midnight, Sirona perches quietly on a platform nestled in the branches of a tree. Gazing up, she lets out a slow breath as the stars shimmer overhead. The quiet breaks when a sharp cry pierces the air. Startled, Sirona recognizes Yuuna's voice, her friend calling out with urgency. Breathless, Yuuna appears and announces she has made a discovery nearby. An unspoken question lingers between them about what she might have found. The guild card sits empty, as useless as a vase. Sirona observes that without her presence, he faces a real challenge. He has no way to prove his status as an adventurer. Yuna admits that, although she might wish to help, she has no clue where he could possibly be now. Sarana inquires if she might hold onto the card, but her friend insists on returning to retrieve it. She accepts, and with a warm exchange, they part ways for the evening, wishing each other a pleasant night. Moving quietly beneath the forest canopy, Sarona arrived at the scene of the recent battle. Before long, her gaze landed on a tree marked with an unusual indentation, evidence of where Kazuna had driven a vase into the wood, leaving behind a trace of his blood. As she observed the bloodstains, Sarona remembered that an adventurer's card could be activated by the owner's blood touching it. As Sarona draws the blood, Vasu's words linger in her mind, an insistence that she must be at least 88% human. The meaning behind his remark stirs confusion within her. Before she can dwell further, the card glows with an intense, sudden light. A sharp voice filled the air, scolding Sarona for her actions, while her companion looked on with concern as she activated the device. To the defender's surprise, the card itself began to speak. A wave of shock crosses Sarona's face as she demands to know the nature of the divine presence. The answer comes swiftly. It is none other than the goddess who guards the vase. At her command, the card instructs Sarona to bring it to the vase's current location. Understanding begins to dawn as Sarona realizes that all these unusual powers stem from the influence of that very goddess. The goddess answers calmly, explaining that she played no part in Vasu's newfound strength. Every bit of power came from within him. Enduring countless years on the perilous mountain, his body gradually changed, growing tougher with every challenge. Sarana then wonders aloud what forced Vasu to live on such a dreadful mountain from the beginning. Memories flicker in the goddess's eyes as fragments of the past surface. Sarona quietly requests the card to reveal its secrets. The card, unimpressed, questions why it should bother explaining anything to some unfamiliar girl. The defender steps forward, admitting the persistent curiosity about the vase that refuses to fade from her thoughts. A deep sadness clouded his face as he spoke of wanting to forget the past. The unfamiliar woman wondered aloud if her requests were excessive, mentioning the vase Sarona had recently turned away. Instantly, Sarona protested, her voice ringing out to insist she had never rejected him. According to the map, Vesu's past is a sensitive topic that demands careful handling rather than a straightforward telling. Serena places her hand to her forehead before gently inquiring about Vesu's feelings on the matter. Sarona warns that unless she hears about Vasu's past, the guild card will end up in the trash. The accusation stings as the other calls Sarona a demon, claiming only heartless elves would act so coldly. Sarona fires back, insisting her entire race should not be dragged into this dispute. At last, the card relented, extracting a promise from the girl to keep this secret from everyone, including the vase itself. Sarona accepted the terms without hesitation. The mysterious goddess seemed satisfied with their arrangement and proceeded. Promising to reveal a vision, she offers to share a dream she once witnessed about the main character's past. It is a memory of the events that befell Vasu 2 years before. The tale unfolds in Vasu, a grand city that serves as Iskoa's royal capital. Towering at its heart, the enormous castle looms over the bustling homes that radiate outward in perfect harmony. Beneath the shade of a broad tree, a young couple rests quietly together. The boy leans in and wonders aloud if he truly is what the girl desires most. Her voice rings out, insistent, declaring once more that he is the only one she ever needs. Their steps aligned, Arya resolves in that moment to propose marriage when they both reach the age of 15. With a hint of uncertainty, she inquires whether Vishu intends to turn down her offer. His quick reassurance dispels her worries, expressing how delighted he feels. The boy then puts forth a gentle marriage proposal, and their eyes meet, brimming with profound affection. Yet opposition comes swiftly from a dark-haired girl with her hair tied in twin ponytails, who looks at him, and calling him brother, questions whether he truly intends to marry Arya. The focus shifts to the Vasu family's gathering. His mother remarks on the beauty of the promise. Meanwhile, his sister protests loudly, declaring her refusal to accept it. Their father comments that they can only hope he remembers in 2 years' time. Vasu quickly reassures everyone that he will not forget. The father reminds his son that Arya belongs to the church and will soon be selected for an important role, raising concerns about what others might think. The mother quietly agrees, pointing out that her son does not match Arya's situation. The sister gently urges her brother to heed their parents' advice, warning that nothing good will come from ignoring their words. According to her father, once selected, she will set out on the hero's path without hesitation. When that moment arrives, concerns about the vase will likely vanish from her mind. The boy responds with calm confidence, trusting completely in the promise he made to Arya. A year passed, and the mysterious figure bestowed a blessing upon the hero and his companions, urging them to remain vigilant as they set out to defeat the demon lord. Arya, recently named as the Saint, stands at the side of the hero as preparations for the journey against the Lord unfold. A vast crowd gathers to witness their send-off, faces filled with anticipation and hope. In the midst of the assembly, one person lingers near a vase, hesitant yet hopeful. Approaching Arya, this individual quietly pleads to join her on the quest, yet circumstances hold her back. The boy's steps halted as a strikingly handsome hero caught hold of his chin, lifting it with curiosity sparkling in his eyes. The hero studied him closely, eager to discover what sort of person stood before him. Astonishment flashed across Vasu's face as he realized the legendary hero stood before him. With a measured tone, he inquired whether the young man understood that only by demonstrating his worth could he join their ranks. Vasu silences him, insisting that his promise to Arya is of great importance. The hero shrugs off the significance of this vow, making it clear that he isn't concerned. However, if the boy truly wants to join them on such a perilous journey, the hero will personally put him to the test and see if the kid can prove himself worthy. Arya attempts to change his mind, yet Vasu remains indifferent. Soon after, the hero lands a series of powerful blows on the young man. After being defeated multiple times, the hero remarks that it's hardly worth his effort to keep engaging. He suggests letting the boy gain some strength first, musing aloud about how troublesome this boy really is. Meanwhile, Arya calls out to her friend with a note of worry in her voice. The hero quietly urges Arya to walk away, insisting his presence is not deserving of her concern. Arya's gaze falls with silent sorrow onto the vase toppled on the floor. Observing this, Vasu reaches a resolute decision. Over time, his strength steadily grew. With each passing day, his sister grew more resentful, complaining that he spent all his evenings hunting monsters. She wouldn't be surprised if, one day, people revealed that every monster near the capital had fallen to him. Oblivious at first, he fails to notice her until the girl's voice grows louder, catching his attention. Vasu spins around with a cheerful expression, meeting her gaze. The young man then requests that Gagin check whether his level has increased. Kagani requests understanding, explaining that no matter how many minor tasks her brother interrupts, his skill level will remain unchanged. He concedes that his sister has a point. Curious, Kagani questions his intense effort, then suggests it must be because of Arya, as the reason seems clear. With a dismissive tone, Kagin urges him to forget about her, insisting no one truly needs her. Teasingly, she questions if he's already forgotten their old promise, that one day she would become his wife. He only laughs and admits the memory still lingers in his mind. Vasu chimes in, pointing out that there's another layer to their connection, gently suggesting they are bound by blood ties, and she seeks to clarify that truth. According to the girl, marrying a relative is simply an ordinary part of life in this world. Vasu expresses his surprise, admitting that he has never heard of such a tradition. Undeterred, she confidently suggests they marry immediately. Still, Vasu remains steadfast, declaring his unwavering faith in Arya above all else. Kagin considers the situation and accepts that if this is the decision, it must be respected. Meanwhile, Arya remains far from home, journeying alongside the hero for a year. Faced with this reality, Kagin quietly contemplates his next course of action. With a hint of sorrow in her voice, Kagani wonders aloud to her brother what he would do if, after returning, she found herself in love with someone else. A gentle smile spreads across Vasu's face, taking the girl by surprise. She quickly offers an apology, but her brother reassures her, his tone calm and understanding. He lets her know that he understands the point she's trying to make, and that there's no need for concern. A sudden cry echoes through the crowd, announcing the hero's triumphant return. News spreads quickly. He and his companions have vanquished the demon lord and now draw near to the city gates. Brother and sister exchange astonished glances, gazing at their hometown in disbelief. The crowd buzzes with excitement as word spreads about the travelers' swift return to the capital. Whispers ripple through the gathering, and someone eagerly announces today's grand feast in their honor. Catching the news, Vasu's curiosity ignites, and he darts off without hesitation. In the midst of the celebration, a hero rides through the streets in a large cart, a bold banner billowing above him. Kagani calls out that the girl beside the hero is Arya, while Vasu remarks that from her position, she probably cannot see him. Curiosity rises as Vasu then ponders the destination of the parade. Someone nearby responds, uncertain, but suggests that it appears to be heading toward the palace. The king commended them for their noble act in vanquishing the demon lord. Filled with pride, the hero and his companions expressed their gratitude, their spirits soaring. Amid their joyous celebration, Arya quietly nursed her sorrow. In a hushed voice, Vasu summons his beloved. The king, clearly delighted by their safe return, wonders aloud what sort of reward awaits the courageous heroes who defended the world from danger. With gratitude shining in his eyes, the hero expresses his appreciation for the king's generosity. He then quietly reveals that there is just one wish he hopes to see fulfilled. Driven by his desire to wed the Holy Virgin Arya, he respectfully appeals to His Majesty, seeking a blessing for this important step in his life. A wave of terror washed over the main character as he absorbed every word, his gaze hollow and devoid of life. For a fleeting moment, he believed everything had already come to an end. With gentle determination, the hero reaches for the girl's hand, guiding her to face him. He cradles her head softly, drawing her closer, and presses a kiss to her lips. Warm smiles spread among the group as heartfelt congratulations flow, with everyone expressing their hopes for a joyful future together. Irritation flickers across Kagana's face as she mutters that this matches her expectations. She pivots toward her brother, intent on sharing her thoughts, only to notice the vase has vanished from its spot. Blinded by tears, Vasu dashed forward, convincing himself with each gasp that such moments unfolded frequently in tales. Overwhelmed by sorrow, the young man sank to his knees. The royal capital had become unbearable, its every corner haunted by reminders of Arya and the pain she left behind. Upon Kagane's arrival, his mother warmly welcomes him. A hint of concern crosses her face as she asks if her brother has come back yet. Mom shakes her head and inquires whether Arya truly returned home that day. Kagane confirms she did, then quietly heads into his room. While tidying his room, she discovered a note left behind. Reaching for her phone, she called her mother. The message inside spoke quietly of hope. Someday, when Vasu could finally take pride in himself, he would surely come home. He confessed he didn't yet know how to achieve this, but politely requested that, until then, they should not search for him. Wishing them good health, he expresses his hope that Arya and the hero will someday discover happiness together. With nothing to tie him down, Vasu drifts through the area, his footsteps eventually leading him up the mountain that Sarona knows so well. Braving the biting wind atop the mountain, Vasu trembles uncontrollably. His grip weakens as the chill seeps into his bones, and through chattering teeth, he admits how freezing it is and how desperately he longs for something to eat. Exhaustion has drained all of Vasu's strength, leaving him unable to continue. Most likely, his adventure reaches its conclusion here. The mountain loomed as a feared domain, home to the most formidable and menacing S-rank monsters. Rumors spread that even elite knight squads from powerful nations struggled to survive its challenges. Yet by sheer accident, Visu found himself venturing into this dreaded land. Fortune kept deadly S-rank monsters at bay, yet his body cried out from starvation, each step fueled only by sheer will. Amidst this desperation, a dragon descended from the sky and enveloped him in its warmth. As soon as Vasu mentions his hunger, the dragon eagerly searches around and presents him with a peculiar morsel. Vasu's eyes widen, bewilderment flickering across his face. A strange numbness spreads through his body, leaving him rattled and uncertain. In that moment, the sensation grows so unfamiliar that he wonders if he is already slipping away to another world. Insisting that such thoughts be banished, he recalls the true reason for leaving the royal capital. Becoming stranded on the mountain had never been part of his plan, nor did it signal the end of his journey. Declaring his unwillingness to finish his quest, his voice echoes briefly before his strength fades and darkness overtakes him. After some time, his eyes flutter open, and he rises suddenly, bewildered by the uncertainty of his own survival. Perched atop his head, the dragon clings to him affectionately. Nearby, the vase trembles in fear as a white creature draws near, its presence suggesting the arrival of an S-rank monster. Vasu presumes the creature is a baby dragon. The little dragon gently nestles against him, its laughter filled with affection. Curious, Vasu wonders aloud if it truly likes him. Firming his suspicion, the white dragon nods, and sharing a sense of gratitude, the two set off side by side. Claiming he hasn't encountered any monsters yet, he admits he's on the lookout for something edible. During their search, they stumble upon a cluster of mushrooms. Curious, the main character takes a cautious bite and notes that his tongue tingles with a mild numbness. Despite this odd sensation, he decides the taste isn't all that unpleasant. Delight sparkles in Vasu's eyes as he exclaims that even the bone he just found tastes wonderful. Since the dragon rescued him, every bite he takes seems more delicious than ever. Eager to make the most of his renewed vigor, Vasu proposes hunting down a few monsters to gain some experience and increase his level. The creature peers at the card with curiosity, prompting the hero to explain that it is a guild card, a special item that reveals its owner's status. He considers it his proof of being a true adventurer. In the next moment, the card emits a sudden ringing sound, startling the vase nearby. Curiosity flickers in his eyes as the melody drifts from the card. Softly, the card inquires whether the vase can hear her, prompting him to glance around in confusion, searching for the speaker. Assurances follow from the card, gently stating that she already knows everything. In a sudden shift, the card laments his misfortune and begins to weep, leaving him lost and bewildered by the unfolding scene. With gentle assurance, she promises that everything will be all right from now on. A new chapter begins, filled with fortune and kindness awaiting the hero on his journey. Her presence by his side becomes his greatest comfort. Curious, Vasu asks once more about her identity, but the mysterious card chooses silence, offering only its silent blessing. Revealed before him stands a goddess, urging Vasu to devote himself completely from this moment forward. A mysterious screen appears in front of his eyes, its contents unclear and puzzling. The statuses listed seem oddly vague and lacking, leaving Vasu utterly confused about the situation unfolding around him. Noticing his rare ability, gluttony, he discovers that consuming high-ranking food or anything surpassing his own level brings a boost to his status. Curiosity sparkles in Pace's eyes as she inquires about its nature. A realization dawns on Vasu as he discovers the reason behind the incredible flavor in every bite. With each mouthful tasting as marvelous as the last, the temptation grows irresistible. Guided by instinct, he eagerly devours anything that appears within reach. While examining the data, he notices the card summons Vasha. Delight flickers in the hero's eyes as recognition dawns. This is truly a goddess. Curiosity rings in her voice as she asks how powerful he intends to become. Caught off guard, Vashu finds himself at a loss for words. Uncertainty colors the hero's words as he admits he cannot explain the transformation in his body. The goddess considers his situation, revealing that continued use of the glutton could grant him power surpassing even her own. Vasu listens, astonished by the goddess's admission. Vasu mentions that he has not encountered any monsters since that time. The goddess explains this is due to the powerful aura that surrounds him, keeping the monsters at bay. A massive shadow envelops Vasu, resonating with a dreadful voice that calls out to a particular man, striking fear into his enemies. Looming overhead, the enormous dragon fixed its chilling gaze on the young man standing at her side and demanded, in a voice that rumbled with menace, to know his identity. Fear grips Vishu as the monster growls, demanding to know why this man has wandered onto the mountain. The creature warns that he should vanish at once, for those who linger risk the wrath of the Dragon King Ragnar. Although Vesu has never encountered such a creature before, its formidable presence is undeniable. With deliberate intent, the dragon seizes Mael, turns a stern gaze upon her, and urges her to behave. The hero steps forward, insisting the dragon release Mael, reminding it of the life he once saved. Yet the monster remains unmoved, wholly ignoring his plea. With a menacing glare, he warns the intruder to remove his hands from the dragon, then seizes the dragon by its tail, swings it in a wide arc, and hurls it into the air. The dragon crashes to the earth, overwhelmed by shock. Vasu turns quickly to Mael, concern evident in his voice as he checks on his companion. The dragon, gripped by disbelief, struggles to comprehend how an ordinary man could have cast it aside with such little effort. Vasu's own astonishment surfaces as he realizes his unintentional act has left the beast stupefied. Within the grand halls of a mountaintop palace, an enormous dragon struggled to express himself. His only daughter, Mael, grew increasingly curious about life beyond these lofty walls. Rumors often circulated that young ones gained much from exploring distant lands, and a similar longing for adventure began to stir within Mael's heart. In addition to the young man's father, her mother was present as well. She explained that her husband had been deeply concerned and chose to watch over their son from afar, careful not to reveal his presence. Vasu admitted his surprise, confessing he had never imagined dragons could resemble humans so closely. Vasu inquires whether this truly is his castle. The man confirms it, observing that Vasu appears to lack a place he can truly call home. Meanwhile, my mother expresses her curiosity about how men can form friendships through nothing more than a simple exchange of fists. The woman assures Vasu he may keep the lock for as long as he wishes. Father marvels at the vase, noting that even its flame has left it unscathed. Curiosity sparking, she questions whether he is truly human, to which he responds that he is 88% so. The dragon, asserting himself as a hero, questions Vaz about his destiny. He points out that with such enormous strength, Vaz could have been the one to challenge the demon lord. Vaz only offers a weary smile and says there is a long story behind his choice. While taking in everything around him, Vasu can't help but replay the image of Arya's bright, joyful face and the moment she and the hero shared a tender kiss. His fist tightens, betraying the storm of emotions swirling inside. With unwavering confidence, he explains to the Dragon Lord and his wife that his only wish is to find a loyal companion. With unwavering support by his side, perhaps he would find the courage to return to his childhood home, a city woven with countless memories, to the royal capital. At this moment, fear and uncertainty overwhelm him, leaving him trembling at the mere thought of approaching the place. Yet, the presence of a cherished friend, someone Vasu can truly depend on, could make all the difference. So even if another encounter with the hero in Arya awaits, there will be neither disappointment nor sorrow. A gentle smile lingers on his lips as he speaks these words. The dragon recognizes the hardships the hero has endured. Turning the thought inward, he wonders about his own situation, Haram. For most men, traveling in the company of numerous beautiful women would seem like a dream come true. Meanwhile, Male's mother turns to her husband and questions whether he is being sincere. He quickly amends his statement, clarifying that if he uses his strength to help others, he's certain a few girls would end up falling for him. The other man begins to respond, while the mother, already smitten, watches in silent horror. Refusing to accept the situation, the father insists that his son's affection belongs only to him. The vase, feeling a bit self-conscious, murmurs about not being especially attractive. Admiringly, the dragon remarks on how adorable the vase seems. Meanwhile, the Dragon King adds that the mother also finds her way there. The dragon reveals Vasu's plan to leave the mountain and set out on a new adventure, inspiring confidence in the man. Hearing this, the mother remarks that her husband will no longer need to worry or keep watch over her. Together, they request that their only daughter be protected and guided to assist those in need. Pouring every ounce of strength into defending others, he is sure to find true friends, companions who cherish him wholeheartedly. According to the goddess, this completes the tale of the protagonist's past. With a deeper understanding of the vase's significance, Sirona feels a chill run through her as she realizes the extent of her own cruelty. Witnessing a cherished friend taken away before his very eyes carved a deep ache inside him, a pain she could never begin to fathom. The one who was supposed to protect instead unleashed words as sharp as knives, dismissing and shattering the genuine feelings he had laid bare. In the midst of a crowded gathering, with all eyes watching as though witnessing a humiliating execution, the goddess admits that she struggled hard to hold herself back. Disappointment shadows Sarona's features as she confides to the mysterious goddess her deep desire to accompany Vasu as well, yet a lingering hesitation holds her back. The goddess gently addresses the girl by name. In response, the girl explains that she made a vow to her departed parents to safeguard the forest. The goddess offers reassurance, urging her to let go of her concerns. Sensing a presence behind her, Sirona turned and caught sight of Yu Yun and Luluna making their way toward her. With concern evident in her voice, her friend mentioned noticing that Sirona had been acting strangely, which prompted them to come and check if she was all right. Offering an apologetic look, she admitted they had overheard the entire conversation. Yuna pointed out that Sirona would do well to be more open about how she truly felt. Luluna nodded in agreement, adding that the men in their village were stronger than Sirona thought and didn't need her protection all the time. Pointing out that Shiana herself remarked on it, he notes that because Vishu rescued her, the sister is now obliged to become part of the hero's harem as well. As the conversation unfolds, Yuna approaches and politely requests someone to look after this card. Her friend points out that the choice to join the harem rests entirely with her. Simply returning the card to the vase won't cost her anything. The significance of the moment strikes him deeply, while Sirona's eyes grow wide with astonishment. Joy quietly fills her heart at the thought of meeting the hero once more. Eyes aglow with excitement, Sirona promises to retrieve the vase. The others beam with pride, offering their support. Grateful, she entrusts the task to them and sets off. Friends exchange curious glances, questioning whether Sirona had always been this way. Yuna remarks that Sirona's thoughts now revolve entirely around the vase. An uncertain feeling lingers in Sirona as she tries to understand the unfamiliar emotions stirring inside her. Curiosity about Vasu blossoms within the girl, sparking a desire to understand him more deeply. With time, she grows confident that the truth behind her feelings will reveal itself. Facing her parents, she speaks with gentle regret, apologizing for the promise she made. Yet, she adds that if her parents were still alive, things might be different. In any other circumstance, they would have certainly urged her ahead, just as they did with the rest. For the first time, she chooses to act for herself. Once the guardian of the elves, she now gently asks the vase to remain and wait for her return. With a desperate note in his voice, the Sioux pleads with the guards for help. The guards, however, refuse, explaining that without a guild card, they cannot verify the identity of any outsider. Refusing to take any chances, they firmly insist he leave at once, their voices rising as they drive him away. In tears, Vasu confesses that he has wandered aimlessly for countless days, his heart aching from recent heartbreak. The memory of a soft bed, fresh bread, and warm soup haunts him, a stark contrast to his current diet of nothing but monster meat. He pleads for their kindness, but his request is met with refusal. Despite making it all the way here, his journey was cut short when he was expelled, leaving him to arrive alone at the fortress city of Lunik. Settling a good distance from the gate, the hero released a tired breath. Time slipped by uncertainly as he pondered how many days had passed since his departure from the elf village. Memories of Sarona's words surface, and he acknowledges that this outcome was inevitable. After all, he had invited her to join him before truly understanding who she was or what she wanted. Miles offers a few words of support. Vasu, feeling a sense of gratitude, assures them that he's all right now. The suggestion arises to inch nearer next time, an admission that forging a harem is no easy task and comes riddled with challenges. Before that, however, attention turns to the missing lost card. Perhaps a return to the village to search for it would be prudent, though the prospect feels overwhelmingly burdensome. The vast city loomed before him, yet its gates remained closed to him. Clutching his disappointment, the hero released a quiet sigh, uncertainty clouding his next move. Spotting a small girl clutching warm baguettes, he watches as she dashes away from the monster. The girl apologizes frantically, explaining that the bread is meant for the guests, and insists she cannot hand it over to the creature. Noticing a young girl sprinting his way, Vasu quickly catches sight of an enormous creature pursuing her. The desperate cry for help reaches his ears. Rising to his feet, he delivers a powerful blow to the beast. With a single, decisive strike, the hero brings down the menacing monster. Awe fills her eyes as she voices her admiration for his strength. In return, he lets out a light-hearted laugh and humbly brushes off the praise, insisting she is giving him too much credit. Curiosity sparkling in her eyes, the girl inquires whether the young man is a traveler. With a hint of a smile, he replies that he is, in a way. Sensing an opportunity, she extends an invitation for him to spend the night at their hotel. Vasu, uneasy, admits his inability to even step foot inside the city. His confession astonishes her. Her rescuer has somehow misplaced his guild card. Despite his desire to accept her invitation, frustration lingers on his face, knowing the choice is out of his hands. The girl explains that restoring the card is entirely possible. By matching the registration date from his hometown, and provided the device used to detect criminals shows no response, the man can receive a replacement card without much delay. Mentioning the 5 gold coins she must pay, she glances at his expression and quickly realizes his pockets are empty. Disappointment flickers in her eyes as she confides how unfortunate this is, especially since she had been hoping to hire someone dependable for a bodyguard position at their hotel. Vasu wonders aloud about the city's dangers. She assures him that things are generally peaceful, with most hotel guests being adventurers seeking a bit of rest after their missions. Recently, however, a prestigious group has arrived, stirring up trouble among the usual calm. Annoyed by their arrogance, she remarks on how their strength makes them act as though they own everything. Vasu offers his assistance, but she insists on handling things herself, determined to convince her father. With quiet confidence, she mentions just how formidable her father truly is. Lula introduces herself, radiating confidence as the charming representative of the hotel. Sunlight dances around her within the bright gazebo, hinting at her destined role as the hotel's future proprietor. Vase makes an entrance as well. While he describes himself as just an ordinary man, the girl requests that he look after them. The man steps into their discussion, prompting the girl to clarify with a laugh that she was including the dragon in her request. The verification process moved swiftly, leaving Vasu taken aback by the efficiency. The officials reported no criminal history for him and successfully confirmed his origins in Ishikawa, granting him permission to enter the city. Before he set off, they reminded him to look after someone named Reagan. Lula beams with pride as she introduces her father, describing him as a masterful innkeeper renowned for his talent in crafting an array of mouthwatering dishes. In contrast, Vasu regards Lula's father as nothing more than an ordinary innkeeper. According to the inspectors, misplacing a guild card amounts to a critical error for any adventurer. The steep replacement fee serves both as a penalty and a firm reminder to prevent future carelessness. Lula assures her savior that a new card awaits him once he has earned it. Vasu expresses genuine gratitude for her kindness. Turning to the group, the hero asks what steps he should take next. Lula mentions that her father will explain the usual assignments available at the guild tomorrow, so for now, he can take it easy. Vasu wonders what other kinds of tasks are considered typical. She lists tasks such as battling monsters and making deliveries among the various duties. With a nod, he remarks that for someone as powerful as Vasu, these challenges will pose little difficulty. Lula points out that Vasu remains an F-rank adventurer, which means his rewards are modest for now. However, in the future, he will have the chance to take on S-rank monsters. Lula concludes by mentioning that when that day comes, Vasu will have open access to the hotel whenever he wishes. Vasu inquires whether she truly intends to dedicate her entire life to the hotel. With a hint of amusement, she acknowledges his insight. The desire to share her intentions lingers, but the moment slips away as Lula's mother welcomes her warmly, immediately noticing the presence of a companion. Arriving late, she offers an apology and recounts the events that delayed her. Mother expresses her gratitude, insisting he deserves thanks. The woman remarks on his impeccable timing, mentioning that Reagan is preparing a special dish. Vasu conveys appreciation for the warm hospitality. Surveying the lively hall, groups of people gathered in every corner catch his eye. Adventurous girls laugh and chat among themselves, inspiring a quiet thought within him, a hope that one day he might form a harem of his own. Thoughts drift to a scene where girls gather around, their presence filling the air with excitement. In that moment, Sirona steps into the spotlight, radiating charm, and a warm flush colors his cheeks. Lifting a spoonful to his lips, the main character savors the taste, marveling aloud at the extraordinary flavor of the soup. Suddenly, a voice cries out in protest, declaring the soup utterly vile and explaining that this dish is simply called food. Overhearing a whispered exchange warning against eating here, a brash man loudly declares his intention to sample the poor food, craving a reminder of his own superiority. Vasu watches the scene unfold, utterly baffled by their behavior. Listening to their claims, the hero comes to a quiet understanding. With a room already set aside for him, it is clear that his responsibilities must now begin. With fists clenched, the young man braced himself, ready for a fight, but the sharp sound of someone shouting broke through the tension. Vishu's eyes flickered open, focusing on Lala as she confronted them, her voice firm, insisting that no one should mock their father's cooking. Rising to their feet, they moved toward her, dumping mud onto her father's meal. She protested, refusing to accept what they were doing, but the man, undeterred, flung a bowl of soup aside. The girl's gaze fell on the discarded bowl, her eyes void of any emotion. A member of the group speaks up with a challenging tone, demanding to know if anyone present has the nerve to oppose them, reminding everyone of their status as the formidable rank a group, Black Flame. Her voice rises, demanding that they show her father respect, but the rude adventurer silences her protests by thrusting his hand toward her face, dismissing her as nothing more than a nuisance. A vase suddenly blocks his hand, prompting the adventurer to hurl a clump of mud at it in frustration and demand its identity. Calmly, the protagonist answers that he is nothing more than an F-rank adventurer. The man mocks him, declaring that fools like him never last long. He insists on teaching him a vital lesson for anyone daring enough to become an adventurer. One of the A-rank guild members lunges forward, driving a knife into the back of the vase. To everyone's astonishment, the blade snaps in two, leaving the bandits staring in disbelief. A member of the gang peers at Vasu and demands to know which skill he just used. Remaining composed, Vasu quietly suggests they move the discussion to a different location. With a casual motion, he tosses one out the window, remarking that it won't trouble any other guests passing by. Gathering up the remaining ones, he declares that they are next in line. One among them trembles nervously. Afterward, they find themselves thrown out as well. Sitting on the cold ground, hands cradling aching heads and massaging fresh bruises, the group concludes the man must be acting under some strange enchantment. With a sly grin, one of them warns that he will expose the young man's true nature to all present. Channeling his magic, he starts to chant a spell, preparing to unveil the secret for everyone to see. Lula's voice trembles as he calls out for the vase, his fear palpable. Across the room, the magic-wielding bandit smirks, arrogance etched into every word as he mocks Lula. Now the bandit declares, the true might of an A-rank adventurer is finally revealed. As the smoke slowly dissipates, the vase appears untouched before their eyes. The magician stares in disbelief, puzzled by the vase's survival. In that moment, his adversaries charge at him, swords flashing in their hands. Lula cries out in alarm, while Vasu meets the incoming strike with his bare fist, declaring that such weak attacks have no effect on him. Amid the commotion, someone slips and lands on Lulu, causing her to lose hold of the man she was carrying. As she regains her balance, the man who fell reveals that Vasu misled them about his rank. Remaining composed, the accused quietly denies the claim. A low growl rumbles through the air. Vasu pivots around and spots the sinister man, confusion flickering across his face as he tries to piece together what just unfolded. A torrent of fire bursts from her, scorching everyone in its path until the vase alone halts her rampage. Excitement sweeps through the crowd as visitors cheer and celebrate, dubbing the vase a dragon tamer. Laughter bubbles up all around, with admiration for the endearing little male echoing through the hall. Lulu expressed her gratitude to Vasa, her tension melting away now that the gang of ruffians had been overcome. Vasa praised the soup Lula's father had prepared, describing it as truly delicious. Hearing this, a smile of contentment spread across Lula's face. The girl's mother wishes the bandits have finally understood their mistake and will think twice before coming back, though uncertainty lingers about whether her hopes have truly reached their ears. Nearby, a girl observes him intently, her eyes shining with admiration. Quiet hope stirs within her as she contemplates whether the protagonist might share his strength with her. Lula rouses Vasu from sleep, eliciting only a grumble in reply. Refreshed and revitalized from a peaceful night, she explains that her restful slumber spurred her to rise early. The memory of yesterday's battle still sends goosebumps along her skin. News of the clash has ignited excitement throughout the city, where heroes seldom appear. Crowds eagerly hope for the chance to catch a glimpse of this courageous figure. Naturally, he wasn't the focus anymore. Soon after, Mail rose to fame and started hogging all the attention for herself. Claiming he had made the attempt, the girl offered no objection. With a tiny dragon perched on his shoulder, crackling with fiery breath, the roving hero vanquished evil and then lingered to recover at their inn. She inquires if he recalls the reason for visiting the guild today. He responds that he needs to finish a task and pay for a replacement guild card. Offering a nod of approval, she acknowledges that his answer is correct. Anticipation fills the guildmaster as she prepares to meet Vasu following yesterday. A warm smile lights her face as she encourages Tom to do his best. Meanwhile, the hero ponders whether this responsibility should have come from the girl's father instead. Torn between her wish to join him and her responsibility in the kitchen, she devoted herself to preparing extra pastries for the guests. Vasu, concerned, wonders if she can manage on her own. With a hint of mischief, she assures him that, as always, she will make her escape, only this time with even greater speed. She treats it as just another training session, all for the benefit of the hotel. Then he announces that, rather than Lula, a different companion will escort the vase. At that moment, the sound of a lock being released fills the air, followed by a quiet apology for the unexpected entrance. The door swings open as a woman steps inside, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Vasu. Expressing her pleasure at making his acquaintance, she introduces herself as Emma. In a polite tone, she explains that she serves as the receptionist for the Adventurers Guild. Drawing nearer, she informs him that the guild master wishes to meet him in person. She suggests he should change his attire, assuring him that doing so will work in his favor. Ignoring his protests, she strips away his old clothes and offers him a set of freshly laundered garments, soft and clean against his skin. Throughout the journey, her conversation circles endlessly around her husband. When the tiny dragon unleashed its flames, an unmistakable spark of excitement lit up his eyes. Their journey led them to the Adventurers Guild in Lunix City, where an immense mansion stood as its headquarters. Stepping inside the bustling building, Girl guides the hero towards the upper floor where the guildmaster's room awaits. As Vasu surveys the surroundings, he notices the impressive number of adventurers filling the hall. Among them are half-humans, a presence he hadn't encountered at the hotel. Ascending the stairs, they knock and step into the office. The main character spots a man standing with quiet pride and offers an apology for the inconvenience. With a calm demeanor, the man explained that he'd been expecting him. Offering gratitude, he thanked Vasu for arriving. Then, he introduced himself as Reagan. Lost in thought, Vasu freezes as the realization dawns. Lula's father shares the name Reagan, the very name that sends shivers down the spines of the palace guards. Fumbling for composure, Vasu invites the man to take a seat while Emma slips away, offering a quiet apology before she departs. Reagan shares that he is aware of the events that unfolded yesterday. Gratitude fills the man's voice as he expresses his heartfelt thanks for shielding Lulu and Kayla from the dangers of the Black Flame. He reveals that Lulu is his daughter and Kayla his wife. Vasu struggles to comprehend how this bald, elderly man could possibly be related to Quidhai Lula, and frustration wells up within him, making it impossible to conceal his irritation. Reagan reflects on how Kayla chose him out of love, blessing his life with a wonderful daughter. Watching them together, Vasu feels puzzled. Even this elderly man has a devoted wife and a loving child, while he remains by himself. Eager to return the guild card without delay, Sue requests a task. The guildmaster, however, reveals another reason for summoning Sue. He explains the situation with the bandits and mentions that there is currently no one available to take on the assignment. The owner points out that, despite still being a baby, the hero succeeded in taming the dragon. Confused by the guildmaster's intentions, the hero seeks clarification. Lula's father responds, explaining that roughly 2 weeks prior, a merchant mentioned glimpsing the silhouette of a dragon. No attacks had occurred so far, but no one could promise the dragon would remain peaceful. Vasu received the request to handle the situation, and after some thought, the hero accepted the responsibility. The guildmaster offers a reward of 30 gold pieces. Hearing this, Vasu's spirits lift, and he confidently assures everyone of his ability to handle the task. Reagan remains certain that Vasu will succeed. With a calm smile, Vasu explains that having Lula's father provide the map is more than sufficient. Anything beyond that would merely become an obstacle. Reagan mentions that the hero can retrieve the card from Emma. Without waiting for a response, Emma interrupts by calling him bald and walks away mid-conversation. Unease settles over Reagan as he contemplates the situation. Still, his daughter's confidence in his strength lingers in his mind. For now, all that remains is to await the report. With the card finally in hand, Vasu sets out to gather supplies, determined to fill his pantry. As he makes his way through the bustling streets, familiar faces spot him and call out, striking up a conversation with me. Curiosity flickers in Kayla's eyes as she considers whether Vasu has only now realized Reagan's role as guildmaster. She offers him a cup of water and a simple meal. Vasu accepts gratefully, expressing his thanks. He inquires about the cost, but she refuses any payment, explaining that it's her way of expressing gratitude for the previous day. The thought lingers with him. Kayla possesses such generosity, yet her attention has already shifted elsewhere. Sprinting down the corridor, the hero bumps into a girl who stammers out an anxious apology. Before he can assure her it's all right, his attention is drawn to the sight of her hurriedly disappearing around the corner. A moment later, the distant sounds of a pursuit reach his ears, and he realizes the girl is being chased. Vasu wonders aloud if someone might be trailing them, but she responds only with a quiet, steady gaze. Sensing the tension, he proposes they find a place to hide. Footsteps and urgent voices echoed through the narrow alley as the men searched for her, insisting she had no place left to hide. Their frustration grew with each fruitless moment, until finally, their hope faded and they disappeared into the night, leaving her alone once more. With a reassuring grip on her shoulders, he calmly tells her that the danger has passed. Relief flickers in her eyes as recognition sets in. Vasu, a bit uneasy, offers his name and introduction. The girl lifts her hood, her expression brightening as she responds with admiration for his name and introduces herself as Tata. She insists on repaying her debt to him, while he explains he must leave soon for a mission. Tata reacts with surprise at his delayed preparations, commenting that someone as strong as him usually finishes gearing up on time. Vasu assures her he will come back to the city. In exchange, he hopes she might share a bit about her own life. Before leaving, he gently advises her to stay safe. Curiosity stirs within her as she ponders his willingness to help someone he barely knows. Vasu quietly explains that the loneliness etched across her face moved him, and he simply could not abandon anyone trapped in such isolation. Parting ways, he darts off with a promise to come back as soon as he manages to succeed. Tata marvels at the unusual character of Mr. Vasu. Meanwhile, another wanderer crosses paths with him and instantly identifies the renowned vase. The stranger mentioned that he had been inspecting the object beside the gate, and the vase seemed to acknowledge his presence. The protagonist responded with confidence, announcing his intent to claim victory. At the same time, he marveled at his own gear and requested permission to pick up at least a sword. Urged by the adventurer to at least gather a team, he pays no mind to the ornate vase and presses forward, quietly wishing for nothing more than a safe return. Vasu climbed the mountain, carefully studying the map in his hands. The tale suggested that the dragon's lair should be close. Eagerly, he offered to scout ahead. As he spoke, the man accompanying him began to entertain with his bag, making it vanish in an instant, only to produce it again with a flourish. Vasu admits his surprise at her ability to tidy up and remove items at will, noting that they could have traveled unburdened if not for the need to watch over their belongings. Wrapping his arms around the young man, he confesses that life without her has become impossible and hints that she might one day become his bride. The group dashes toward the mountain, with Vasu calling out about the enormity of the world and wondering where the hero might discover a true companion. Spotting the mouth of a cave, he slips inside, drawn by curiosity. Intent on finding a dragon and preparing to depart, he suddenly witnesses the dragon's eyes flicker open. In a fury, she begins to shout about her husband, vowing never to return. This formidable presence is none other than Elle's mother. Vasu gently reminds Mrs. Mel to remain composed, as her daughter is watching. He urges her to set aside her anger for the moment. Vasu inquires whether there had been a quarrel between her and her husband. Her voice erupts with fury as she insists the situation is far graver. She reveals her decision to leave him behind and journey back to her homeland. When she mentions returning to her homeland, it becomes clear the dragon was born in this place. She wonders aloud if Vasu arrived here, not because of her husband. As the conversation unfolds, he realizes he never would have imagined that she, of all people, was the dragon. Claiming her kindness as his reason, he insists he will simply return. With gentle arms, Mail embraced her mother, offering comfort in the quiet room. Vasu, noticing the peacefulness settling over her, softly inquired about the reason for her visit. Tears welled up in her eyes as she began to recall how the sorrow had overwhelmed her while she was cleaning the house. Ragnar watched silently nearby. Vasu's anger simmered as he realized the man had taken another woman. With a striking wife and daughter already by his side, he could not comprehend such betrayal. The mother questioned whether he truly grasped the allure of dragons. Frustration brimming, he argued that if dragons walked among humans, they would be celebrated as beauties. Explaining her reason for returning, she mentions she wanted to talk things over with her mother. Vasu inquires about the possibility of reconciliation. Hoping for Miles' well-being, she suggests that Ragnar should apologize to his wife. Vasu agrees, insisting that this step is necessary. Curiosity sparks as he inquires whether her interest was of a personal nature, suggesting she might have misinterpreted his actions. She hurriedly tries to explain, insisting that he went through with it regardless, leaving the possibility open as to who the true initiator could have been. Meanwhile, Vasu quietly acknowledges the absence of any substantial proof. Vasu promises to escort Ragnar to her, assuring that this meeting will allow them to speak freely. This gesture would ease the worries of the townspeople and reassure the young man as well. Since the woman prefers not to meet her husband alone, the hero could stand by as a witness. Accompanied by her mother, the protagonist departed from LA. According to the dragon, Vasu possesses a genuine kindness and never abandons anyone in need. The vase arrives at the castle, gliding silently into the grand hall. Ragnar remains sprawled across the floor, offering no acknowledgement and burying his head out of sight. Panic takes hold of Ragnar as confusion clouds his thoughts. Why is he here, and where has Male gone? He quickly recounts the recent events, only for the dragon to deflect with flimsy excuses, insisting none of it ever happened. Usu, curious and concerned, presses him about his next move, to which Ragnar answers with determination that he will bring her back. When Vesu is asked if he plans to apologize, he lifts his head with pride and declares such an idea absurd, insisting that a dragon king like himself has no reason to stoop so low. Confident that a simple request will bring her back, the suited man attempts to clarify that the woman in question is his wife. He is asked whether he remained faithful to Mel. Calmly, he explains that he has not been unfaithful. This woman goes by the name Coral. Lunch became an unexpected invitation from her, catching him off guard in the company of his friends. Unable to decline without seeming rude, he accepted. Vasu, perceptive as always, pieced the situation together on his own, while Ragnar adamantly denied that any such incident had taken place. Vasu's anger flared with a clarity that needed no explanation. The attention Coral once gave him had left its mark, making the thought of moving on much harder, despite their lack of a true relationship. Vasu insisted he deserved an apology and urged him to set aside his royal pride for once. He urges me to picture the scene, Mel joining another dragon for lunch, leaving Rignir on his own. Before the thought can be finished, a spark ignites in Rignir's eyes, quick to silence the suggestion. Meanwhile, the chatter of the surroundings continues until Mel appears. Rather than offering an apology, she simply requests that her husband return. In that case, the dragon might find it in his heart to forgive her. Ragnar considers this, but shakes his head, certain that he would only become more obstinate. Vasa adds that Mel's anger would only grow sharper as a result. Vasu explains that he has arrived to bring Ragnar to Mel, who wants to know if she will offer forgiveness. Vasu promises that Mel will indeed forgive Ragnar, provided he honestly apologizes and agrees to decline any future invitations from Carol. Vasu requests someone to watch over Mel, then settles beside him to rest, exhaustion evident from a day spent running. Ragnar quietly pleads for forgiveness. The dragon inquires about the hero's harem, curiosity flickering in his eyes. In response, the hero admits that he only has male companions. Puzzlement crosses the dragon's face as he wonders aloud how someone like him could be without a girlfriend. With a hint of sadness, the hero asks to change the subject, explaining that such topics are painful for him. The man soon notices Mel isn't alone, someone accompanies her. At first glance, he mistakes the newcomer for Carol, but realization dawns it's Mel's mother. She wastes no time, launching into a sharp rebuke directed at her son-in-law. The male fly darts over to the vase and confides in his grandmother, prompting her to turn and inspect it closely. This curious behavior catches the main character's attention, suggesting that something unusual is happening to him. According to her, his strength seems boundless, and Mel expresses gratitude. Their mother has already made plans for Mel to wed him someday. The hero responds in utter confusion, wondering what is going on. Mel's mother, McGill, once reigned as the Dragon Queen. Observing Ragnar's humbled posture after his apology, Vishu silently notes his pitiful appearance and steps in, attempting to smooth things over by insisting it had all been a misunderstanding. Mel explains there is no anger, just the realization that a true understanding between them never existed. Yet, the dragon had hoped for a personal apology and felt slighted when Ragnar arrived, offering remorse merely for the broken vase rather than for the deeper wounds between them. Accusing him of selfishness, Vasu insists on a private conversation with Ragnar. Mel responds without protest, offering them the space they need. The main character wonders aloud if an apology has been offered. Ragnar confirms with a nod. Vasu remarks that, in the end, everything else lies in the unpredictable hands of women. Vesu reflects on his own family dynamics, noting that it's typically the man who extends an invitation to dine out and covers the cost of the meal. Ragnar moves toward Mel and McGill, lowers himself in a humble bow, and delivers a sincere apology for all that has occurred. He promises to keep his distance from this woman and vows not to approach her again. With a firm promise to look after his wife, he expresses his wish to bring them all to the same destination and arranges for their journey to the human moon city. Concern flickers across Vasu's face as thoughts swirl about their journey to Takumi City. In this place, every dragon is reborn and walks the land in human form. Stunned by their beauty, he hesitates as McGill instructs him to escort them to the city, yet the man chooses to stay in his current form. 10 days had slipped away as Sirona wandered, searching for any sign of Vasu. Her voice echoed softly as she wondered aloud about the vase's whereabouts, the uncertainty heavy in the air. Perhaps he considered boarding a ship to another continent, yet such a journey would have been impossible without a guild card. Besides, a major city lies just a short distance away. The thought crosses her mind. Perhaps he will invite her to join him on his travels as a fellow adventurer. Yet she realizes he might choose to gather other companions instead, assembling his own entourage along the way. Sirona muses that if things truly stand this way, then perhaps there remains a corner for her in her hero's heart. Once she turned him down, and since then, the possibility of being by his side has seemed painfully remote. Conversation drifts into earshot as a man calls out to a girl named Lula. Nearby, Lula speaks with the loader who has just handed her some bread. Drawn in by the tempting aroma, Sarah moves closer, only to realize her hunger has guided her. She hasn't eaten in days. Lula notices and offers her a taste, while Sirona hesitates, her shyness holding her back. Lula assures them that all is well. As Sirona reaches for her wallet, Lula gently insists there's no need to pay. She recommends they stay at their nearby hotel, just a short distance away. As the two set off together, conversation begins to flow between them. Lula turns to the girl with curiosity, inquiring whether she belongs to the elven folk. A gentle nod confirms the assumption. Interest piqued, the girl then asks Sirona about her reason for visiting their city. Sirona calmly explains that she is on a search for someone. Lula hesitantly starts to share more, her words stumbling as she tries to paint a picture of the adventurer. Despite her uncertainty, a quiet resolve stirs within her, urging her to shield him from harm. Eager for a glimpse into Sirona's likeness, the girl awaited a description. Flushed with embarrassment, the elf girl spoke shyly about her own looks, hesitating before mentioning a small dragon. Recognition flickered in Lula's eyes as she called the dragon by name and gently shared her story. Sirona had believed their paths would never cross again. Lula, sensing her unease, proposed they head to the city without delay, wondering aloud if Sirona's only purpose was to return the card, since that was the reason she had left the village. Lula inquired whether magic had been involved, considering how distant the elf village lay. A simple reply followed. The journey had been made on foot. Lula found herself taken aback, realizing the trip had been embarked upon solely for the sake of the vase. Genuine concern fills her voice as she confesses her affection for Vas. The one blushing furiously protests with a loud denial. Sirona observes that Vishu must have already found someone new and insists he cannot be allowed to come along in this state. Lula mentions that he continues to travel alone. Sirona's cheeks turn rosy as she hears this, and she expresses her displeasure at the thought, admitting that the idea does not please her in the slightest. Lula, catching on quickly, points out that the hero is currently atop Missy, the horse gifted by his father, but reassures that she can wait for him at the hotel. Meanwhile, as they make their way, Sirona's nerves begin to surface. She quietly wonders whether the young man will truly welcome her presence. As they near the hotel, the sight of the vase waiting for them causes a fresh wave of color to flood the girl's cheeks. Nearby, 3 unfamiliar faces catch Lula's attention. Their eyes dart between each other as they ask about his identity, while Sirona stands frozen, completely stunned by the encounter. A tinge of sadness clouds her thoughts as she imagines he must have already found new companions. He gently explains that it is only natural for someone as kind and approachable as Vasu to attract new friends. Spinning on her heel, the little girl urges the 2 elves to hurry to the Roman 6 without hesitation. Calmly, one of them reassures her that she is only here to return the card. She then politely asks Lulu to flip the card over for her, prompting him to dash off. Confusion filled Sirona's mind as she fled, uncertain even to herself about the reason for her sudden escape. Typically, a simple call of his name would have sufficed, as it always had before. An apology lingered on her lips, along with the simple request to join his group, yet some invisible barrier held her back, leaving her silent and uncertain. The reason behind her actions weighed heavily on her, flooding her with a profound sense of loneliness and despair. In that moment, an unfamiliar sensation began to stir within her. Tears streamed down her face as she struggles to comprehend this strange ache, a pain as intricate as chess. Even before she could grasp what was happening, a quiet, unexpected affection for the vase had taken root in her heart. Reagan challenges Vasu, doubting that anyone could seriously believe his fanciful stories or trust the presence of these so-called allies seated to his right, the Dragon King and his family. McGill refuses to trust the words spoken and insists the transformation be reversed. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from the guildmaster's chamber, prompting Emma to ask about the source of the commotion. Reagan calls out, assuring them of his trust and urging them to return to their human forms. Relief washes over Vesu, delighted that his mission has finally concluded. Awaiting news of his reward and the promise of a higher rank, along with a new guild card, he inquires about the city's best places to eat. Faso mentions that Reagan will personally show them around town. For now, staying overnight at this hotel is unavoidable. Lula approaches and mentions Sirona, handing over the map. The vase lifts her head and silently wonders about Sirona's whereabouts. Mel confides to her mother her surprise at discovering the beauty of a human city, something she had never imagined before. Her mother nods in agreement, while Kayla points out that even a simple walk through the city's bustling streets brings its own sense of enjoyment. With little on her schedule at the hotel today, she considered spending some time having fun together. Stepping into the shooting range, McGill effortlessly struck every target. Meladmire's mother followed, and then Emma announced that she too had hit them all. The king studies the menu, his mind made up to order a generous spread, feeling certain it will be sufficient. Ragnar glances over and quietly wonders if they've gone overboard. Visu reminds him pointedly, as if stating the obvious, that their appetites are nothing short of dragon-sized. Vasu mentions their need to collect Ragnar's costume and suggests letting Reagan select an outfit that will win over Mel's affections. Trust shines in Vasu's eyes as he places the responsibility in Reagan's hands, certain he will deliver. Visu makes a move to depart, but the king pleads for him to stay. The hero intervenes, urging Visu not to lean on others for support. He points out that the situation arose because of Mel's anger, then gently reassures Visu that everything will turn out all right. Reagan inquires whether the person in question has already handed back his guild card. If so, he suggests that the individual come to the Adventurers Guild the following morning, promising to assist with the registration process. The main character, feeling somewhat uneasy, agrees to this arrangement. Vasu observes his card, relieved that it has found its way back to him. Despite Sirona traveling such a long distance to retrieve it, she made no effort to see him face to face. The thought lingers, leading him to mutter that she must truly despise him. A sudden voice calls out to him. The goddess asks whether their reunion brings him happiness. He replies that it does, but quickly shifts the conversation to Sirona, asking about her. Irritation flashes across the goddess's face as she hears her name mentioned once more. She insists she no longer has any concern for him. The goddess wonders aloud if any new companions have joined him during her absence. He responds, mentioning that he has indeed forged some new friendships. The card, clearly taken aback, comments on his situation, questioning whether he has truly become part of a group with dragons. With a calm voice, he clarifies that the situation is nothing like what they suspect. His presence is purely that of an assistant. The goddess, certain that Sirona has misread the entire scene, remains untroubled. Vesu, curious, inquires about her previous comment. She answers with composure, assuring him that she isn't entertaining any thoughts about it. During the meal, warmth fills the room as the family delights in every bite. Mel savors each mouthful, declaring with shining eyes that the food tastes so wonderful she could keep eating it forever. The wife gazes at her husband with a heartfelt smile, gratitude lighting up her face. Meanwhile, McGill dabs her lips and eagerly requests another helping of the delicious dish. Mel assures him that she will let go of the past and erase that incident from her memory. His journey to seek her forgiveness has brought them to this moment, surrounded by comfort and luxury. Caution remains essential, she notes, reminding herself not to judge without a clear grasp of the full picture. Her heart had chosen a dragon too timid to approach any other female, yet her own feelings had clouded her judgment. With sincere regret, she admits that if she ever catches him with another woman again, there will be no forgiveness left in her heart. He pulls her close, declaring his love in a desperate voice, while tears stream down her face as she whispers that she loves him just as deeply. Watching the scene unfold, McGill announces with a composed tone that the matter is now settled. The following morning, Vasu's eyes brim with tears as he realizes he has received only 5 gold coins, far short of the 30 he had been promised. With a trembling voice, he turns to Emma, uncertain if this is some kind of cruel joke. The guildmaster instructed her to subtract 10 gold pieces for arranging a banquet in honor of the Dragon King and his family. Another 10 went toward hotel meals, and the last 5 covered daily food expenses during their stay. Vasu couldn't comprehend their choice to visit people who had no money to spare. The girl offers her condolences, though she points out there's a silver lining. His rank increased almost overnight, opening up opportunities for far more lucrative missions. With a hint of embarrassment, he expresses his gratitude. According to her, achieving an A rank in a single leap would be unexpected for him. Advancing from C to S demands passing a special test, yet facing Vishu is beyond his current abilities. Even so, he managed to take back his card. The best course for now is to let him tackle as many assignments as he can. Vassar makes his way back to the hotel, where Kayla greets him with cheerful congratulations. He awkwardly points out that the place isn't really his home. A gentle reassurance follows, there's no need to worry. After all, he's practically their bodyguard, so his presence is always welcome. Vasu wonders aloud if Kayla could watch over the boy for a moment, as Reagan appears to be summoning him elsewhere. Kayla, puzzled, questions why he would choose to leave the child with the neighbors who recently moved in next door. The hero, caught off guard by her words, spins around to see what has made her so uneasy. Upon noticing a family of dragons, he explains that Reagan mentioned they were welcome to remain here. The reason behind this arrangement eludes him, so he simply assumes it pertains to the family of the visiting guests. Mel expressed gratitude to Vaz for watching over her the previous day and even offered to handle any expenses that might come up. Meanwhile, McGill remarked on the greediness of people, noting that even in this place, nothing came for free. Without a word, Vasu turned and walked away, leaving her behind. She could only watch him go, her gaze filled with quiet sorrow. According to the mother, reluctance fills her as she considers Vasu's departure. Mel reassures her, promising to act responsibly in light of the recent scandal. Ragnar, caught off guard, expresses his embarrassment and admits he believed his wife had already moved past the incident. Vasu promises a quick return, urging her to behave and wait patiently. The man gazes after him with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. As they walk, Vasu inquires about the destination, curiosity evident in his voice. The reply reassures him to relax. Their route leads them not far from the vibrant lights of the entertainment district. The conversation drifts to stories of lively spots filled with excitement. Reagan wonders aloud how he would feel if she set him up with a girl or maybe even 2, offering the chance for him to spend the night in their company. Reagan described the brothel and requested that Vasudeva remain on the sidelines, preferring not to draw him into the affair. Instead, Reagan suggested letting Rhaenyra handle matters, since Rhaenyra had plans to proceed with it. Rhaenyra, however, clarified that he had no intention of going through with it and was merely interested in paying a visit to the owner. Reagan inquires whether Vasu has ever ventured into places like these, considering that he is old enough. The man confesses that he never has. The group steps inside the building as Reagan shouts out, searching for a familiar face. A man appears and welcomes them, noting their early arrival. The guildmaster extends the vase to its rightful owner, introducing him as Garrett. Garrett's keen eyes shine with ambition, and meeting someone like Vasu seems to please him immensely. Vasu, feeling a bit unsure, offers a clumsy handshake in return. Garrett requests entry, revealing that he has arranged a unique room for their gathering. As the group enters, Vasu glances around anxiously, his discomfort evident. Curious about his unease, the man inquires about it, prompting Reagan to clarify that Vasu has never visited places like this before. Settling onto the sofa, the group watches as the girls line up before them. When the moment comes for the hero to make his choice, Vasu's mind drifts to Sarona, unable to focus on anyone else. A woman with flowing dark hair steps forward, drawing Garrett's admiration. Vasu quickly realizes who she is, recalling the day he rescued her from bandits. With a gentle smile warming her face, Tata addresses the audience, expressing her happiness that he still holds her in his memory. Vasu reveals the whole story to Soda's Tata, speaking with complete honesty. Without hesitation, she confesses her heartfelt feelings toward the vase, making her affection perfectly clear. Noticing Vasu's hesitant expression, she quietly wonders aloud if she falls short in some way. Vasu, quick to reassure, insists that isn't true and takes a sip of his drink. Meanwhile, Garrett engages in conversation with Tata, while Reagan calmly asks the man to hold on. In the end, the glass belongs to him, filled to the brim with potent liquor. The vase releases the drink in a sudden gush, then simply ceases to function. Some time later, a throbbing headache pulls him back to consciousness. Gradually, he becomes aware that his head rests on Tada's lap, leaving him puzzled and wondering how he ended up in such a position. Struggling to regain his composure, the hero inches away and offers a quiet apology. Tada explains that he merely passed out after having too much to drink. Handing him a cup of water, she waits while he takes a cautious sip, then questions where they are and asks about Reagan. With gentle patience, Tada reveals they are in her room, and that Reagan had departed earlier, leaving the hero in her care. With a light laugh, Sue offers her apologies for the trouble, explaining that she has grown accustomed to watching over people like this. Tada slowly unbuttons her clothes, each movement deliberate. Vasu, overwhelmed by shock, squeezes her eyes shut. Undeterred, Tada moves closer, her voice low and inviting as she promises he can do whatever he wishes with her. Despite the temptation, Vasu feels in the depths of his heart that he is not yet prepared for this step. With a startled cry, the man demanded to know the tattoo's next move. Leaning in closer, the girl announced her intention to stay the night, hoping to learn more about him. Startled, the hero edged away and wondered aloud if perhaps things were moving a bit too quickly. A faint blush colored Tada's cheeks as she offered an apology, admitting she never imagined that Vasu had yet to glimpse a woman's form. The young man responded, assuring her it wasn't as she imagined. Next, he reached for the blanket and gently laid it between them. With a calm voice, Vasio suggested they simply talk for a while. With gentle hands, he draped a cloth around the girl's body, quietly requesting that she refrain from presenting herself to him in such a way. A deep flush colored his cheeks as he met her gaze, his expression earnest while he encouraged her to value herself more. At first, Tada stood motionless, stunned by the boy's remark. Then her head dropped and a soft chuckle slipped out, gradually building into genuine, ringing laughter. The boy's eyes lit up with anticipation as he watched her, puzzled and unsure what had sparked such amusement. Suppressing her laughter, the girl managed to say it was the first time a customer there had ever made such a comment. Amusement still flickered in her eyes as she glanced at the young man's astonished expression. After another brief chuckle, she addressed him by name. A gentle smile played on her lips as she pressed a hand to her chest, remarking how Vasu possessed an unusual yet genuine kindness. A wave of guilt washed over her as she realized the depth of her actions. The notion of having tried to deceive someone as pure-hearted as a vase left her feeling unworthy. Surprise flickered across the young man's face at the girl's unexpected words. Relaxed, she continued, explaining how she had chanced upon Vasu triumphing over 3 adventurers beneath the open-air pavilion of the luminous gazebo hotel. Afterwards, she convinced Reagan to let her take the young man off his hands for a while. Settling himself across from the girl on the bed, Vasu inquired about her motives. In response, she remarked simply that Vasu possessed remarkable strength. The idea crossed her mind that perhaps Tada could benefit from his strength. At that moment, the man noticed the relentless efforts of the pursuers still searching for her. The gravity of the situation dawned on him, revealing the threat to be far greater than he had initially imagined. Reassuring the girl with gentle words, he left everything on the vase and then inquired about whom he should confront. As she listened to his calm resolve, uncertainty flickered in her eyes, and she hesitantly asked if he truly expected no reward. With an easy grin, the young man assured Tada there was no need for concern, explaining that he had no use for the money. Flustered, the girl hurried to clarify, insisting that she hadn't intended it that way. Her gaze shifted uncomfortably as she admitted she had never repaid him for his help. Yet, with quiet determination, she offered herself in exchange, willing to do whatever it took if only he would let her borrow his strength. Vasu gently held the girl's shoulders in his hands, affirming once more that abandoning someone in need was impossible for him. With a warm smile, he gazed at her and explained that her presence was now bringing light to his solitude as well. At first, a rosy flush crept across the girl's cheeks, embarrassment painting her expression. Moments later, her lips curled into a sullen pout, hinting at quiet resentment. The girl inquired whether she truly appeared lonely in his eyes. Her words unsettled Vasu, who began to fear that she might be angry with him. Tada turned her eyes away, confessing in a quiet voice that it felt as though the boy could see right through her, which made his words all the more unsettling. A wave of relief washed over the young man as a gentle laugh escaped his lips and his eyes fluttered shut. With newfound calm, he asked Tada if she would share her story. Tada nodded in agreement, but requested in turn that Vasu share his own story as well. With a soft sigh, the girl launched into her tale. Each day, she toiled at this place, striving to repay her father's debt, while those who tormented her turned out to be relentless debt collectors. The men possessed impressive strength, prompting one of her friends to keep watch over the tattoo. Despite this precaution, the collectors brazenly appeared at her workplace, determined to abduct her without a second thought. Driven by desperation, she reached out to the vase, silently pleading for his support. Listening intently, the man took in her words, clearly understanding that the other men had acted disgracefully. The girl went on with her story, explaining how her parents were still tirelessly searching for ways to gather funds for her sake. To support their efforts, she had taken a job at this very place. Moved by Tada's story, he resolved to speak with the individual in question, hoping this would help the girl reunite with her parents. Despite his determination, the girl tried to hold him back, insisting his efforts would be in vain. Ultimately, no matter how powerful Vishu appeared, challenging him simply wasn't an option. Confusion flickered across the man's face, unable to grasp the reason behind the girl's words. Quietly, she pleaded with him to reconsider. The young man overheard the girl's voice trembling with concern for his safety, knowing that if he got involved, the vase incident would force him to leave the city. With clenched fists pressed against the sheets, the girl declared that he had gone too far on her behalf. All she truly desired was to be shielded from the thugs who pursued her, nothing more. Confidence radiated from her as she met the man's gaze, vowing to settle every last one of her father's debts and reclaim their freedom herself. Deep inside, however, an uneasy fear lingered that escaping with Tada would not come without resistance. The young man found himself captivated by the striking, earnest girl who had entrusted her safety to him, seeking protection from the looming threat of those thugs. With a quiet chuckle, the young man agreed to her offer. In exchange, he insisted that if she ever found herself in true peril, she shouldn't try to endure it alone but should call for him, no matter where she happened to be. With a reassuring grin, the young man vowed to rush to her side at the slightest call for help. The girl hesitated, clearly searching for the right words, yet her earnest gaze revealed the weight of her feelings. Sensing her seriousness, Vasu assured her that he would stand by whatever choice she made. With a glimmer of hope in her eyes, the girl watched as the young man rushed toward her, pouring every ounce of his strength into coming to her aid. With a bright, heartfelt smile, Tada expressed her deep gratitude to the young man. The girl smoothly shifted the conversation, curious about what had inspired Vasu to pursue the life of an adventurer. He hesitated, searching for the right words. Sensing his uncertainty, she pressed further, wondering if he had a dream he longed to fulfill. After mulling it over, Vasu admitted that his main goal was probably to form a team made up entirely of girls. Tada backed him up, her voice steady with conviction, explaining that she truly believed in what she said. At any moment, this man could show a different side, all because Vasu possessed such genuine kindness. He acknowledged that others had often shared similar sentiments, yet gently pointed out to the girl that, despite all those assurances, he remained alone. A gentle smile played on the girl's lips as she stepped forward, volunteering to become the inaugural lover. A flush of red crept across the young man's face, clearly caught off guard by the girl's suggestion. Noticing his reaction, Tada quickly laughed it off, explaining that she was only teasing. She admitted she knew someone like him would never be interested in a girl as messy as herself. Vasu immediately shook his head in denial, gently placing his hands on the girl's shoulders to assure her that she had misunderstood. A gentle smile spread across the girl's face as she recognized the sincerity in his response, quietly realizing what a genuinely kind person he was. Gazing at the hourglass, a sense of leisure filled them, convinced there was still plenty of time left. Now, uncertainty crept in as they found themselves at a loss for what to do next. Vesu leaned in and proposed that Tate share his knowledge of the city, pointing out the best places to eat and the most scenic spots nearby. Additionally, he mentioned his recent arrival in the city and admitted that he still hadn't figured out how to find his way around. With a gentle smile, the girl agreed to help him, and together they passed the night deep in conversation. As morning replaced the night, a gentle chorus of birdsong drifted in through the window. Tada slowly blinked awake, her eyes fluttering open, still heavy with sleep. Propping herself up on her arms, confusion flickered across her face as she realized she had dozed off. Blinking her eyes open, surprise washed over her. Swiftly surveying herself for signs of change, the girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. To her astonishment, Vasu truly had not laid a finger on her. Warmth flooded her cheeks, deepening her blush as she pressed her palms to her face. After a moment, her gaze drifted toward the boy sleeping soundly beside her, completely undisturbed by her flustered state. As her gaze landed on the young man, memories of his words from the previous day surfaced, reminding her that she deserved far greater self-respect. A glimmer lit up her eyes before she buried her face in her hands, struck by the realization that never before had she encountered someone like this. A person deeply concerned for her well-being. A deep, lingering yawn escaped him as he emerged from sleep, followed by a satisfying stretch that eased every muscle. Content with the night's rest, Vasu glanced over to the space on the bed meant for Tato. Only a small slip of paper remained in that spot. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Tato's business card. Strolling through the hallway, the young man glanced over the message on the business card. The girl had penned a note inviting him to visit whenever he wished, eager to learn more about his adventures. Delighted, he assumed that Tata had enjoyed hearing his tale. Realizing the hour, he decided it was time to head back, certain that Mel must be waiting for him by now. The uneasy murmurs of the group were abruptly cut short by a stranger's harsh voice. Confused and uncertain of the stranger's intent, the young man simply turned around to face the source. With a cold glare, the girl warned him not to get any ideas simply because he had spent a night with Tata. She made it clear that Tata would never consider someone like Vasu important in her life. The man simply nodded, accepting the girl's harsh words. With clear annoyance, she remarked that he could have at least made some effort to disagree with her. The girl firmly told the young man not to return to them, but Vasu offered an apology to the stranger, admitting that he simply couldn't comply. Unimpressed by his boldness, the girl frowned, yet Vasu calmly explained that Tata herself had invited him back. The young man presented the girl with a business card. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to understand why Tata would hand out his card to someone so unremarkable. Vishu once more picked up on the girl's disparaging remarks about him. A stranger then commented that, regardless, this man stood no chance of ever joining their group. Turning her back on the young man, the girl remarked that Tata and the others were on the verge of success, and they couldn't risk all their efforts being undone just because someone had joined them by chance. Without hesitation, she tossed the man out of the building, her voice firm as she warned him never to return. The door shut with finality behind him. From nearby, Vasu remarked that her actions had been unnecessarily harsh, but the girl merely responded with a dismissive grunt. Although the girl remembered the owner's words about this guy's impressive strength, that alone wasn't enough to earn her trust. Walking down the hallway, she mulled over how Ninya alone stood between the precious tattoo and those who would do it harm. Vasu wandered through the city streets with a dragon perched on his head, careful to keep it dry as requested. With a gentle smile, he offered quiet encouragement, whispering, "Chin up, male." The young man explained he had been away for just one night and insisted he hadn't done anything suspicious. As Male interjected, realization dawned on the guy, prompting him to request that the dragon refrain from suggesting she was envious of him. Hearing this, Male swatted his face repeatedly with her paws. The man, seeking to make amends, offered to act as her guide around town by way of apology. He mentioned that Tata had shared with him a list of the city's finest spots to visit. The Male launched another attack, catching the guy off guard and leaving him at a loss for words. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, snapping both the dragon and the guy out of their brawl as they turned their attention elsewhere. A surprised smile spread across Tada's face at the unexpected coincidence, and she offered a warm greeting. The young man, equally pleased, returned the gesture, happy to make her acquaintance. Vasu admitted with sincerity that he never anticipated their paths would cross once more, then inquired whether the girl had been out shopping. The girl responded that she had been trailing them and turned the question back to Vasu. Wrapping his arms around the dragon, the man announced that he was out on a date with my L, while the dragon responded with a contented hum. Observing the scene, Tada realized just how close the pair had become. A sudden realization struck her as she exclaimed that she had forgotten to introduce the vase to her bodyguard, the one Nenya commended so highly. At last, the young man learned the name of the ill-mannered girl, though she responded only with a disapproving scowl. Vasu extended a hand in greeting, but instead of accepting it, the girl struck the boy lightly on the arm. Tada turned to her friend, quietly telling her that wasn't the right way to act, though the boy had already realized that Nanya despised him. Nenya summoned the small dragon perched delicately on her arm. Leaning in close, the girl murmured to Male, quietly inviting her to step away for a moment, though her meaning slipped by unnoticed. Sensing the confusion, Nenya wondered aloud if Male was truly unable to grasp the unspoken tension swirling between the vase and Tada. Turning to Tada, the girl politely requested permission to play with the dragon. Tada responded with a gentle nod, assuring her it was perfectly fine. Quietly, you mentioned there was no need for the girl to worry, as Vasa would handle the task of carrying the purchases. The young man opened his mouth, ready to protest, but before he could speak, she gently grabbed his scarf. In a low voice, she wondered aloud if he wished to grow closer to Tada, suggesting that now was the moment to show his resolve. Nenya swiftly gathered the dragon and turned away from the couple, assuring them over her shoulder that their paths would cross again soon. The man barely had a chance to protest before she disappeared into the distance. Vasu inquired about Nene's thoughts, prompting Tada to smile and explain that her friend simply wanted to give them a moment alone. The young man remained puzzled by her actions, but the girl suggested they make the most of the time they had together. As they made their way toward the bustling market, Vasu wondered aloud what they needed to purchase. The girl considered her shopping list. Cosmetics and new clothes topped her priorities. After a moment's thought, she remembered something else and mentioned her intention to pick out some jewelry as gifts for the girls back at the mansion. Strolling through the bustling streets, Tada hesitated to part with her money, yet gratitude for the girls' kindness stirred within her. Hoping to find a suitable token of appreciation, she soon noticed a small jewelry shop tucked away among the other stores. As the girl stepped into the shop, she observed the way Julie received special attention from the staff. After the shopkeeper welcomed them, Tada's gaze wandered to the display case, where an array of charming rings caught her interest. As a gentle melody escaped her lips and she selected her jewelry, Vasu cast a tired gaze out the window. From the shadowy gap between the buildings across the street, a pair of malevolent eyes fixed on him, their gaze unyielding and cold. A furrow formed on her brow as the shadow slipped out of sight. Lost in thought, the boy barely registered the girl's concerned voice as she called out to him. Without offering an explanation, Vesu strode toward the exit and asked her to wait for him a moment, firmly instructing her not to venture outside. With unwavering steps, the young man entered the cramped, shadowy alley. Spotting a cluster of figures in the gloom, he calmly inquired about their purpose there. Amusement flickered in the eyes of one stranger, who had clearly not expected the young man to approach them of his own accord. Vasu guessed that the men were collectors, but one of them simply laughed and remarked that Vasu was clueless. The second man tightened his grip and declared that, with Nenu away from Tada, nothing stood in their way. With that, he lunged at the vase, confidently claiming that the girl would soon belong to them. Maintaining a watchful stance, Vasu swiftly neutralized the attacker, who had positioned himself behind the hero. The others could only look on in confusion, unable to comprehend what Vasu had done to the fallen man. The assailants lunged toward the vase, but the man swiftly overcame them, dispatching each one with practiced efficiency. With a muttered curse, the young man shoved his assailants aside, all the while wondering what he had done to deserve such harsh treatment. As the bodies collapsed behind him, the young man turned his gaze toward the shadows, drawn by a familiar, confident voice. Vasu's eyes widened in surprise when a girl emerged from the darkness, remarking that rumors of his strength had reached her ears. A gentle smile played on Nenya's lips as she cradled the dragon, surprised to discover a strength in the creature that exceeded her expectations. Astonishment flickered across the young man's face, yet before he could react further, Molly leaped with delight into his embrace. Meanwhile, Nenya explained that the dragon had confided in her, remarking that beneath the unassuming exterior, the young man possessed remarkable strength. At that moment, he understood that Nenya had been sizing him up with the assistance of the others. Nenya acknowledged his observation, having wanted to determine if she could truly rely on him to safeguard Tada. The girl assured him she would step in if things got out of hand or if he struggled against their opponents. Yet as she glanced at the defeated men sprawled on the ground, it became clear her help was never needed. Never had she expected Vasu to dispatch them all so swiftly and single-handedly. Although Nenya hesitated to acknowledge her growing trust in him, she recognized that Vasu possessed a strength she lacked. Thoughts swirled in her mind as she weighed whether he deserved to learn the truth. Meanwhile, Vasu listened intently, his curiosity piqued by every word she spoke. Everyone blamed the man, yet the so-called debt of Tada was merely a fabrication devised by the city's ruler. The lord concocted a false debt, using it to torment the girl's family. He demanded an outrageous sum, an amount far beyond anything they could hope to gather. Driven by the desire to claim the tattoo for himself, he accepted it on bail. Among all lords, none displayed such genuine humanity as he did. Upon hearing the girl's tale, Vasu stared at Nenya in shock, unable to fully accept what he had just learned. Resting quietly on her mother's lap, May-ol appeared downcast, a sorrowful expression mirrored by the dragon nearby. While gently caressing the pottery, she understood her daughter's deep affection for the vase. In the days that followed, Grandma observed that the young man never returned as he had promised, his absence quietly stretching on. Displeasure shadowed the man's face as he listened to the woman, who had never imagined that Vasu might fall for her enchanting granddaughter. Ragnar stepped forward and politely invited the woman to join him for a walk in the crisp, open air. During their stroll, he assured her that he would grant his daughter anything her heart desired. In response, the woman reprimanded her son-in-law, dismissing his attempts to win his wife's affection through material gifts as pitiful. Ragnar's wife sided with her mother, arguing that if Ragnar spoiled their daughter by granting her every wish, he would lose her respect. In response, Ragnar quietly explained that his only intention had been to lift El's spirits. Grandma wondered aloud if there might be another way. Through gifts, he had found a modest way to offer her the fatherly affection she had never dared hope for. Some time later, Ragnar strolled down the corridor, mulling over how often he had told his mother-in-law this task was beyond him. Each time she grew frustrated, her irritation only intensified. While walking along, Ragnar encountered his friend who inquired about recent events. The same friend wondered if Ragnar had seen the vase, noting that the person who had borrowed it had yet to return. At that, a knowing smile spread across Ragnar's face as he understood whom his friend meant. Seated at the table, the man confided in his friend that he had arranged for a young man to meet a girl named Tada. He mentioned that this girl faced some kind of danger, and Reagan, convinced of Vasu's resolve, believed that as long as Vasu defended the tattoo, he could shield her from any threat, regardless of who tried to harm her. Ragnar nodded in agreement with his friend's choice, acknowledging that Visu possessed the strength needed for the task. His daughter had recognized the man, which reassured him even more. Reagan's eyes widened in surprise as his friend confessed envy of Vaz, who shared carefree adventures with his daughter. The man listened patiently as Mael voiced her unhappiness with the vice, her sadness clear in every word. Each time Ragnar tried to lighten her mood, his attempts were met first with his wife's pointed criticism, and then with a scolding from his mother-in-law. Reagan explained to his friend that this was simply the way of the world, mentioning that he had a daughter of his own. He admitted that whenever he indulged his daughter, his wife would always reprimand him for it. Realizing that his daughter would eventually set out on her own path, he believed a father's duty was to cherish his children and invest every effort in nurturing a bond strong enough to inspire their love in return. With tears brimming in his eyes, Ragnar listened closely to his friend's words. Understanding his emotions completely, he agreed that they must cherish and spoil their daughters while they still could. Promises fluttered around, with assurances that anything desired would be bought for them. Yet when suitors appeared, the fathers would first rough them up, only afterward bothering to ask questions. For these men, above all else, the greatest prize lay in gaining their daughters' approval. Ragvir never expected to meet someone who truly understood him, but when someone finally listened, a sense of relief washed over him. Vasu appeared at the doorway, offered a hasty apology for arriving late, and inquired about the whereabouts of the mail. Right as Rignir prepared to chastise the man for upsetting his daughter, the young man lunged forward, delivering a swift blow to the stranger's jaw. The dragon kept pummeling the boy as he stammered out apologies, pleading with Mal to forgive him and not lose her temper. Ragnar narrowed his eyes at the group, instantly recognizing the storm of anger in his daughter's expression. Her pride bristled, certain that no man had ever bested her father. The young man then calmly proposed that the male join him for a walk. After clarifying, Vasu agreed that tonight would be their date. Embarrassment colored the dragon's cheeks, but a moment later, delight sparkled in its eyes as it perched cheerfully atop the head of the young man who had praised Mael. From his spot by the window, Ranger observed his daughter and her boyfriend preparing to depart. As they walked away, Ranger caught a subtle sign that his friend's daughter's affections were already spoken for. The realization struck him hard, sending him to his knees in defeat. But just as the weight of loss settled over him, someone called his name, prompting him to turn around. Ryger's daughter stepped into the room, gently reminding her father that it was time to prepare dinner. Turning her attention to the Dragon King, she offered him a polite greeting. Astonishment flickered across his face as he regarded his friend, struggling to accept that this girl was indeed Rygar's daughter. Meanwhile, a gentle smile graced Rygar's lips, pride evident as he considered his daughter the greatest treasure in his life. With a bright smile, the girl announced her plans to help her father in the kitchen and warmly invited Ranger to join in as well. As the girl wrapped her arms around the man, a sense of relief washed over him, easing his pain. Quietly, he wished the boy would let go of the vase and choose to cherish more moments with his father. Tadu glanced over his shoulder as Vasi came back into the jewelry shop. Upon seeing him scowl, she hurried to his side. Tadu shifted his gaze toward the young man. The girl inquired about his whereabouts, then gently reminded him of his duty as her bodyguard, pointing out that leaving her alone was not part of his responsibility. Wrapping her arms around the young man's hand, she gently teased that Nenya could never pull off something like this. Silence stretched between them until the girl gently called out, prompting Vasu to seize her shoulders with a determined grip, catching Tada completely off guard. With a gentle tone, he assured the girl that she was free from any trouble. With a gentle voice, he assured her there was nothing to worry about when they were together. A blush crept across her cheeks, and quietly, he asked if she felt certain about it. A radiant smile lit up the girl's face as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude for the boy's earnest words, which had moved her deeply. Gently, she patted his hair, while he turned red and furrowed his brow in awkward embarrassment. Although Nenya could have shared that tale, the sense that Tada was concealing something lingered. When she spoke about her debt, it became clear she owed it to the city's powerful and influential lord. Every debt was fabricated as part of a scheme to claim the tattoo as his own, making the entire obligation nothing more than a carefully constructed illusion. Determined to shield the girl from harm, the parents spared no effort, sacrificing every luxury and slashing expenses to settle the fabricated debt. Tada, resolute in her own way, made the difficult decision to sell herself, yet through this ordeal, she managed to find companions who stood by her side. Now every one of them worked together, meticulously collecting evidence to establish that the debt had been fabricated. A sense of urgency filled the air as the group drew closer to unmasking the truth, yet the Lord acted swiftly, aware that his web of lies threatened to unravel. In a desperate move, he dispatched mercenaries to secure a tattoo bearing his likeness, only for Vishu to materialize unexpectedly. The fellow resolved to stand by Tada and give this arrogant lord a taste of his own medicine. As Vasa mulled over the plan, a girl approached and extended her offer to join their cause. With a puzzled expression, the young man glanced at the girl before explaining that they were simply browsing for souvenirs. The consultant offered a warm smile, confessing that she had assumed Vesu was searching for a gift for his girlfriend. Tada's eyes widened in surprise as the saleswoman pointed out items meant for couples. A deep blush spread across Tada's cheeks, her disbelief clear in the awkward silence that followed. With a sheepish grin, Masu scratched the back of his head, admitting that her words were making him feel a bit flustered. Tada, her voice barely above a whisper, wondered aloud whether she might appear just like any other girl if she strolled beside Vasu, her arm linked with his. Vasu glanced at the tattoo in surprise, only to realize that Tada had already slipped her arms around his. Afterward, he clarified that his intention was simply to call her an ordinary girl. A shy smile played on his lips as he admitted to himself that her tattoo seemed even more striking than being merely ordinary. Before he could finish, Tada cut in, insisting that this wasn't what she had meant at all. A wave of sadness washed over her as her gaze dropped. She closed her eyes, lost in thought as memories of her purpose came flooding back. Memories resurfaced in her mind, vivid and unbidden. The girl tightened her grip on Vesu's hand, holding on with renewed determination. Gripping the young man's hand with determination, Tada realized something stirring within her. After so many years of numbing herself through her work, she had believed her heart had withered away. Yet in that fleeting moment, warmth returned, as if a flower had quietly blossomed inside her chest. Tada and Vasu gazed at the two wedding rings, their surfaces catching the light in delicate patterns. The girl, her eyes bright with admiration, remarked on their beauty. Vasu turned to survey the shelves, remarking on the abundance of goods in the shop, and a thought crossed his mind about picking out a gift for Mael. A smile spread across the young man's face as he realized he had enough to make a purchase. Meanwhile, Tada's attention lingered on the two rings, curiosity sparking in her eyes as she glanced at the saleswoman, silently seeking answers about the jewelry. The engravings captured her attention, drawing her in with their intricate details. The salesperson then pointed out that the inscription on the man's ring read, "Always by your side, my love." Hearing the saleswoman mention that the woman's ring bore the words, "I'm only looking at you," Tada turned to the young man beside her, hope flickering in her eyes. Tada echoed the last words quietly, her gaze fixed on the rings resting in her hands. Slowly, her attention drifted back to the vase as uncertainty flickered across her face, questioning whether a wish like that could ever have been hers. Pressing her hands against her chest, she took note of the rapid drum of her heartbeat. At her sudden call, Vasu quickly faced the girl. With a crimson flush spreading across her cheeks, she shyly extended the ring toward him, her voice soft and hesitant as she asked if he would place it on her finger. By the window, fingers adorned with sparkling jewels caught the gentle light, each gem meticulously studied and admired. An unfamiliar sensation swept over the girl whenever she stood beside Vasu. Her heart raced in her chest, pulsing with the excitement of newfound affection. With a moment of hesitation, the girl turned to Vasu, seeking his approval to offer the ring to the young man. Caught off guard, he showed a flicker of surprise. The girl gently advised her not to dwell on the thought, expressing her gratitude for his presence as her protector. In response, the young man mentioned that he typically relied on his own fists when it came to fighting. Reluctant to damage the ring despite receiving it, unease lingered in his mind. Sensing this, the girl gently proposed that he wear the ring when accompanying Tada on a date. Concern lingered in her mind that the man might somehow disrupt the battle. Nevertheless, he vowed to slip the ring onto his finger when their paths crossed again. Tada smiled, embracing his promise, though her thoughts drifted to the bold act she had committed, a memory that filled her with quiet shame. Some time later, after Vasu had seen the girl on her way, she offered a quiet apology for making him go with her to the mansion. With a calm nod, the young man reassured her that it was no trouble at all, reminding her that protecting her was his duty as her bodyguard. Nenya offered warm praise for the man's efforts, assuring him that everyone depended on his skill. A quiet smile crossed his lips, and he decided it was finally time to take a well-earned break. With a gentle wave, he bid farewell to the girl and offered a silent thanks to the tattoo for the precious gift of the ring. Tada watched him go, her gaze soft and full of affection. Disbelief flickered across Nanya's face as the words reached her ears. However, Tada cautioned against revealing anything to Nanya, fearing she could misinterpret the situation. Nanya, maintaining her composure, simply remarked that she had yet to respond. As darkness settled and stars shimmered overhead, the man unleashed his fury on another, who remained bewildered by the sudden attack. Throughout the chaos, the assailant coldly explained that no harm would befall her as long as she kept biting and hitting. Only then did the victim understand her words, his gaze landing on the ring she wore. The man's anger only grew stronger as he landed a hard punch to the other's stomach. Seeing the escalating situation, his mother turned to her daughter and urged her to cease. Any further outburst from her threatened to wreak havoc on the entire hotel. With her daughter in her arms, she gently spoke of how delicate human structures could be. Just then, Ragnar burst out, frustration etched in his voice. Had the man been less upset, a blow might have landed. The story unfolded as he claimed Vasu had exchanged rings with Tadu following the seduction of his daughter. Meanwhile, the accused insisted that the ring had simply been given to him as a present. In response, Ragnar mentioned that while he guarded the tattoo, the man managed to approach her quite closely. McGill then remarked that her son-in-law lacked sense and urged everyone not to make matters more troublesome for Mail. Suggesting that everyone pause to listen to the vase, she insisted nothing unusual had occurred. The young man then offered a hesitant thank you to McGill. With unwavering resolve, she faced the young man and declared that if he had deceived them, his strength would mean nothing to her. She would summon every dragon and unleash their might upon him as punishment. With a hint of fear in his voice, he admitted he might not like it. Then, addressing Mael, he mentioned he had a gift for her. He imagined this piece of jewelry would look beautiful on her. The dragon soared toward the young man as he admitted that she had done so much for him, yet he had never returned her kindness. Offering a sincere apology, he addressed her by name. With genuine excitement, she reached for the gift, and as emotion welled up inside her, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Mails nestled close to the young man, who had assumed she was unhappy with his present. McGill reassured him, suggesting he relax since her granddaughter truly appreciated the gift. Watching this, Mail's mother felt moved, recognizing that the young man considered her daughter's feelings, even while spending time with someone else. Meanwhile, Ranger quietly lamented that his own daughter had never shed tears of joy over anything he had given her. The dragon boldly requested to sleep beside Vasu, astonishing her mother with such fearless resolve. In that charged moment, her father's voice erupted through the room, declaring that Vas would never earn his forgiveness. Morning broke with a gentle light. Vasu, still groggy and clearly displeased, complained about the soreness that plagued every muscle in his body. He grumbled that Melee's restless tossing during the night was to blame, while she simply lounged on the bed, basking in quiet contentment. Vasu sensed that morning had arrived and he should rise, yet before he could move, a girl rushed into his room and abruptly stopped in her tracks at the sight of him sprawled across the floor. The vase remained on the floor, undisturbed where it had fallen. The girl calmly inquired whether he preferred to die as a human or take on yet another impossible task. Weighing his options, he decided that the second choice offered a greater chance of survival, so he accepted the new challenge. The girl leaned in across the worn wooden table and, in a hushed voice, revealed the existence of a poisonous swamp while they sat together in the dimly lit bar. News arrived that a poisonous swamp had recently emerged in the forest south of Lunik, spreading rapidly before anyone realized the danger. According to the girl, no one had been harmed so far, but danger loomed as the swamp threatened to consume the city unless action was taken. At that moment, it became clear to the young man that their search focused on finding an adventurer immune to poison. Vasu reassured the girl, confident that no poison could ever harm him. Yet, curiosity lingered in her eyes as she pressed him to reveal just how potent a poison would be needed to threaten all that the vase contained. With a cheerful grin, the young man replied that the poison had no effect on him. He then produced a document, confidently explaining that nearly everything was powerless against him. In that moment, the full extent of his monstrous nature dawned on her, and resentment simmered within as she wondered why Vasu had waited until now to reveal the truth. Afterward, she passed him a document outlining his assignment for the day, to investigate the poisonous swamp. With a brief request, she entrusted the responsibility to him. After some time, Vasu appeared at the gate, and announced that a deadly poison was present there, making it impossible for him to bring Miel along. Ragnar patiently told Miel that her safety was his top priority and urged her to behave herself and wait for him to come back. As he spoke, his thoughts drifted to the gloomy skies that had lingered for days, and in that moment, he understood the cause behind the persistent clouds. Following that, the young man's mother cautioned him, insisting that swamps never sprang up without reason. She suspected some sort of disaster had produced the bog and urged the youth to remain vigilant. The young man reassured her with a confident smile, promising to take care of things swiftly as he always did. Ragnar paused, unease twisting in his gut. After a moment's reflection, he instructed Vaz to bring him along. The request caught the young man off guard. Vasu leaned in, questioning whether the man could manage the poison. Ragnar answered with a note of pride, warning him not to underestimate his abilities. Acknowledging Ragnar's strength, the man added that Rangir, too, could be dependable from time to time. Ragnar commanded attention, declaring himself the Dragon King. Vasu, unimpressed, remarked that in his human shape, Ragnar resembled nothing more than a worthless father. Without warning, Ragnar started to transform into a dragon, his determination clear. No matter what, he intended to embark on this adventure alongside the young man. In his dragon form, crossing the distance to that distant forest would take only a heartbeat. Afterward, the question arose whether the task would be simpler for the newcomer. Vishui, scratching his head thoughtfully, responded that he would place his trust in Rungira. Climbing onto the dragon's back, the young man prepared for departure. As the creature soared into the sky, Vasu offered a heartfelt farewell to the Ragnar women below. With gentle wing beats, they soared into the sky and gradually disappeared into the distance. After the women led them outside, McGill voiced her doubts about the poisonous swamp's role in creating those strange clouds. Certain that someone was orchestrating these events, she found Mel echoing her mother's suspicions without hesitation. Mel warned that something dreadful was on its way. Eyes full of sorrow, Mel gazed at the vase, lost in thought. Amid the commotion, a voice grumbled about the vase, expressing disbelief at the stranger's impressive strength. Nearby, one person nursed a lingering pain from an earlier wound, still sore from the encounter. The only thing keeping the man safe was the dragon's breath. Without it, he would have been taken down long ago. Amid whispers and hushed conversations, a story spread that Vasu possessed the rare talent of a true dragon tamer. Some even claimed he had managed to tame the mighty dragon king himself. People began to believe the young man had consumed the fabled red sphere, said to grant extraordinary abilities, yet they whispered that anyone who dared to swallow it would lose their grip on reality. It seemed that Vasu had no choice but to subdue the dragon in this way. The stranger offered words of praise, acknowledging the quick thinking of those who spoke. According to his words, this realm was still evolving, and at this very moment, its power could be absorbed without causing any harmful repercussions. Curiosity sparked in one of the men as he inquired about the stranger's identity. The reply came smoothly, an ordinary merchant, nothing more. Yet with a sly twist, the merchant mentioned that the famed, seemingly unstoppable adventurer possessed an identical sphere. The travelers dismissed the claims of the mysterious merchant when he spoke of possessing a sphere. He explained his intention to sell the sphere at a hefty price in the city, yet for these particular individuals, he was willing to bend the rules and offer them a special discount. One of the boys warned the stranger to stay out of their affairs, but the man calmly replied, asking if they had any desire to grow stronger. Producing a gleaming sphere, he assured them that its power would grant the strength needed to surpass the Dragon King himself. One of the adventurers recalled the merchant's promise of a discount. With a nod, the merchant agreed to honor it. As thoughts of a potential purchase lingered, the unfamiliar merchant edged away from the group. Pausing mid-step, he turned and inquired whether they happened to know the location of the city lord's estate. Seated by the window, Tadu gazed outside, lost in quiet contemplation. Rangir and Vasu soared through the air toward the swamp, drawn by the dark smoke unfurling above the trees. As the stench drifted toward them, Vasu shielded his face with his hand, grimacing at the foul odor that reached him long before they arrived. Vasu likened the situation to a thick purple miasma creeping in to smother the forest. Unfazed, the Dragon King extended an invitation for them to venture into the woods all the same. Ragnar remarked that if the forest truly suffered from such a severe illness, his blazing breath could have resolved the matter, though Vasu had firmly forbidden the dragon from acting on this impulse. Vasu clarified that if Ragnir set everything ablaze, the entire forest would become a lifeless wasteland, which would only cause more problems. Ragnir then wondered aloud about their plan once they reached the swamp. Curious, I turned to the man and asked if he could use any other form of magic. Ragnar regarded the man with astonishment, intrigued by his unwavering composure. It often puzzled him how the Sioux managed to possess such boundless self-assurance. Believing the moment was right, he shifted into his human form. Ragnar saw this as his opportunity to pursue him and gauge the true extent of Vasu's strength. Vishu's curiosity grew as he realized not only animals, but even insects seemed absent from the forest. Turning to Rangir, he quietly asked if all the man sensed was the miasma, his discomfort growing with the odd silence around them. The dragon speculated that tiny creatures likely couldn't survive in the forest for more than 5 minutes. At that moment, the young man pointed out to Ragnar that the scent hanging in the air resembled fresh citrus fruits. This unexpected comparison caught the dragon off guard, stirring a hint of surprise. Ragnar inquired about the source of Vasu's extraordinary strength, but Vasu hesitated and requested that the matter be left alone. The truth was, even he had yet to discover the full explanation. All he could say for certain was that Male had saved his life. Uncertainty plagued the young man's thoughts. Perhaps it all began with that peculiar fruit gifted by the stranger, or maybe the change came from the goddess who resided in his card and came to his rescue. For Asu, there was no clear explanation. Ragnar proposed that perhaps, deep down, the young man truly hoped to keep living. This thought lingered in the young man's mind as he quietly considered it. Memories surfaced from that moment, recalling his desperate wish to stay alive. He confessed to the dragon that he refused to let his life conclude in misery and disgrace. Ragnar mulled it over, sensing that the young man longed for the thrill and uncertainty that came with power. Perhaps, at that moment, nothing else could occupy his mind. The guy went on to say that he hadn't trained at all since back then, and during that time, overwhelming hunger took hold of him. Whatever he found nearby, he stuffed into his mouth without a second thought, whether it was poisonous mushrooms or stray bones scattered on the ground. Whenever he consumed something unusual, noticeable shifts in his stats would follow, yet he hesitated to believe this truly counted as gaining real power. Ragnar, who had witnessed centuries unfold, admitted that such an experience was entirely new to him. Surrounded by divine protection and warmed by his daughter's gentle affection, the young man steadily earned the trust of everyone he encountered along his journey. The Dragon King observed that this young man seemed gifted with an uncanny ability to draw others to him. With a sheepish gesture, he scratched the back of his head, struggling to accept that the man genuinely meant those words. Quietly, he admitted he still hadn't made any human friends. Rangjir replied that he would have gladly been his friend. After all, he was standing there in human form now, just in case the young man hadn't realized. Following this, the young man confessed that he realized he shouldn't have eaten everything after all. The dragon turned to him with curiosity, questioning why he came to that conclusion, if growing even stronger was still possible. A quiet smile played on the young man's lips as he admitted his fear of growing too powerful, worrying that one day he might lose his own humanity. The Dragon King observed him with a knowing stare, as if recognizing a familiar struggle. Upon reaching the swamp, Rangir observed that the number of Miyazama had increased. He warned Vaz to stay alert, but Vaz assured him there was no cause for concern. Afterward, Vaz instructed the man to wait for a moment, explaining that Mel had figured out why the toxic swamp had formed. Emerging from the shadows of the forest, a grinning monster appeared, its sharp teeth visible as it offered an eerie welcome. The heroes locked eyes on the monstrous wolf as it advanced, saliva threading from its jaws and pooling on the ground. Ragnar warned Vaz to keep his distance from the creature, explaining that its venom not only ate away at the ground, making the swamp expand, but that even a single drop could prove fatal to anyone. Understanding dawned on Vasu. They only needed to conquer this beast to put an end to the threat of poison. Despite this apparent solution, Ragnar had pleaded with the man countless times, warning him that the creature's venom was lethal and should not be underestimated. The dragon announced his intention to unleash his blazing breath, but Noi Wazu stepped in before he could. Observing the creature, Noi realized its entire form was made of poison. Realizing what he had to do next, he prepared to strike the toxic beast. Confusion clouded Ragnar's mind as he watched Vasu. Charging into battle meant risking his life, yet the adventurer leaped fearlessly onto the monster, urging Ragnar to hold on to faith. Vasu halted abruptly, claiming he sensed a presence. With a swift gesture, he cast a spell, prompting Rangir to gaze at him with astonishment. Amazement flickered across the man's face as he watched how effortlessly the young man subdued the monster. Vasu suspected that divine intervention from the goddess must have lent him strength, allowing his blow to connect. Admitting his concern, he confessed that worry gnawed at him the moment his fist passed through the tangent. Ragnar, unimpressed, advised the man to tone down his boasts about his strength. Attention soon shifted to the vase, which revealed its power by dissolving the monster into a puddle. A glimmer in the puddle caught the young man's attention. Curiosity drew him closer, and he fished out a small object, an exquisite red pearl. The memory of its twin in the possession of that notorious villain flickered in his mind, confirming his suspicion. Standing close by, Right Near inquired whether the man had ever encountered an object like this before. The man hesitated and suggested it might have only been a trick of his imagination. Suddenly, the pearl shattered in his hands. The dragon believed the mission was already accomplished, yet Vasu pointed out that their work was not over, halting the advance of the swamp still awaited them. Recalling Emma's story, he mentioned her idea of enclosing the swamp with a massive barrier and setting it ablaze. The realization soon struck him that this approach closely mirrored Ragnar's own plans. Leaning cautiously over the swamp, the young man stretched out his hand, but the dragon quietly warned him to stop. Ignoring the warnings, the man sampled the poison, leaving the Dragon King in a state of even greater astonishment. A cry rang out as the man urged the boy to expel the poison, yet the unexpected flavor lingered pleasantly on the tongue. Vasu's smile broadened as he described the poison's sweet and sour notes, the tartness calling to mind ripe citrus. With a thoughtful tone, he hinted that another course of action might have been possible. Entertaining the reckless idea of gulping down all the poison before plunging his head into the swamp, his plan was abruptly interrupted as the man barked at him to halt. Ranger attempted to intervene, yet the man continued to drink undeterred. Every so often, the young man would break the surface for a gulp of air, only to plunge back down and continue gulping the murky swamp water, much to the older man's silent endurance. In time, Vasu settled onto the ground, his breath ragged and uneven, his belly weighed down by the poison he had consumed. The poison's flavor brought a quiet satisfaction. The amount matched his expectations perfectly, revealing no unpleasant surprise. Meanwhile, from his seat on the sidelines, Ranger reflected on his earlier anxiety, nearly retching out of concern for the man. With a gentle smile, the young man brushed aside the older man's concerns and explained that the forest stood secure. The swamp's reach had not extended to the moon, so all would remain well. An unexpected radiance shimmered across the ground beneath their feet. Confusion flickered in their eyes as they tried to make sense of the impossible sight. Without warning, a brilliant light burst forth, swallowing the vase in its radiance. Confusion clouded the young man's mind as the luminous glow wrapped around him, leaving him grasping for answers. Gratitude filled the air as the mysterious voice thanked the generous adventurer. As sleep settled over him, his eyelids grew heavy, and his mind drifted, quietly wondering about the owner of that gentle voice. As the light dimmed, Ragnar cast a wary glance at the vase lying motionless, unease tightening in his chest. With urgency in his steps, he rushed over to the man, attempting to rouse him from his stupor. The only response was a faint mumbling, and then Ragnar realized with horror that the man's stomach had vanished. True to the Dragon King's prediction, Vasua's mere presence seemed to beckon forth misfortune of the most outrageous kind. The Dragon King soared through the sky toward the distant city. Vasu sprawled unconscious across his scaled back. Thoughts swirled in the Dragon King's mind about Vasu's almost unfathomable strength that seemed to escape all explanation. Yet despite this hidden power, the young man moved through the world unaware of his own abilities. Despite his rough exterior, a gentle spirit guided him, always eager to lend his strength for the sake of those in need. At that moment, understanding flickered within Ragnar. Perhaps this was the reason Mala cherished the man so deeply. Accepting this realization, the Dragon King knew he must truly respect his daughter's decision. He promised to lend the man his strength whenever the vase became necessary. The dragon's heart brimmed with joy at the thought that this was only the beginning of a lasting friendship. The following day, Regan approached the man, quietly relieved that Vasu had proven dependable enough to handle such a difficult task. Observing the pale hue on the man's face, it became clear that something was wrong. Vasu brushed off the concern, explaining with a faint smile that it was nothing more than a minor stomach ache. Astonishment filled the man's face as he saw the young man navigate the swamp without resorting to fire. With a cautious tone, he pleaded with him not to claim he had drained the entire swamp dry. Regan offered a sincere apology to the man for burdening him with such challenging tasks. Acknowledging the man's resilience, he gently advised Vasu not to overestimate just how much strength he possessed. Rising to his feet, the man announced that he would present the award to the young man at a later time. Turning to Vaz, he encouraged him to recover his strength. Yet, rest would not come for the young warrior. Morning brought Nanya's arrival, delivering word that Tata wished to see Vasu. Doubt lingered in Regan's mind about whether the man was in any shape to attend the meeting. According to the man, the situation was completely different from what people assumed. The girls approached him simply out of gratitude for his help in resolving the trouble with the swamp. Reagan related to his experience, recognizing that Lunik had also faced peril and could not be left unaided. The conversation steered back toward tattoos as the man showed clear interest in discussing the subject further. According to him, they gathered enough proof to trap the Lord, whose secret actions were far more sinister than anyone realized. Reagan announced their intention to file a lawsuit the following day, once all the required evidence had been collected. This brought relief to Vasu, as it meant Tada might finally gain freedom. At that moment, the possibility crossed his mind that Tada might become his very first girlfriend. Reagan believed the Lord might have already taken bold action that night. Perhaps he had even attempted to steal the tattoo, which made it all the more reasonable for Reagan to ask the man to keep watch over the girl. Observing that the man showed no signs of improvement, Vasu simply offered a satisfied smile and remarked that the man would be able to deliver what he needed. Without warning, a wave of nausea overwhelmed the young man, leaving him pale and uneasy. Reagan, noticing his discomfort, firmly warned him not to let it happen in his hotel. Some time later, as he strolled through the city streets, a heavy weariness pressed on his mind. Confidence in his resistance to the poison had given him hope, yet confusion now clouded his thoughts as unfamiliar symptoms surfaced. Outrage flashed across the goddess's face as she emerged from the card, perplexed by the guy's intentions. Confusion mirrored between them, neither grasping the other's thoughts. With a sharp edge in her voice, she declared that Vasu had chosen to invite yet another woman onto the card. A flicker of confusion crossed the young man's face. The goddess calmly clarified, speaking of the goddess who embodies Mother Earth. Suddenly, another woman's voice joined the conversation, hinting that Vasu had plans to create a harem. She then remarked with approval that staying close to a man was the right choice. Once more, the mysterious goddess expressed her gratitude to the young man for saving both the forest and the land. In response, he admitted, somewhat perplexed, that she could have simply spoken to him directly. The goddess of Mother Earth expressed how deeply moved she felt witnessing the young man's efforts to protect the forest. His compassion had safeguarded these lands, and in return, she offered to reveal undeniable evidence of her love and gratitude. According to her, she had already bestowed divine power upon him. However, the man grew anxious and pleaded with the goddess to halt, insisting that he had no desire for another blessing. Suddenly, the room filled with light, revealing that his card had transformed. With curiosity piqued, he studied the map before him, analyzing every detail intently. According to the card, the man had become unbeatable, and this news left Vasu displeased to see him ascend in rank once more. Disappointment flickered across his face as he noticed the slight decline in the stats that marked him as human. The young man believed his pain stemmed from leveling up. The goddess, however, gently proposed seeing it instead as a growth in his capacity to endure discomfort. As the young man pressed forward, the goddess mentioned that with time, the pain would become more bearable. She then suggested he find a place to rest, which was already on his mind. Lost in thoughts about his upcoming visit to the mansion, Vasu overlooked the presence of a stranger crossing his path. An apology slipped from his lips as he reached out, but the stranger quickly brushed it aside, insisting he bore the blame for the mishap. The merchant's eyes narrowed with concern when he caught sight of the man's ghostly pallor, prompting him to offer an antidote without hesitation. The young man recognized the stranger as a merchant and mentioned that while his wares were not of the finest quality, he did possess a medicine that Vasu ought to examine. Vasu stepped forward, offering to examine the medicine herself, confident that all the young man needed was a bit of rest. Meanwhile, the merchant, showing no urgency about the goods, gently reminded the young man to focus on recovering and offered a brief apology for any inconvenience caused. The merchant fixed Vasu with an odd, almost secretive smile, his eyes gleaming with something unspoken. Confusion flickered across Vasu's face as he tried to make sense of the situation. With a dismissive shake of his head, the merchant turned his back on the young man, insisting that Vasu could never be so careless. Meanwhile, the adventurer stood rooted to the spot, still utterly bewildered by the exchange. With a friendly wave, the merchant introduced himself as Shiro and suggested that next time they met, the young man should consider purchasing something from his wares. Vasu introduced himself, mentioning that they would cross paths again sometime in the future. Before parting ways, the merchant offered a final word of caution, advising the man to look after himself. Vasu observed Shiro depart, puzzled by his behavior. However, other concerns pressed heavily on Vasu's mind. Safeguarding Tada had become the top priority. Some time later, the grand silhouette of the mansion appeared before him. With an uneasy smile, he greeted the girl, while Nenya's voice, tinged with irritation, demanded to know why he had been delayed. The girl expressed concern, fearing he had fallen ill from the poison. Vas could do nothing but offer a quiet apology for troubling them, Nenya soon observed that the adventurer's face appeared unusually pale. The young man refrained from acting after consuming the swamp water. The girl quickly understood that Reagan had shared only a part of the story with him, so she resolved to explain everything more thoroughly. This marked a significant turning point for both of them. Turning to the young man, she remarked that the Vasu must always stay in top condition, aware of the risks they faced. Her words trailed off as her gaze landed on the vase, now lying motionless and unconscious on the floor. Racing over to the young man, she tried desperately to revive him, yet he remained motionless, unresponsive to her efforts. A figure drew closer to the fortified city, moving steadily toward its high walls. Meanwhile, across the city, a massive horde of monsters emerged, filling the air with a cacophony of roars and shrieks. Perched atop the roof, the monster let out a low, menacing growl. A quiet smile played on Shiro's lips as he observed the 4 crimson spheres before him, none of which had yet transformed into the form he longed to see. He went on to say that, luckily, this was likely sufficient to keep the show engaging. Vasu lay motionless, lost to the world in unconsciousness. Reagan sat in his office, enveloped in paperwork, when Knight entered with a grave expression, announcing a new problem. Orlando followed, bringing news from an adventurer who had only just returned with a troubling report. According to him, the goblins were making their way toward the southern borders of Lunek. Reagan dismissed the threat, insisting goblins rarely posed serious trouble. Orlando, however, countered with alarming news. No fewer than 1,000 goblins moved closer to the city. Meanwhile, Tato gently tended to the adventurer, who had lost consciousness mid-stroke while running his fingers through Tato's hair. Awareness gradually returned to the young man as Tato called out to him, gently explaining that he had lost consciousness while making his way home. Vasu propped himself up and offered Tato an apology for having to rest his head on her lap. Her response came with an easy laugh, assuring him it was no trouble at all. Anxiety crept over Tatu as she noticed the man slipping into unconsciousness. Despite his remarkable strength, the swamp seemed to have overwhelmed him. At that moment, a memory stirred in Vasu. After all that had transpired, there was another goddess in his life. The young man requested the girl to let him know if Vasu was just an ordinary person, yet Tata seemed confused by his words. Insistence filled his tone as he urged the girl to observe Vasu, to sense his presence, and to be absolutely certain, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Tata nodded in agreement and moved closer to inspect him. With a gentle motion, she ran her fingers through her hair before placing her hands softly on his cheeks. The young man wondered aloud if there was anything unusual about him, yet Tata remained wordless, her eyes lingering thoughtfully on his face. Drawn in by Vasu's undeniable charm, she found herself inching closer, captivated by his adorably gentle features. Without warning, Nenya stepped into the room, announcing she had brought water. Tata hurried to distance herself from the vase as the girl expressed her gratitude for the help. Nenya then inquired whether the adventurer had regained consciousness. Nenya expressed relief upon hearing that Vasu had regained consciousness. She insisted she had never been concerned for him. Yet, as I caught sight of the vase, it became clear that her words masked the truth. Her tale betrayed her hidden emotions. After setting down a tray of water, news reached her ears. Vasu had managed to clear the poisonous swamp. Once Tata expressed his gratitude to the young man for rescuing the entire capital, calm began to return. Grateful words poured from her on behalf of all the residents, while Vasu simply replied that he had merely done what anyone in his place would have. Nenya struggled to comprehend how anyone could survive in that treacherous swamp, finding it almost impossible to imagine an ordinary person managing such a challenge. Expressing her relief, she admitted how grateful she felt to see Vasu back in human form. Tata, still curious, pressed further, asking what Vasu was keeping from them, suspecting some hidden source behind his extraordinary strength. In response, Vasu could only meet the girl's eyes with a bewildered stare, offering no answer. Tata remarked that Vasu remained silent, perhaps because everyone carries a few secrets of their own. Observing the girl with quiet intensity, the young man offered no clues about what he might be concealing. Gently placing her hands on his cheeks, the girl assured him of her understanding, softly voicing her belief that his greatest fear was growing even stronger. A gentle smile played on her lips as she confirmed that Vasu truly existed. A quiet certainty settled over Tata, an unwavering belief that had always guided her and would never fade. Curiosity drew Nenya to the window as Tata engaged in discussion with the adventurer. The liveliness from outside hinted at something intriguing unfolding beyond the glass. The door flew open as another girl rushed in, breathless, bringing urgent news. A horde of goblins was closing in on the city. Soon after, she mentioned that Goretta, too, would be accompanying the guild master into battle against the goblins. The girls explained to the young man how, in days gone by, Mr. Jaretta and Reagan had reigned as the city's most formidable adventurers. Now, word had spread throughout the capital that all adventurers were being called together. Upon Tada's inquiry about the number of goblins, the girl calmly revealed that their ranks exceeded 1,000. The girls turned their attention to the quiet young man as he offered a gentle smile, explaining that his moment had arrived to join the ranks of fellow adventurers. Tata faced Vaz, calmly stating that she had never asked him to rescue the capital. With deliberate steps, the girl drew closer to the young man. With gentle concern, she urged him to look after himself and not to push beyond his limits. With a gentle smile, he assured them of his return, promising not to die. Entrusting Tada's care to Nenya, he set off on his journey. With a quiet promise to return soon, he started to walk away. Worry etched across her face, Tada reached out a trembling hand toward the young man and gently urged him to stay safe. Adventurers clustered near the city gates, calling out to the guards to lift the heavy barriers and let them through, ready to confront the goblin threat that awaited beyond. Orlando warned that the sheer number of goblins could easily overwhelm the capital if the gates were opened. Nevertheless, the adventurers remained certain they could handle the threat on their own. Several adventurers had already rushed ahead to confront the goblins, leaving Orlando uncertain about his next move. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Amid the bustling crowd, a vase caught his eye, gently swaying as if signaling to him. The man in the suit stood bewildered, unable to grasp the chaos unfolding between the crowd and the goblins. Orlando explained that a swarm of goblins gathered outside, relentlessly attacking the gate, and urged the adventurer to act quickly and put an end to their assault. Surrounded by a sea of monsters, the group quickly realized the odds were against them. Even with several high-ranking adventurers among their ranks, the overwhelming numbers left them without hope of victory. Vasu turned and inquired about Reagan and Gareth's whereabouts. Orlando replied that the two were already outside, while an adventurer nearby called out, urging everyone to go after them and help. The capital brimmed with countless humble peasants, and the thought of weighing one life against another filled Orlando with dread. Faced with the impossible task of choosing whom to rescue, he found himself utterly unable to decide. The idea lingered in his mind that possessing the power to tip the scales would allow him to finally make a difference. With a calm assurance, Vishu advised the man to set his worries aside and entrusted him with the promise that he would handle everything from here. Vasu proposed lowering the number of goblins, ensuring the remaining adventurers would be able to participate. Afterward, he instructed Orlando to wait for his signal before opening the gate. Vasu announced his departure and stepped away from the crowd, who assumed he intended to flee. Once he reached a safe distance, Vasu turned and bolted, his footsteps growing quieter with each stride. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, launching himself forward in a single, fluid motion. Soaring above the city walls, the feat left Orlando thoroughly astonished. Vasu lowered his gaze to the ground. To his astonishment, goblins filled the area, their numbers far greater than he had expected. With a powerful swing, the man brought his weapon crashing down onto the earth, his shout echoing as the goblins were swiftly rendered harmless. After surveying the scene, Vasu decided his efforts sufficed. With a commanding voice, he urged Orlando to open the gate. Orlando, the adventurer, peeked out cautiously, suspecting that Vasu might be playing a trick on him. Orlando's amazement grew as he discovered the vase nestled within a shallow crater. With a gentle smile, Vasu announced his decision to let the remaining goblins be handled by other adventurers. As soon as the gate swung open, the adventurer dashed forward with eagerness, setting out to confront the goblins. Orlando cast a thankful glance at the vase, noticing the gentle smile that seemed to greet him in return. With a quick word, the hero announced his plan to search for Reagan and the rest, entrusting all responsibilities to Orlando. Orlando offered his thanks as the retreating figure simply waved in response. During those moments, Reagan found himself locked in combat with a goblin. The endless tide of monsters weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him to wonder if their numbers would ever dwindle. With concern in his voice, he turned to Gareth and gently inquired about his well-being. Observing the situation, he realized their group was too small to move forward unless they managed to halt the advancing monsters heading for the north gate. Reagan pointed out that the Goblin King remained at large and suggested that if they located and defeated him, the goblin forces might be driven to retreat. The plan unfolded before him like the nearly impossible task of searching for a needle lost within a sprawling haystack. Out of nowhere, Vasu appeared before the adventurers, offering a warm greeting. Confusion flickered across their faces as they wondered how he managed to find them. Vasu simply explained that he sensed trouble and had come to lend a hand. The reasons behind the goblin assaults remained a mystery, but such concerns no longer mattered. The unpredictability of monster gatherings made it impossible to foresee when they might form another massive horde. Somewhere hidden from sight, a goblin king commanded the scattered survivors, still steering the remnants of his forces. Thusu felt a surge of determination to defeat the goblin king, yet Reagan pointed out a troubling consequence. Eliminating the king could drive the remaining horde to assault the nearest villages, making those places impossible for them to visit. Dissatisfaction flickered across the young man's face as the guildmaster revealed their intentions. They hoped to establish themselves here, and with any luck, the final confrontation would eliminate every last monster. Just as Vesu opened his mouth to speak, a thunderous explosion shattered the air behind him. Attention snapping to the commotion, everyone spun around to face the source of the noise, erupting from the direction of the north gate. An injured adventurer rushed toward them, breathless, announcing that a demon had emerged at the north gate. Uncertainty clouded Vasu's mind, as the name or nature of this demon remained unknown to him. The explanation was brief. The demon originated as a man, one gifted with immense magical power. That overwhelming energy coursed through him until his human form could no longer contain it, transforming him into a being far stronger, now entirely different from the person he once was. Along the way, their minds slipped away, swept up in relentless tides of madness, a transformation that could never be undone. Gareth described how the demons' muscles bulged and twisted into grotesque shapes, their bodies becoming almost unrecognizable. As for their insides, he explained, those had been all but obliterated. With a single look, Vasu realized that whatever humanity they once had was gone. The young man pondered over the events that had unfolded with the Gazoon, attempting to piece together every detail in his mind. Racing toward the north gate, he prepared to face the demon and bring it down. At that moment, Tada and Nenya burst out of the mansion. Confusion clouded Tada's mind, uncertain of the unfolding events, while Nenya cautioned her urgently against stepping outside. Concern filled Tada's mind, sensing that Vasu might be in trouble. Nenya calmly told the girl that there was no need for worry. The boy possessed remarkable strength. Meanwhile, Tada's eyes widened in fear as she caught sight of a shadowy figure standing behind Nenya, and her lips parted just as she tried to warn her about the presence lurking there. The monster struck Nenya with such speed that she had no chance to respond. Nenya wondered how his presence had completely escaped her notice. While Tada remained vulnerable, the demon seized the girl as she struggled to break free, but he calmly declared that the girl belonged to him now. Turning her gaze to the creature, she suddenly recognized the lord behind its smiling face. Nanya inquired about the mysterious magic that gave the lord such a form. A mocking laugh escaped him as he declared Tada belonged to him now, leaving the others with nothing but despair in the face of demon and goblin might. Relentless waves of monsters battered the gates of the capital, their assault showing no sign of stopping. The guards ordered everyone to return to their homes and keep a safe distance from the gate. Meanwhile, the dragon family stood nearby, their eyes fixed on the entrance, concern etched on their faces as they thought about the safety of the vase. In that moment, Vesu sprinted toward Northgate, sharp eyes spotting a cluster of goblins ahead. Amid the bustling crowd, 3 familiar monsters caught his eye. Memories of the 3 adventurers flickered through his mind as the goblins closed in on the young man. Swift as lightning, the Siu landed a precise strike on one of them before the others could react. Uncertain of the reason behind their monstrous transformations, he nonetheless resolved that if they truly couldn't return to normal, he would dedicate himself to ending their suffering and freeing them from their pain. With a single, decisive strike, the man dispatches 3 goblins at once, offering them a swift farewell. Astonishment filled the adventurers as they beheld the Vise, legendary creatures familiar only to those who had mastered the art of taming dragons. Concern flickered across Vasu's face as he inquired about the adventurers' well-being. Reassurance followed swiftly as he explained that backup was already on its way. An adventurer offered a grateful nod, mentioning that as long as someone powerful handled the demons, the rest of them would be just fine. Vasu then announced his need to return to Reagan. The adventurers looked on in awe at the man who had tamed a dragon and defeated demons using only his hands. Vesu hurried back to Reagan, leaving her surprised at just how swiftly he had handled the demons with such impressive strength. Most importantly, Vishu rejoined their ranks, just as the relentless waves of goblins pressed in on them, refusing to give way even with added support. Vasu carefully absorbed Reagan's words, acknowledging that their victory hinged on his support. Satisfaction warmed Vasu as he realized the guildmaster placed his trust in him. Vesu pondered how much he enjoyed the feeling of being needed. He had set out after Reagan, but an uneasy premonition made him halt suddenly. Nenya, battered and barely able to stand, staggered in his direction. Spotting her distress, the young man rushed over and urgently asked what had happened. Regret weighed heavily on Nenya, unable to guard the tattoo as she had promised. The city manager captured her, and desperate to explain, Nenya confessed to her captor that the Lord had transformed, sprouting ominous wings like a demon. Helpless in the face of such power, she had found herself powerless to intervene. Regret filled Nenya's voice as she apologized to Vasu for failing to safeguard the tattoo, though his expression showed only simmering anger in response. Garroth and Reagan hurried over, quickly noticing that Lord had seized the opportunity to steal the tattoo. Concern flickered in Vasu's eyes as he wondered aloud about what harm the Lord might have inflicted on the girl after abducting her. Reagan then proposed a sinister plan, intending to compel the girl into marriage and reduce her to a lifeless doll, imprisoned by his will for the remainder of her days. In that case, he would have the power to cut her off from everyone within his mansion, indulging in ridicule at her expense until his appetite for mockery was satisfied. Gareth recounted how Lord, under the guise of a guest, once slipped into his establishment during the owner's absence. Together with Nenya, he stepped in, hoping to prevent Tado from making a reckless mistake. Realization dawned that she had taken the job solely to help pay off her debts. If she had known she might become a lord's pawn, she would have chosen to abandon this world altogether. In any case, she would have ended up as his wife if settling the debts had been impossible. Yet, that path held no appeal for her, especially with no real love in her heart. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to the hope that one day, after earning enough to secure her freedom, someone would appear who truly cherished her. Nenya pledged to use every ounce of her strength to safeguard the tattoo from the Lord, but despite her determination, the girl was ultimately taken by him. Nenya devoted herself to bringing joy to the tattoo, to brightening the day of the one who always smiled, come what may. Vasu could sense the emotions stirring within the girl at this moment. By now, not even the arrival of reinforcements could hold the adventurers together. The overwhelming tide of goblins proved impossible to contain. Reagan declared that Vasu must travel to Tada, for Vasu alone held the power to free Tada from the grip of the Lord. Uncertainty weighed on Vashu as he hesitated, aware that sending in adventurers might bring unforeseen consequences. Confusion clouded his mind, and he longed for someone to guide him toward the correct decision. Without warning, someone realized the young man had fallen into a trance. Vasu glanced upward at the sound of Ragnar's arrival. All eyes turned toward the dragon, faces etched with astonishment. Uncertainty lingered in his voice as he admitted he had no idea what was going on. He went on to explain that Vasi was supposed to be elsewhere, which meant the goblins could be safely left in his care. A smile spread across the guy's face as he walked over to rescue the tattoo, mentioning that he was relying on Ragnar. A quiet chuckle of satisfaction escaped him. Curiosity flickered in the dragon's eyes as it inquired about the enemy's strength. The adventurer responded with measured caution, reporting that nearly 800 foes waited ahead. Among them, the adventurer had spotted the imposing Goblin King, and it was clear these goblins bore unmistakable signs of infection. Declaring that he had no patience for delays, Ragnar preferred to incinerate the monsters in a single decisive blow. He instructed the adventurers to step aside, ensuring they would not cross into the path of his impending attack. The dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the surrounding monsters in searing fire. Admiration from the Dragon King fueled the adventurers, granting them the strength to overcome their monstrous foes. Ragnar explained to Reagan that the recent incident had left many in the city gripped by fear, including his own daughter Lula and also Mayo. Upon hearing the dragon speak, the guildmaster turned to the adventurer and declared that victory in this war was their only option. During this period, the Lord escorted the one marked with the tattoo into his grand estate. With a forceful motion, he tossed the girl onto the bed, declaring that she was meant to belong to him. Yet Tada, defiant, insisted she would never be his. The Lord had already attempted to confine her within his mansion, leaving her confused about what more he could possibly desire from her. The Lord responded with a calm but unwavering voice, expressing his desire for Tada to be his wife. Startled and unsettled by his words, the girl recoiled. She quietly insisted that she could never become what he wished, explaining that although her body might have changed, her heart remained untouched and innocent. Driven beyond the brink by her brazenness, the man struck the girl. He declared that no one else in the world would lower himself to desire someone as unclean as Tada. Pressing a hand to her stinging cheek, the girl declared that her actions had been entirely her own choice, and she resolved to devote herself to someone who would truly love her with all their heart. Tada explained that the Lord was mistaken, as her heart already belonged to another. The memory of the vase flashed through her mind, prompting her to declare firmly to the Lord that she would never be his. The Lord extended his fearsome hand, declaring that Tada would bear his child. He ripped her garments and announced his intent to repeat the act until her resistance was finally broken. Tada's scream filled the air just as Vasu arrived, rushing forward to shove the demon away from the girl with every ounce of his strength. The girl gazed up at her rescuer with hope shining in her eyes, relief washing over her as she pulled him into a tight embrace. Vasu offered an apology to the girl, explaining his late arrival. Tada examined him closely, her curiosity piqued as she inquired about his presence and the commotion outside. With a reassuring tone, the young man soothed her worries, mentioning that the goblin threat was nearly resolved. Vasu glanced at the girl, explaining that Nanya had already told him everything, which was why he was there. Before Tada could protest that she was just causing him trouble, the adventurer gently interrupted, reminding her of his duty as her bodyguard. Removing his shirt, he revealed a tattoo that could cause trouble if exposed. Without hesitation, he draped the shirt over the girl's shoulders. Her cheeks flushed as she fought back tears, her voice trembling as she wondered aloud why he treated someone like her with such kindness. He simply offered a gentle smile and softly asked her not to speak that way. The man barely had a chance to speak before an irate lord stormed back, bewildered by the mysterious appearance of the vase inside the mansion. In response, the youth casually mentioned he had leapt into the wall, something he claimed was routine. The demon, however, dismissed his words as complete nonsense. In the end, with no fewer than 30 B-ranked guards stationed in the building, allowing anyone unauthorized to pass was out of the question. Yet as Vasu swung open the doors, those same guards lay sprawled across the floor, each rendered unconscious. Displeased by the sight of men taking refuge in the Lord's house during the goblin assault on the city, the man decided to give the guards a harsh lesson they would not soon forget. With a sharp, irritated sigh, the Lord dismissed the situation as insignificant, claiming they were merely humans. The demon regarded his own strength with indifference, convinced that Vasu stood powerless before him. As the Lord spoke of his water's unrivaled ability to pierce anything and his fire's power to reduce any creature to ash, a swirl of magic started to converge around him. With a furious cry, he declared that Vasu and Tada were destined for eternal torment, unleashing his magic in their direction while hastily concealing the vase behind a trembling girl. Observing the unfolding scene, Sharu found it hard to believe that someone once dismissed as dull could reveal such depths. From the sidelines, the merchant realized that Vasu possessed not only immense strength, but also the rare ability to befriend the Dragon King. A chuckle escaped him at the absurdity of the situation. Observing closely, I realized the Lord possessed a unique strength, unlike anyone else. Shira silently questioned whether the Sioux were capable of standing against him. In that instant, the Lord urged Vaz and Tada to witness the true extent of his extraordinary powers, now enhanced by newly gained magical energy. As he spoke, the dark energy of the demons started to rain down upon them. With a firm grip on the man's shoulder, Tada urged him to escape at once. Two astonished voices echoed, marveling at the rare display of water and fire magic used together. Recognizing the speakers as the goddesses, the young man listened as they reassured him that the demon would be powerless to harm the vase. Their protection was certain, and they urged the demon to unleash his strongest attack. Vasu shielded his face with both hands, bracing himself as a torrent of flames surged toward him. The tattoo concealed along his back stared at the boy in astonishment before urgently urging him to stop. Her voice rose, insisting that he abandon the girl and escape at once. Remaining in that place, she warned, would only put him in danger. With a gentle smile, the boy reassured the girl not to worry. Turning to face her, he gave a playful wink and assured her that everything was perfectly all right. With tears glistening in his eyes, Tada wondered aloud why he had done so much to help someone like her. Fixing his gaze on the girl, the young man quietly dispelled the demon's magic, leaving the demon perplexed at the sight of the untouched vase. One of the Invasu confessed his fondness for Tada. Cheeks tinged with red, she cast a glance at the young man, noticing his sudden realization of the words that had slipped from his mouth. Pressing a hand to his forehead, he pondered his impulsive actions, surprised by how unprepared he was for such a sudden confession. Turning to the bewildered girl, he gestured nervously and hurried to explain that the words had slipped out without forethought. With a gentle sadness in her voice, the girl confessed that someone like Tada did not deserve his affection, and he should not have given his heart to her. The young man stood motionless, silently taking in the girl's confession about how her body had been marked. Though Mesa longed to reassure her and tell her she was a good person, the words caught in his throat. The girl cut him off, pointing out that she had shared her company with countless men, including the Count himself. Vashu shrugged off the matter, insisting it made no difference to him. Tada now stood face to face with him, while the young man openly confessed his feelings for her. The girl stood motionless, her wide eyes fixed on the boy. Determined not to let her tears fall, she shut her eyes tightly, fighting to hold back her emotions. Upon receiving this news, the Lord's anger flared at Vasu for continually lingering in the company of his woman. Those words sparked fury in the young man's eyes as he glared at the demon, ready for the attack that threatened to follow. Burning with indignation, the young man demanded to know whom the demon referred to as his woman, then unleashed a powerful blow straight into the Lord's chest. The impact forced a sphere from the Lord's mouth, and moments later, the man collapsed onto the floor, slipping into unconsciousness. With careful hands, the young man lifted the ball, his eyes narrowing in recognition as memories of seeing an identical one at Gazuna surfaced. Some time later, a girl appeared, cradling the vase in her arms. She asked the guy if she could put it down, insisting she must be a burden. Instead, the guy simply smiled, remarking to himself how effortless it felt to carry her. Still carrying the girl, he mentioned his plan to escort her close to her workplace before heading out to investigate something on the outskirts. Tada nodded in agreement, quietly wishing that all was well. A group of cheerful adventurers approached, reassuring the young man that there was no need for concern, since they had already handled the goblins as a team. From behind the men, Nenya darted out, prompting them to hurry over to where Tada stood. Descending with a vase in hand, Tada approached her friend, concern etching her face as she asked if Nenya was all right. Gratitude filled Gareth as he acknowledged the vase for safeguarding the tattoo. In contrast, Nenya offered heartfelt apologies for failing to protect it. Vasu gently reminded her not to shoulder the blame, explaining that the Lord remained something other than human. At that moment, Reagan realized how much Nenya's efforts had meant in their fight against the goblins. Nenya offered the young man a warm smile and expressed her gratitude. His own smile widened, confessing that her words touched him deeply, especially since she hadn't believed him in the beginning. Nenya gently reminded him that she had already apologized for her initial skepticism. The heroes made their way back home, where their families greeted them with happiness, celebrating the return of those who had vanquished another wave of goblins. Through the valiant actions of Vasu and his companions, the turmoil that loomed over Lunik was quelled, allowing tranquility to settle over the city once again. The following morning dawned with Vasu feeling refreshed, convinced that all was right once more, despite the relentless storm that battered the world outside. The gloomy weather held no sway over his cheerful mood, for today marked the day he planned to ask a tattoo artist to immortalize a design on his cherished vase. Gazing at the ring, Vasu understood that Mail could be displeased about his actions, yet the desire to befriend Tate grew stronger within him. Curiosity lingered about whether Tate would accept an invitation to journey together, but before extending the offer, another important question pressed on his mind. Seeking news of the Lord's health, he approached Reagan, who confessed that no one could say for certain whether the Lord still lived. Reagan concluded that Lord's awakening was unlikely for the foreseeable future. Seeking answers, he approached the magic experts, yet their discussions yielded no new insights. Conversation revolved solely around the approaching death of the Count. Those three from the Black Flame shared the same preoccupation. Vishu recounted to the man how, upon vanquishing the Count, a red sphere had emerged from the villain's mouth. A similar event had unfolded in an elven village, where an elf transformed into a monster, and the same red sphere appeared. Reagan's brow furrowed as he considered the possibility that these incidents were intertwined, much like the trio bound by the Black Flame. Word had reached him about the custom. After a hard-fought victory, some would spit out a crimson sphere, which would then shatter instantly. Orlando went on to mention that several citizens had come forward, claiming they had seen the two men purchasing red balloons from a mysterious figure dressed in a hood. Reagan suspected their strength didn't come naturally, but was granted by some outside force. Somewhere, someone was distributing these spheres, transforming ordinary people into monsters. Vasu mentioned that he had encountered the hooded man just a single time. A hood concealed his features, keeping his identity hidden from Vasu. Reagan stepped forward to handle the investigation, aware that the traitor might have fled Lunik by now. Afterwards, he informed Orlando that the responsibility would rest with him from this point on. The man turned to Vasu, inquiring whether he planned to catch up with Tatu, yet Reagan's words left him puzzled. The guildmaster shifted the conversation, asking the man if he had any idea where they might head next. Uncertain of how the Count's remaining loyalists might react, particularly if they tried to tamper with the tattoo out of bitterness, she decided to leave Lunik with her family. Word soon reached Reagan that Gareth and his men had joined them on their journey. Reagan assumed that given the man's closeness to Tata, he would want to pursue her. However, the man remained skeptical of Reagan's claims. The memory of the girl lingered in his mind as he abruptly left the office. Meanwhile, Vishu had received no news regarding the girl's departure. Sprinting without pause, he made his way straight to the mansion where Tada worked. At the entrance, Nenya stood, showing a hint of surprise at his sudden appearance. Vafsu seized the girl's shoulders, his voice tense as he pressed for Tado's whereabouts. Ninyalukta only shook her head, offering a quiet apology and admitting she had no idea which direction Tado had gone. According to the girl, Tada enlisted the help of a scent tracker to follow her afterward. Tada had specifically requested to go alone without bringing anyone else along. The young man found it puzzling that Tada had not mentioned him at all. Nenya, however, simply explained that these measures were meant to protect both Tada and her family. The girl expressed her trust in the young man, yet admitted that the decision of whom to bring along did not lie with her. She followed her words with an apology. A faint, resigned smile played on his lips as he admitted his understanding. For Tada, a quiet life in a distant place truly seemed like the best path forward. With the first signs of the coming storm, Vasudeva decided to remind Nanya to look after herself. He then turned to Tardikinv, requesting that he send his warmest regards to Tada. Expressing her gratitude, the catgirl turned and drifted toward the city gates, quietly slipping away and leaving the young man standing by himself. Gazing up at the rain-soaked sky, the young man felt the familiar sting of loneliness wash over him, certain he had been left behind once more. A weary sigh escaped Sirona as she perched on a cold stone, the weight of several anxious days pressing down on her. Doubts clouded her mind, and the thought of simply returning to the village seemed almost tempting. Drawn by the hope of joining the vase herring, the girl stepped into the unfamiliar scene. When her moment arrived, disappointment followed as she faltered and did not succeed. Quietly, she noticed how easily the boy seemed to connect with others, likely forging new friendships without effort. A faint sense of melancholy settled over her. Typically, concerns rarely crossed Sirona's mind, yet anything involving the vase seemed to unravel all her composure. An endless stream of sighs slipped from her lips, unable to be contained. The cart rolled to a halt beside Sirona, and a girl clambered out, loudly announcing her decision to head back to the city. Her parents pleaded with her, warning that remaining in Lunica carried too much risk. Tada's frustration simmered as he realized no one had spoken to Vaz. Sirona's ears perked up at the mention of a name she recognized. Meanwhile, Tada explained that although he understood there might be a chance to meet again, he would be leaving the city for 6 months. Gloom shadowed the girl's thoughts, as everything now seemed as if she had erased him from her world. Her father pointed out that searching for the young man was not something they could spare time for. With a bold request, Tada asked Gareth to escort her back to the city. Her parents, puzzled and concerned, struggled to grasp why their daughter felt compelled to travel such a distance just to visit that young man again. Afterwards, she confessed to everyone that she had fallen in love with him. Surprise flickered across the parents' faces, and even Serrano paused at the unexpected words from the girl. Filled with joy over their daughter's newfound love, the parents chose this moment to journey back to the city. Serona stepped forward, her voice gentle as she apologized for interrupting. She explained that she simply had a question to ask. Serrano's gaze lingered on the tattoo as he chose to follow the girl's lead, quietly marveling at her striking beauty. A moment of hesitation flickered across the elf's face before curiosity took over, leading him to inquire about the vase Tada had just mentioned. In response, Serona began to recount the image of a remarkably powerful young man, a figure with an ordinary look, dark hair, and an undeniable charm that gave him a quiet appeal. Tado blinked in surprise when Serona revealed she recognized the man. The moment she noticed Serona's eagerness to join the contest for the vase, a mutual understanding quietly passed between them. In the end, both had set their sights on joining as harem. Seated across from one another, Serona and Tada exchanged quiet, steady gazes. At nearby tables, Garrett and Tada's parents observed the two girls with an air of anticipation and quiet excitement. At that moment, both girls found themselves asking the other about her connection to Vasu. Their cheeks flushed with embarrassment as uncertainty filled the air between them. Serona proposed that whenever Vasu was involved, it usually meant he had offered someone a helping hand, and before long, that grateful individual would find themselves falling for him. A gentle smile spread across Tada's face as the truth dawned on him. Serona's heart, too, had been captivated by the vase, causing a visible shiver to run through the elf. Their eyes met in silent understanding, each recognizing the same emotion in the other. Serona spoke with irritation, pointing out that Vasu cleverly played down his abilities, calling himself just an ordinary guy. In truth, he possessed the strength to defeat any monster effortlessly with a single strike. Considering that, it was easy to see why any woman would eventually fall for him. Tada nodded in agreement with Serona, noting that Vasu was both vulnerable and gentle. She remarked on his pure heart and pointed out how Vasu managed to say the difficult words the gentleman could not, all while meeting his gaze directly. Silence settled over the group once more as the girls exchanged glances, the realization dawning on them that they had already visited Vasu harem. With a gentle smile, Tata invited the elf to share the story of what transpired between her and Vasu, assuring her that there was no reason for jealousy. A soft giggle escaped Sarona as she offered a gentle smile, encouraging Tata to join in, eager to listen to the story of what had transpired between the two of them. Afterward, she proposed that if the guy agreed to help Tata but refused to do the same for Sarona, they might find a way to talk him into it. Tata echoed the idea, and before long, both girls were laughing together, insisting they were only teasing. Bathed in silvery moonlight, the male soared toward Vasu's bed and alighted softly beside him, calling out his name. Without warning, a hand slipped from beneath the blanket, seized the dragon, and drew her close, locking her firmly in a warm embrace. Turning to the man sobbing uncontrollably, Male closed his eyes. Witnessing such raw emotion, tears began to slide down his own cheeks as well. Lula paid close attention as her mother pointed out that Vasu had remained in bed for 5 days without touching a single meal. Turning to the Dragon King, Lula gently requested if he might lift Vasu's spirits and help him recover. Ragnar turned to Lula, curious if she understood the reason behind Vasu's travels. The man answered, explaining that Vasu hoped to seek out companions who would one day accompany him back to his homeland. Afterward, he mentioned how the vase had suffered severe damage. He spoke of leaving his hometown and seeking friends to help mend his wounds. At last, Vasu found himself prepared to return. Mel chimed in, pointing out that they were not the companions Vasu needed. McGill nodded in agreement with her daughter, observing that their role was simply to witness what lay ahead for both the boy and Vasu. Right now, offering support was not part of their place in the story. At this point, helping Vasu grasp the true meaning of friendship had become essential. Lula pondered the dragon's words, lost in thought, when Orlando rushed in and inquired urgently whether Vasu was staying at the hotel. The girl tried to warn him that Vasu was resting in his room, but Orlando offered a brief apology and insisted that he had urgent business with the adventurer. Bursting into the room, he announced he had heard everything from Reagan. Striding over to the vase, he eyed the person sprawled on the bed, his disapproval clear as he demanded to know how much longer he intended to sleep, reminding him that it was time to get moving. Vasu remained puzzled by Orlando's mysterious purpose and the nature of the task he required. Orlando, with calm determination, declared his intention. He wished to challenge the vase. The guardian stood resolute, ready for battle, as Vasu cast a doubtful glance and remarked he had no intention of feeding him. Orlando, urging caution, warned Vasu against his overconfidence and swiftly launched an attack. With a weary sigh, Vasu sidestepped Orlando's onslaught, boredom evident in his every move. Annoyance flickered across his face as, with a swift gesture, he sent his attacker tumbling to the ground, muttering his irritation. Turning to Orlando, he announced his intention to retire for the night. The guard had watched him throw himself against Vasu with every ounce of strength, yet found himself unable to leave even a scratch on the seasoned adventurer. Noticing the spark of enjoyment in Orlando's eyes during their clash, Vasu felt a surge of irritation rise within him. Afterward, he remarked that traveling such a distance only to face defeat made little sense, and Orlando's intentions remained a mystery to him. The guardian explained his wish for the vase to finally stir from its stillness, prompting the adventurer to reply that movement was not something he often engaged in. Orlando shared his advice with the young man, saying that when sadness weighed heavily, the best remedy was to step outside for fresh air and keep moving, finding that activity helped lift the burden. Vasu, however, observed that this strategy would have only been effective if the adversary had been more formidable than Orlando. Vasu remarked that he might quickly grow to despise Reagan, since Reagan himself had urged him to. Hearing this, Orlando suddenly understood Vasu's point and recalled the tattoo. Fury flashed in the adventurer's eyes as he struck Orlando, forbidding him from uttering her name again. Orlando, startled by the blow, hurried to apologize. Vasu, curious and cautious, asked the reason for Orlando's visit. Orlando answered, explaining he couldn't simply watch Vasu lie in pain and do nothing. At that moment, a sudden thought crossed Orlando's mind. There was still one more thing he needed to share with the brunette. Surprise flickered across his face before Orlando gestured at the vase, remarking that the adventurer lacked any sense of style. Vasu flinched at those words. With a hint of embarrassment, he urged Orlando to be quiet, well aware of his own limitations in the looks department. However, Orlando clearly had an entirely different agenda. Orlando appealed to Vasudeva, urging him to listen. He explained that his struggles were not limited to this moment alone. Speaking as one man to another, Orlando expressed empathy. Yet despite Orlando's words, Vasudeva remained puzzled, unable to grasp what could be so troubling about the vase. Witnessing the fierce clash against the goblins left him both astonished and deeply impressed. As Vasu listened, it became clear that Orlando was fully aware of such power existing in the world. Sincere respect for the young man grew within him, reaching into the depths of his soul. He admitted almost shyly that he wished he could be as unyielding and steadfast as a vice. Orlando positioned himself firmly in front of the man on the ground, expressing his desire to be more than a guardian, to become someone truly capable of protecting others. Once more he positioned himself before Vsu, insisting he could no longer keep quiet after learning that someone he admired had shut himself away in his room over a woman. Vsu responded with little more than a reminder that such matters did not concern him. Vasu took a seat, his expression troubled, and inquired about the reason behind these words from Orlando. The guardian, uncertain about Vasu's intentions, simply responded that he had always considered Vasu a friend. With a skeptical glance at the cheerful man, the brunette remarked on their sudden closeness. Orlando responded that this was precisely why he hoped for Vasu's recovery. Reflecting on Orlando's words, Vasu wondered aloud if the man might hear him out. Vasu reflected on how the villagers viewed him as a symbol of strength, yet inside, his heart lacked the same resilience as his body. Orlando noticed Vasu's uncertainty and saw him searching for companionship, yet found no one close enough to offer Vasu the support he needed. Memories of the girls lingered in his mind, each one seeming to have fallen for him, yet all of them eventually walked away. Whenever this familiar heartbreak struck, Vasu retreated quietly to the solitude of his room. In a world where companions journeyed side by side, envy simmered quietly within Vasu. Gazing down at his own powerful hand, he wondered why, despite such strength, he walked his path alone, unable to inspire anyone to join him. As days slipped by, his sorrow only grew deeper. Orlando, still reeling from what the vase had revealed, lashed out and struck the man squarely in the face. Burnett watched in confusion, unable to grasp Orlando's motives until Orlando, tense with frustration, voiced his disapproval of the defeatist mindset that dismissed Vasu's abilities as worthless. Meanwhile, the guard roughly grabbed the vase by the chest, indifferent to the fact that the vase stood alone and friendless, believing it made no difference if no one chose to support the man. While the crowd showered Rodnir with praise for rescuing Lunik, Orlando understood the truth. Vasu was the true hero behind it all. Memories flooded Orlando's mind, especially the moment when Vasu had rescued his cherished girlfriend, an act that filled him with pride. Although Tata was no longer around, Vasu's presence had managed to bring happiness back to the girl's life. That simple fact alone felt like reason enough to feel proud. Orlando struggled to determine whether Vasu was the type of man indifferent to a girl's happiness. Wondering if Vasu wanted to force a friendship, Orlando questioned him once more about the purpose of seeking such power. Dedicated to helping others, resolving troubles, and restoring happiness, a hero once traveled the world, earning renown wherever he went as a legendary traveler. Orlando, impressed by Vasa's charisma, requested that Vasa embody the essence of someone truly remarkable. Vasu stood motionless as the guard spoke, their words echoing in his ears. The memory of the girl surfaced in his mind, bringing a calm assurance. With a deep breath, his eyes slipped shut for a moment before a confident smile curved his lips. Standing amidst the tall grass, he admitted it didn't seem so bad after all. A satisfied smile played on Orlando's lips as he calmly announced that the matter had already been settled. Meanwhile, the dragon family, hidden among the bushes, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Vasu had finally come to understand everything. After making their way back to the city, Vasu and Orlando sought out the guildmaster. The revelation that both wished to resign from the guild left the guildmaster visibly stunned. Unwavering, they reaffirmed their decision, and Orlando announced his intention to pursue the path of knighthood. Vasu mentioned he had given the man some training, and the results were evident. The man had picked up a few skills. Reagan considered this information carefully, concluding that if Vasu spoke so confidently about him, the man must be prepared. The man explained that to earn the title of knight, Orlando needed to travel to the capital city of the Kingdom of Manbond. The young man responded, mentioning that such a journey was already part of their plans. Reagan remarked on the surprising change in Vacal, noting how the young man, once withdrawn and reclusive, now brimmed with energy. Sensing the shift, the man decided there could be no better moment to begin their journey. Tears streamed down Lula's face as Vasu and Orlando prepared to depart. With a gentle smile, Vasu invited the girl to join him. In response, she remarked that a familiar customer was leaving. The young man simply wondered what else could be expected from the hotel's proprietor. Kalo approached and asked the man to let the vase examine their lunak. he expressed his gratitude to her. Soon, another girl approached and wrapped him in a tight embrace, tears streaming as she mourned the departure of their precious comrade. Through her sobs, she reminded him that everyone eagerly awaited his return to the guild. Following that, Reagan walked up to the man and handed him the hefty reward for completing the mission with the swamp poison. The size of the sum left the man astonished. The man passed a badge to the newcomer, explaining that every member of the group possessed one back in Reagan's days as an adventurer. By presenting this badge to the guildmaster in the eastern district of the royal capital, the newcomer would receive certain privileges. The man revealed that the guildmaster was actually his older sister, notorious for her fierce temper. Vasu could not help but shudder as his mind conjured up a frightening image of Reagan's formidable sibling. Following an extended farewell, the members of my L expressed their gratitude to everyone before saying their final goodbyes. As they continued on their journey, Vasu paused often to bid farewell to many more travelers. Soon after, the group departed from Lunik, leaving its streets behind. Ragnar and his family returned to the quiet embrace of their own castle. Bound for the kingdom's capital, Orlando and his companion set out side by side, embarking on another lengthy and demanding journey. Unaware of the pursuit behind him, Vasu remained oblivious to the two girls trailing his steps. Urged by Tata and Sirona to quicken his pace, Gareth listened as they expressed concern that Vasu might have already departed from Lunik. A gentle smile played on Gareth's lips, for he held the quiet certainty that the young man was destined for greatness. Yet the thought of being pursued by not one, but two enchanting women had never crossed his mind. Seated some distance away from the girls, Nenya reflected that, had she realized something like this might occur, she would have brought the boy along with her. Witnessing the bitter expression clouding Tata's face proved almost unbearable. Curious glances from the girls shifted toward Nenya, as they speculated she might be another contender in the young man's harem. In response, Nenya calmly clarified that her role was merely that of his bodyguard. Sirona and Tata quietly mused that perhaps one day Nenya would come to appreciate the allure of the vase, all the while becoming aware that a new rival had entered the realm of romance. The carriage raced onward, rolling swiftly down the road as Gareth brooded over the weight of his own sins. Vasu and Orlando set out on a fresh adventure, making their way across sprawling fields and through the dense embrace of ancient forests, each step taking them farther from the familiar. Deep within the forest's stillness, another monster emerged and attacked, only to be swiftly vanquished by Orlando's skillful hand. Struggling to steady his breath, Lando turned to Vasu and requested a short break. Vasu's eyes widened in astonishment upon learning that Orlando, despite having slain just 30 monsters, already appeared weary. With a faint smile, the guard gently reminded him not to measure Orlando's stamina by that of a typical soldier. A gentle smile spread across Vasu's face as he placed a comforting hand on the weary young man's shoulder. He assured Orlando that his earlier remarks were only in jest and expressed genuine confidence in Orlando's newfound strength. Despite these words, Orlando remained hesitant, unable to measure his progress by something as trivial as lifting a vase. To this, Orlando remarked that, regardless of everything else, he found himself envying Vaz, a revelation that clearly took Vaz by surprise. Orlando remarked that, even teetering on the edge of death, Vasu could still acquire remarkable protection from the goddess. With that newfound power, the young man would emerge even stronger than before. Su recognized his growing strength as the gift of the goddess, yet he remained convinced that the figure who had saved him from the brink of death was not the goddess herself, but a man. Thanks to her care, the young man had grown accustomed to eating all sorts of things. Now, he reached out and plucked a mushroom, confident it would serve as his latest meal. Orlando listened as he explained how each meal seemed to leave him noticeably stronger. Vasu then remarked that perhaps it was Mael's influence that enabled his growth. Without hesitation, he bit into a poisonous mushroom, a sight that sent a wave of alarm through Orlando. Despite having slain 30 monsters, the soldier found himself only marginally improved. Unable to explain it, jealousy flared within Orlando when rumors spread of Vasu's newfound strength. Deep envy gripped him, making it hard to even picture a vase. Yet, after several days with Vasu, it became clear that Vasu neither boasted nor misused his strength. This mindset did not come naturally, leading people to place their trust in the vase instead. After hearing a friend speak, Vasu confessed with a heavy heart that friendship was something he lacked. Orlando observed that pessimism only served to make the vase seem more human. The soldier observed a curious pattern. Whenever someone faced difficulties, the first thought that came to mind for many was to call upon the vase. Orlando found this notion fascinating, admiring the idea so much that he longed to assume that very role himself. Vasu then turned to Orlando, posing the question once more. was his true aim to become a knight in Manbanda. The path to promotion and leading troops stretched out before him, yet doubt lingered in Orlando's mind. He simply could not see himself rising to that challenge. Vesu assured them that the young man had a real chance. Over the next 50 days on their journey to the capital, he planned to train him personally. With that dedication, Orlando was certain to grow stronger. Orlando mentioned that the man instructed him solely to hunt monsters, offering no other guidance since Orlando struggled with learning. Vasu, in response, remarked that discipline in learning was one of his trademarks. As darkness settled over the camp, Vasu reminded everyone of the importance of getting plenty of rest. Recognizing the need for comfort, he turned to Maela and requested her help in preparing a place for them to sleep. As the dragon started weaving its magic, every request from the young man was granted with ease. Grateful, the boy offered his thanks to the enchanted vase, while Orlando marveled aloud, admitting that no matter how many times he witnessed it, the sight never failed to astound him. The soldier speculated that the young man likely possessed spatial magic, and Vasu nodded in agreement, remarking how practical it was for him to transport objects so easily. While arranging the beds around the campfire, Orlando's thoughts drifted. The Dragon King and his kin possessed the remarkable ability to shift into human form. Curiosity tugged at him as he considered whether Mael could share that same gift. The Sioux responded, explaining that although Ragnar believed the male lacked the strength for this task, that did not mean she herself would remain a dragon for all time. Despite Vasu's claims of being repeatedly left behind by women, the little dragon who had once saved his life, and now loyally remained by his side each day, clearly harbored a genuine fondness for the adventurer. Gazing at the slumbering male, the soldier suspected that Vasu's future bride might be nearer than anyone realized. Responding to his friend's remark, Vasu expressed a desire for his wife to be human, which drew a laugh from Orlando. Vasu instructed Orlando to hunt down 100 monsters the following day. The soldier worried that such a demand would exhaust him long before reaching Manban. As morning arrived, sunlight streamed over the group. Vasu, however, stirred not from the warmth of dawn, but from a strange noise. Blinking in confusion, he sat upright, trying to make sense of the unfamiliar sound. Amid the commotion, a voice questioned their intentions, suggesting that without any gain, involvement would have been unthinkable. Soon after, another voice rang out, declaring that they were merely pawns, yet oblivious to the fact. Orlando roused the vase, claiming he had overheard a heated argument, although in truth, he himself had not caught a single sound. Laughter echoed nearby as Vasu overheard a voice remark that those who enjoyed tranquil nights were likely oblivious to reality. People endlessly manipulated one another to serve their own interests. Vasu darted off in the right direction, urging his friend to keep up. Meanwhile, the group of men clustered around someone, remarking on how unusual it was to come across such charming individuals. They murmured among themselves, believing it would be a waste to simply do away with them. The men seized the girls, who struggled to break free, believing they could use them for their own amusement. Without warning, the captains shouted, commanding everyone to step back and release their grip on her subordinates. The woman decided that if anyone intended to mock the girls, they should do so with her present. The men eyed her rounded figure with open disdain, remarking that not a single one of them wished to lay a hand on her. Forced into silence, she remained seated, keeping her thoughts to herself. Meanwhile, Vasu and Orlando dashed toward the scene, determined to reach the girls in time. The soldier stared in disbelief, astonished by Vasu's ability to pick up voices from so far away. Their gaze swept over the gathering, quickly spotting a group of women in distress. Vasu turned to Orlando and asked if he was armed, and without hesitation, they leapt from the low cliff, landing near the troubled group, ready to defend and rescue the imperiled girls. Bewilderment flickered across the robbers' faces as they stared at the newcomers, unable to grasp where these strangers had come from or what business they had there. The captain cast a hopeful glance at the group. Vasu instructed Orlando to confront the 3 men clad in red armor. Orlando hesitated, uncertainty flickering across his face. With a steady voice, Vasu assured him of his ability to manage the task. Meanwhile, Vasu prepared to deal with the remaining robbers himself. Large shadows loomed over the vase as 2 burly men hovered nearby, their displeasure clear at being overlooked by the young man. Unaware of the duel before him, the man failed to see he was outnumbered. The pair confronted him, dropping any pretense and announcing themselves as the gang that ruled this territory. The 2 introduced themselves with pride as the Dingo Brothers, yet the man replied bluntly that their names meant nothing to him. Summoning every ounce of strength, he struck the brothers hard. All the while, Orlando grappled fiercely with 3 armored bandits. Orlando charged forward, sword raised high, demanding the release of the women. Vasu swiftly dispatched the remaining robbers, subduing each one who dared to confront him. The robbers, desperately seeking assistance and bewildered by the identities of their adversaries, suddenly cried out in agony. As the last opponent fell, Vasu brought his hands together in a sharp clap and declared the contest over. At Vasu's request, Male swiftly summoned water. Handing a flask to the girls, he checked if they were all right. In response, gratitude shimmered in their eyes as they thanked him. Following the incident, Vasu walked up to the captain, his eyes searching for any sign of injury. The captain quickly reassured him, her calm demeanor making it clear that she was unharmed. Gratitude lit up her face as she expressed thanks to the man who had come to her rescue. He reached out, intending to untie the rope, yet found the task challenging due to her substantial size. A wave of nervousness swept over him as he realized the difficulty stemmed from her weight. With a sudden burst of strength, the man snapped the rope, allowing the woman to finally inhale deeply. Catching her breath, she introduced herself as an intimate attendant to the second princess of Manbanda, as well as the captain of the Katie squad. The young girls accompanying her, she explained, were under her protection. A heavy sadness settled over the woman, knowing that misfortune had befallen them during her presence. With a quiet voice, she apologized for her disheveled state. With a reassuring smile, Vasu explained there was never any need for worry. They had simply shown up to bond with the group, which was why things unfolded so smoothly. Grateful, Vasu offered thanks once more for their rescue, then turned to inquire about their identities. A sudden burst of light shot out from her ring, catching the guys off guard. The captain turned his attention to the glowing ring, focusing on the source of the mysterious voice. A voice inquired about their safety, and Katie assured everyone that they were already out of danger. Curious, Vishu wanted to know what had just happened. Orlando explained that it was a special ring, one capable of transmitting messages across distances. A sigh of relief drifted from the ring's voice, followed by an explanation that Floyd had relayed news of the girls' attack. Thanks to this warning, they had already arrived safely in the village of Mema. Vishu softly mentioned that the captain shared the squad's name, a detail that caught Orlando's attention. He thought the name sounded rather charming. The voice mentioned their plan to meet in the village, then unexpectedly turned to address a newcomer who had just arrived. Anxiety flickered in the captain's voice as he summoned Mrs. Namanissa, prompting the young man to fall silent, his attention fixed on the woman. In the tranquil village of Mima, Mrs. Namanissu finally felt at ease upon learning that Katie was safe. With a gentle smile, she suggested that they take this opportunity to pause their journey and discover what the village had to offer. A sudden noise echoed through the room. Turning her gaze toward the doorway, the girl inquired about the newcomers approaching her. In the corridor, a group clad in gleaming armor stood assembled, announcing that at last Mrs. Nemanissa had been found. With a swift motion, the butler hurled an object into the throng of people. With a swift motion, the butler unleashed a thick smoke screen, expertly guiding the girls through the haze. Together, they moved quickly until their escape was blocked. Facing an overwhelming number of foes they stood no chance of overcoming. Their only refuge became a small house on the edge of town, where they quickly erected a protective barrier. Hope flickered as they relied on Katie to bring help in time to save them. For now, exhaustion pressed in as they waited for their magic to dwindle away. Nemanissa believed their investigation had reached a crucial point, and a bit more evidence might soon fall into their hands. Just then, a sudden noise drifted in from beyond the window, leaving her uncertain about what was unfolding outside. Gazing out the window, her eyes settled on Vasu as he moved swiftly to confront the approaching enemies. The girl's attention remained fixed on him, watching his every move. In that unexpected encounter, realization dawned on her. It was love at first sight, unmistakable and electric. Although his name remained a mystery, the mere sight of his silhouette stirred her heart and drew her irresistibly toward him. A young girl stood poised before the vase. A few days ago, the young man visited the remote village of Oishi. Vishu pressed his palms into the earth, carefully leveling the surface before flashing a quiet smile and announcing that everyone had arrived. The captain and Orlando surveyed Vishu's handiwork, curiosity flickering in their eyes as they inquired about the state of those involved. With a calm voice, Vishu remarked that neither abandoned homes nor cages could be found anywhere in the village. Determined to prevent the bandits from getting away, the young man chose to bury them. Observing the robbers' pitiful state, the captain took note. Meanwhile, Orlando remarked that the place resembled a miserable excuse for a flower garden. Soon a girl approached, explaining she had already spoken with the village head. She announced her plans to travel to Lunik to ensure the robbers faced justice as swiftly as possible. The captain, relieved, agreed this would resolve many difficulties and entrusted everything to her care. In that moment, her eyes locked with Vasu's. She promised she would return to him without fail. Embarrassment colored Vasu's cheeks as the girl turned to Orlando, requesting him to share more about the upcoming trip when the moment arrived. The soldier's sudden, unexpected blush mirrored his discomfort. The vase trembled in surprise at the girl's unexpected words. With a hesitant tone, Orlando nodded in agreement and gently reminded the girl to watch herself. Her face lit up with a joyful smile at his words. Mounting her horse, she rode away, leaving the boys standing behind. Vasu cast a sidelong glance at Orlando, who caught his friend's look and flushed with embarrassment. Soon after, two more girls approached Orlando, explaining that Katie had instructed them to remain in the village and keep an eye on the bandits. A hint of frustration showed on their faces, as the assignment meant they couldn't join him on his journey. The girl proposed they meet once more, while Vasu observed the scene with a look of disapproval. With a resigned sigh, thoughts drifted to Orlando, who always seemed to capture everyone's attention, even though Vasu had been just as heroic in the rescue. While pondering the issue of his troublesome face, he offered to change up his hairstyle or alter his appearance. In response, Mail smacked him, clearly displeased. It dawned on the young man that the real reason was simple. Mail found his unruly hair made for the perfect resting spot. Vashumek caught Katie's gaze, her eyes shimmering with excitement, yet the young man remained indifferent. A playful wink came from the girl's direction, yet Vasu simply responded with a gentle smile. The idea of being asked whether a girl was his type left him at a loss for words, despite finding her appearance undeniably cute. His sturdy arms found the task of carrying her surprisingly light, and her size posed no challenge at all. Lost in his own thoughts, he barely noticed when Mail, annoyed, struck him once more. He turned to Katie, wondering aloud if perhaps it was for the best she hadn't visited her mistress, given the apparent danger. The woman explained that Mima village lay only a day's hard ride away from their own. She assured him that her lady had erected a protective barrier, and the butler remained by her side, so the captain felt no cause for concern. After a brief moment of consideration, she remarked they should have hurried regardless. The villager then announced that the horses were ready. The captain expressed his gratitude, while Vasu declined a mount, insisting he would rather run on his own. Katie found herself taken aback by the man's remark, but her astonishment only grew once their journey began. Vesu darted ahead of the horses, an unexpected move that caught the captain off guard. Unfazed by exhaustion, the guy pressed on at a relentless pace. Katie watched in awe, captivated by his remarkable strength and stamina. Curiosity sparked within her, and she wondered what gave him such extraordinary resilience. Orlando, meanwhile, simply offered a wry smile, admitting his envy. As darkness settled around them, they gathered to make camp and sparked a modest fire. Resting beside the gentle glow, Katie estimated that their journey would bring them to Mima by the following evening. Kitty once more expressed gratitude to the group for their assistance, prompting Vesu to mention that they happened to be passing through, as their destination was also Man Bond. The young man paused, considering the gravity of the captain's loyalty to such a key figure in the nation. Curiosity stirred within him, prompting his next question. The man announced that, as a reward, Katie would be allowed to assist them with a certain task. Orlando warned her sternly to behave herself around the vase. Curious, Katie inquired about how she might be of help. Draping an arm around his friend's shoulders, Vasu explained to Katie that Orlando aspired to become a knight, and therefore planned to leave and join the captain. A gentle smile spread across the girl's face as she assured that, if that were the case, a conversation with Mrs. Namanissa would have been in order. Yet, overcoming this challenge demanded more time. Vasu expressed curiosity, hoping Katie would reveal more, yet she simply shook her head, unable to share anything further. Namanissa would be the one to unveil the truth to him, but only after their meeting and once he had gained her confidence. At that moment, she might have recounted the story of what had happened during her time in the land of Man Bond. The following day brought Vasu and his companions to the village of Mima, where silence hung heavy in the air. Orlando's sharp eyes picked up on the utter emptiness of the streets. Evening had already fallen, yet not a single soul could be seen wandering about. The group approached a nearby house, where Katie offered a polite apology for the intrusion and inquired if anyone happened to be inside. From the doorway, a visibly nervous young woman emerged. A few days earlier, people clad in red armor descended upon their village. They gathered in force around the house that stood alone on the outskirts, sending fear rippling through the residents. A silent understanding passed between Orlando and Vasu as their eyes met. Memories stirred in Orlando's mind. He recalled seeing several of the thieves clad in that same distinctive armor. Turning to Katie, Vasu gently inquired if she recognized any of them. A deep frown creased Katie's brow as she explained to the group that they had quietly slipped out of the country to track someone down. Now, caught up in the middle of a serious investigation, their efforts faced resistance from certain individuals determined to bring the search to a halt at any cost. After considering the situation, Vasu urged everyone to pick up the pace and head straight for the house on the outskirts. Clad in striking red armor, a group had gathered by the house, torches gripped in their hands. Among them, one commanded Namanissa to give up and cease her attempts to leave. According to him, every effort was futile, as no rescue would arrive, and the dwindling magic power would eventually be exhausted. Hidden among the thick bushes, Vasu and the others kept a close eye on the group clad in red armor. Orlando quickly realized that the armored men outnumbered them. Quietly, Katie volunteered to act as bait for the team. Vasu concluded that the shimmering dome encasing the house served as a protective barrier, its glow now noticeably dimming, as if its strength was ebbing away. Emerging hurriedly from the tangled undergrowth, the young man announced that our time had run out. We pressed onward, his bewildered companions left trailing in our wake. Katie called out to the man, insisting these people were not like the bandits, they were disciplined knights with proper training. Vasu simply offered the girl a gentle smile, signaling her to remain silent. Confusion filled Katie's mind as she glanced at the vase, unable to grasp its meaning. One night, the young man crept up silently behind him and struck a powerful blow to his back, sending him crashing into the midst of his teammates. As night slipped away in all directions, confusion settled over those left behind, leaving them puzzled by the unfolding events. Scratching his head, Vasu silently admitted his lack of stealth skills. The knights leveled their swords at the adventurer, commanding him to ready himself for death. A knight charged forward, swinging his sword at the young man. The blade collided with the man's bare hand, and a sharp crack split the air as the metal fractured. Confusion flickered across the knight's face, clearly unable to grasp what had just occurred. The sword's blade splintered into countless pieces, leaving the attacking knight reeling in astonishment. In an instant, the remaining knights lunged forward together, launching a coordinated assault against the young man. With an air of indifference, Vasu merely lifted his hands, unfazed by the wounds marring his face, and as the sword struck him, they shattered into fragments once more. With a grave expression, Vasu told them that victory would only come if they first secured quality swords. Namanissa gazed through the window, drawn by the commotion of the knights' shouts outside. The sight she beheld left her stunned, frozen in disbelief at the unfolding scene. All they knew was that this was the so-called savior Katie had mentioned, yet in appearance he seemed utterly ordinary, his only remarkable trait an intense and simmering anger. With unwavering composure, the vase hurled the final foe through the air. The knight collapsed to the ground, while the young man surveyed his handiwork, a satisfied glint in his eye. Only then did he notice Mael at his side, and he inquired with genuine concern if she had been injured. As Katie and Orlando drew near, the captain admitted her surprise at the young man's unexpected strength. Orlando seemed a bit put out that his friend had taken on every opponent, prompting Vasu to offer a quick apology. Just then, the protective barrier encircling the house started to crumble away. Dropping to one knee, Katie announced her intention to rescue her mistress, her declaration hanging in the air as the men watched her in silence. After the captain announced her name, the cabin door quietly swung open. Astonishment rooted Vasu to the spot as a strikingly beautiful girl emerged from her secret hiding place. An air of silence lingers around them. Namanissa strode past the astonished Katie, making her way directly toward the vase. Drawing nearer with measured steps, the girl leaned in to study the young man before her, eventually closing the distance until only a breath separated them. An awkward grin spread across his face, his cheeks turning as red as hers. Rising onto her toes, Namanissa leaned in and inquired about the young man's name, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the housemaid and the butler observed from a distance, noticing his effort to gently mention how close she was standing. Unfazed, Namanissa focused solely on learning what to call him. At last, Vasu managed to utter his name, his voice trembling as the word escaped his lips. A bright smile lit up the girl's face as she joyfully echoed his name. The girl offered her name, Nimanissa Manbond. In that instant, the young man recognized her as the very same Nimanissa known as Mistress Katie. Yet in that moment, he suddenly stiffened, noticing that her surname was identical to the country's name. The girl calmly confirmed this, explaining she was, in fact, the second princess of Manbonda. Seated on the throne, the man fixed his gaze directly on the girl, gripping a sword in her hands. Their jewelry matched, each piece mirroring the other in both style and detail. By now, night had succumbed in the village of Mima, prompting the heroes to make their way to the local hotel. A gentle smile played on Namanissa's lips, while unease settled over Vaz as the girl positioned herself uncomfortably close to his side. Realizing the room offered more space than it seemed, he wondered why she had chosen to sit so close by. Meanwhile, the girl addressed the group, casually announcing that this gathering was meant to be informal and there was no need for anyone to act with formality. Orlando explained that Katie had already alerted them to her mistress's presence. However, encountering the girl in this manner caught them completely off guard. The young man addressed the princess once more, his manner stiff and overly formal. The candidates responded with warm smiles, gently requesting that he relax and speak more casually. At her gentle request to calm down, the young man acknowledged her authority with a silent nod. The princess proposed that their conversation should carry on as it was. Vasu, a bit uneasy, gestured toward the adjacent seat, hinting at his wish to relocate. The girl, however, gently rested her hand on his leg, remarking that if he changed seats, she would simply join him there. Namanissa realized she had yet to present her two companions, so the man politely gestured for the first to step forward and share his name. With a gentle smile, he introduced himself as Floyd, Mrs. Namanissa's dedicated personal butler. Next, he recounted witnessing Vasu bury the knights, leaving only their heads exposed above the ground. The sight impressed him, and he remarked on Vasu's refined sense of style, which caught the man off guard with unexpected praise. With a polite smile, the butler expressed genuine curiosity about the young man's remarkable taste and strength. Not entirely pleased with the butler's behavior, the princess shifted her attention and requested the girl to introduce herself. A rosy tint colored her cheeks as she stumbled over her words, introducing herself as Cumia, the personal maid to the princess. With a modest smile, she added that everyone could simply call her Cumia. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she stumbled over her words, managing to express that it was a pleasure to meet her. Realizing the girl's tongue was thick from slurring her words, the guy guessed she had simply misspoken. Vasu observed her as she offered a slight bow, and he couldn't help but think her figure seemed overwhelmingly generous, even for someone like her. With a look of clear disapproval, Nominus regarded the young man, who stood with his eyes closed, lost in thoughts about Captain Katie's statuesque figure, so reminiscent of Nominus himself. Yet as he observed the captain's petite frame, a sense of imbalance struck him. The impressive form seemed oddly mismatched with such a slight build. Namanissa gave a deliberate cough, her hands positioned to accentuate her already impressive figure, and a satisfied smile played on her lips. The young man, however, only stared back in blank confusion. With a gentle nudge from Katie, Orlando stepped forward and shared his name. The newcomer introduced himself as well, explaining that he and Vasa had departed Lunik and were now traveling to Manbin. Namanissa inquired whether the pair before her were adventurers. Namanissa wondered whether they had played a part in overcoming the warriors clad in red armor. Meanwhile, Katie spoke up, intent on clarifying a particular detail. The captain recounted how Vasu had single-handedly vanquished every knight in red armor encircling the house where Namanissa had taken refuge. She added that Vasu proved himself a dependable ally. With a playful glint in her eye, Katie offered a sly wink to the bewildered young man, leaving him even more uncertain about her intentions. The princess, intrigued by the unfolding scene, found herself eager to learn more. Meanwhile, Vasu slipped away, intent on finding a map, only to discover along the way that it was actually a sacred artifact belonging to a goddess. Namanissa noticed a hint of trouble in the young man's demeanor and gently inquired if anything was amiss. With a nervous apology, he excused himself, explaining he needed to step out for a moment, and departed from the room, leaving the princess puzzled and alone. Vasu unfolded a map and inquired about the situation. The goddesses replied that they had been deep in an important discussion. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the card. With a slow blink, he edged open one eye, scrutinizing the card in his hand. Nothing in his status appeared to have shifted. To his relief, his humanity remained intact. Curiosity nudged him to ask about the meaning behind danger detection level -1 inch. The goddess, fuming with irritation, hurled insults at the man, while the Earth Mother simply watched with a victorious smile, her laughter ringing out in the air. The goddess launched into a tirade, her voice sharp as she criticized Katie and Namanissa, mentioning their imposing figures. She then shifted her attention to the maid, remarking on the delicate look that stirred an instinct to shield her the moment one saw her. The goddess looked at Cumia with puzzlement, questioning the reason behind her impressive figure. To her, every woman with such striking curves stood in opposition, and she remarked that even the goddess of Mother Earth belonged among their foes. The second goddess let out a soft laugh, explaining that none of it mattered, for her deep love for the vase was all that truly counted. With a hint of dissatisfaction, the young man kept listening to the ongoing chorus of two goddesses as they compared their impressive figures, all the while noting that the first goddess's proportions were noticeably less generous. As Vasu stepped out, all eyes in the room shifted toward the door, silent curiosity filling the air as each person wondered about Vasu's purpose there. Namanissa turned to Orlando and quietly requested permission to ask him something. With evident hesitation, she inquired whether Vasu had someone special, prompting a flicker of surprise from Orlando. The girl hurried to explain her actions, insisting that perhaps she had been too friendly with Vaz, which might have upset him. Orlando responded with a gentle smile, reassuring her that his friend was simply on edge, unfamiliar as he was with receiving attention from girls. According to the guy, Vasu appeared to be alone in the world, struggling quietly with self-doubt beneath his outward appearance. The smallest slight could wound him easily. Orlando mentioned that when it came to his feelings for the girls, Vasu held a rather bleak outlook. Each girl processed the situation in her own way. One felt a strong urge to protect, another found the whole thing endearing, while the third simply responded with a gentle smile. The soldier remarked that Vasu possessed a far greater sense of decency compared to most others, and assured that such qualities would certainly make him valuable to the princess. Fingers interlaced gently around her collarbones, a confident smile graced her lips. Once again, Vasu made his way back to the group. Settling beside the girl once more, he gently inquired about the reasons behind the princess and her companions leaving the royal capital, feeling that the moment had come to reveal everything. With a weary sigh, Namanissa admitted that revealing the entire story would drag them into her troubles. Yet, reassured by Vasi's calm confidence that all would be well, she placed her trust in him and chose to confide. In her homeland of Manbond, King Javilio and Queen Marilna were blessed with 3 children. The eldest among them, Navilio, stood as the crown prince and rightful heir to the throne. Naralina, the elder of the twin sisters, stood alongside her sibling Namanissa, the younger twin. Together, they belonged to the Manbond family, the ruling lineage of this state. According to Floyd, Navilio excelled in domestic affairs, diplomacy, and military strategy, earning him the reputation as the genius of his nation. Within the cities, both officials and townspeople took great pride in his achievements. According to Katie, whenever war loomed, Mrs. Naralina unleashed such power that the blood of her foes seemed to pour from the sky. Her strength alone struck terror into neighboring nations and their knights. Humia explained that on the other side stood Namanissa, the younger sister, known for her gentle heart and compassion. Renowned for her barrier magic, people often called her the Holy Princess of Mercy. Namanissa shared that her family had once enjoyed a peaceful life, untouched by discord, but everything changed when her parents were struck by a mysterious illness that left them in a deep, unending sleep. During a time when unity was needed most, her older brother and sister turned against one another, regarding each other as adversaries. The 2 sides turned on each other, readying themselves for war. Namanissa sensed that the tragedies befalling both families were no coincidence. Driven by suspicion, she and her followers began their own search for the truth. Orlando then proposed that this might be the reason the soldiers in red armor had tried to meddle with her affairs. Namanissa dismissed the idea, insisting those soldiers were not the true source of their troubles. Vesu wondered aloud if someone else could be responsible for the difficulties they faced. Katie informed the princess that while their primary issue remained under investigation, they had uncovered the cause of the discord among the elder siblings of the man-born family. Before anything else, Katie felt it necessary to find out if they had been wearing any unusual items, perhaps something resembling jewelry, when their quarrel began. Namanissa paused to consider, and memories surfaced of her brother wearing a bracelet and her sister always adorned with a necklace. Frown creased Katie's brow as she revealed she already knew, having heard the same words from the manager of the Adventure Guild in the Eastern Royal Capital. Vasu pondered this manager, concluding she must be Reagan's older sister. Katie then mentioned that both the bracelet and the necklace were cursed. Namanissa listened in astonishment as the captain shared the news. Supposedly, every cursed item lay safely locked away in sealed vaults, yet shockingly, 2 of these dangerous artifacts had vanished without a trace. The bracelet carried the curse of the insolent youth, while the necklace bore the fury of the berserker. With each passing moment the owner wore these items, their power over the wearer grew increasingly potent. Nominus remarked that their main focus should have been on lifting the curse instead of hunting down who caused it. Katie pointed out that once the cursed items are taken away or destroyed, the curse itself will begin to weaken and fade. With curiosity, Vasu inquired whether the princess, being related to them, might reach out to her relatives, but Namanissa replied that the princess would not even recognize her. To make matters more challenging, a cluster of 6 shadowy figures seemed to constantly surround them, creating a barrier that discouraged anyone from getting close. Vasu suggested forcing a path through to their destination. Katie cautioned him, pointing out that these knights were not like the ones clad in red armor. They stood on par with the class adventurers. Orlando inquired whether the princess approved of using force, suggesting that if she agreed, Vasu could handle the task on behalf of the girl, as his strength was unusually formidable. A faint blush crept across Vasu's cheeks as his friend spoke, realizing just how deeply Orlando understood him. Naminisa gazed at the vase, confidence shining in his eyes as he claimed he could easily disperse them. Memories of the battle stirred within him, recalling how he had declared that, if they sought victory over their opponent, Ying would need to secure a finer sword. Next, he revealed his card, boldly declaring that not even the holy sword could render the man powerless. Vasu mentioned his own younger sister, noting that he could understand the sorrow and discomfort the girl must have felt from being resented by her siblings. The princess carefully listened, as the young man described how Naminisa once radiated cheerfulness and independence, yet somehow, she had become so changed that even her own brother and sister failed to recognize her. Loneliness weighed heavily on the girl, making her days even more difficult. Vasu explained that she had departed from the country, leaving her brother and sister behind to resolve the issue on their own. A warm smile spread across his face as he praised the princess for her remarkable qualities. Observing her family, he also noted the deep bond shared among the siblings. At the young man's words, the girl quietly closed her eyes. While Orlando accused Vasu of being disrespectful toward the princess, the girl simply expressed her gratitude to the vase. The group paid close attention as the girl explained that the request was unofficial, bypassing the guild's usual channels. Seeking help to rescue her family, the princess implored the others to eliminate the cursed items. With a confident gaze fixed on the vase, she inquired whether they would accept this request. A gentle smile spread across Vasu's face as he accepted the assignment, prompting a joyful grin from the princess in response. The man paused and mentioned he had a single condition, one that involved Orlando, who longed to earn his place among the knights. Insisting that rising to knighthood from nothing was unthinkable, he pleaded for his friend to at least be granted an opportunity. Orlando explained to Vasu that this was meant as a reward for the adventurer, but Vasu simply responded by reminding him of their friendship. Upon hearing the young man's words, tears welled up in Orlando's eyes. A gentle smile spread across Nama's face as she assured him of her willingness to lend a hand. Orlando's courage had already shown through when he rescued Katie and her team, proving his worth. With heartfelt gratitude, Orlando Bood offered his thanks to the princess. Seeing this, Vesu found contentment in knowing his friend's future was now secure, and he realized there was nothing else he desired. Once more, the princess inquired about the reward he desired, yet the young man simply declined, asking for nothing in return. At that moment, Naminisa took it upon herself to decide the reward, insisting that the young man shouldn't have to be so self-sacrificing. Her hand gently pressed against her chest. With a smile spreading across his face, the young man realized that the girl had promised herself as a reward for Vasu, and her words finally made sense to him. The girl expressed her appreciation for how deeply the young man cared about Orlando's future as a knight, yet gently assured him that such formality between them was unnecessary. The girl smiled, suggesting he simply call her Naminisa and speak to her in a more relaxed, casual manner. Vasu hesitated, wanting to protest, but the princess drew near, her gaze locking onto the young man's. He inhaled sharply as she held his eyes, and then her lips curled into a knowing smile. Flustered, he stammered that he understood her. With a gentle wave of his hand, he assured her that he understood, and announced he would now address her by her first name. The princess accepted this with a bright, delighted smile. The following day, plans were set in motion for their journey to the royal capital, with the princess entrusted to the vase's protective power. With a graceful smile, the princess bid good night to all, gently reminding everyone that the men's quarters were arranged apart from the women's. The butler assured them that all was well, suggesting the princess remain in the room with the vase, while he and Orlando would move to a different room. Just as Floyd prepared to bid everyone good night, Naminisa charged at him. With a powerful strike, she knocked the butler straight through the window. The princess's unexpected actions left the group in stunned silence, and with their departure for the royal capital drawing near, Vasu was urged not to push himself to extremes because of this. Morning arrived, casting light across the room. The maid stood over Vasu, impatiently urging him to get up since their departure was imminent. Without waiting for a response, she seized the chance to rouse him by grabbing the sleeping boy and unceremoniously tossing him onto the floor. Sleepiness clouded his eyes as he gazed at Kumia, confusion flickering across his face. He hesitated before asking if the girl truly was a Kumia. With a hint of amusement, the girl inquired if he was still awake. Vasu observed a change in the girl's demeanor compared to the day before, and Kumia found the young man's comment displeasing. Floyd peeked into Vasu's room to confirm that Vasu was already awake. At that point, he quietly announced that it was time for everyone to go. Moving closer to Floyd, curiosity sparked as the question formed what had troubled the girl. The butler paused, realizing he had neglected to mention the girl's name. She was called Kumuya. Observing the pair, the young man guessed that the girls might be twins. However, Floyd corrected him, hinting that the truth was a bit more complicated. The condition was described as a split personality. Most of the time, Kamiya held control, yet there were moments when another side emerged and revealed itself. The man remarked that, although the girl could come across as rude, that wasn't truly the case. The guy nodded in agreement, pointing out that the girl now resembled a maid muttering under her breath. The girl approached the young man, announcing her intention to wash him, but Vasu intervened swiftly, insisting that he was capable of managing on his own. While standing in the bathroom, the young man confided to Elle that everyone he had recently met seemed peculiar. Memories of Floyd shooting out the window the previous day surfaced in his mind, especially since Floyd hadn't suffered so much as a scratch, almost as if he were something other than human. Carefully dabbing at his skin, he understood that he had no room for complaints in his current situation, and a quiet sense of satisfaction settled over him. Vasu wondered aloud about the lingering gaze directed at him, mentioning that if it continued, he might start feeling self-conscious. With a casual shrug, he assured her there was nothing to conceal, so he felt perfectly at ease. Across from him, she met his response with a quietly satisfied look. The idea of altering his appearance, as Ragnar and the others did, filled him with a quiet dread. Embarrassment would consume him, so allowing himself to be seen unclothed was out of the question. A gentle smile played on his lips as he urged Mail to remain true to herself, confessing a preference for her just as she was. The dragon, lingering nearby, could only gaze at the young man with a sorrowful expression. Stepping outside, he encountered Namanissa, who greeted him with a gentle good morning. Offering the same greeting in return, he quickly apologized for having kept them waiting. Noticing the creases in his cape, the princess gently smoothed them out. He offered her a grateful nod in return. Casting a jealous glance at the girl, Mail soon found herself adjusting her own cape. The guy then wrapped an arm around Mail and called her cute. The dragon gazed at the princess with a satisfied glimmer, silently declaring her triumph, a message Namanissa grasped with ease. Soon after, the princess remarked that Vasu had always been a mischievous soul. Their journey resumed, and before long, the towering walls of the kingdom of Manbon's capital came into view. Guided through the gate, Katie announced their intention to escort Lady Relia directly to the royal palace. Confidence in her captain shone in the princess's eyes. Nemnissa announced her plan to join forces with Vasu and lift the curse from her family. The others offered their good wishes and reminded them to stay safe. Vishu and the princess strolled through the city streets. As he took in the capital's vast expanse, he realized that crossing it from end to end in just half a day would be impossible. Namanissa listened to his observation and replied with a gentle smile, assuring him that a half day was more than enough to circle the entire ring. The young man stared at the ring, puzzled by its significance. The girl gently clarified that the kingdom's lands formed a circle, with the capital divided into 3 distinct zones. The royal castle at the heart, the noble courtyard encircling it, and the outer courtyard beyond. Namanissa inquired about Vasu's origins, and the young man responded that he hailed from Iskawa. He mentioned that he once called the mountains his home, admitting that these surroundings still felt unfamiliar to him. The girl listened, caught off guard by this glimpse into his past. As they neared the next gate, Namanissa concluded that the man must possess considerable strength, judging by the length of his journey. The man reflected briefly, recognizing that the girl's assumption made sense. As they started across the bridge, Namanise mentioned that following her father's coronation, progress touched only the capital. The city thrived for years, having established itself as a bustling hub of trade. Observing the girl's father, Vasu recognized signs of a mighty ruler. Yet the princess chuckled, assuring him that once he met her father, he would see for himself that the man resembled anything but a king. Upon arriving at the gate, Namanissa asked the young man to remain behind while she approached the guards to speak with them. As the gate creaked open, a cart rolled forward, preparing to depart. A surge of fear for Namanissa gripped Vasu, prompting him to seize her arm and draw her close. The movement caught attention, and the cart ground to a halt. Namanissa squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself against the rising tide of fear. Slowly, she reopened them, relief washing over her as she discovered that nothing had changed. Her gaze settled on the solemn young man, focused intently on the carriage. Gazing at him with affection, she listened as Vasu warned of the dangers ahead and stressed the need for greater caution. Resting her hand gently on the young man's chest, the girl nestled closer, shielding her eyes from view. Meanwhile, Vasu's gaze followed the man stepping out of the carriage. A bright smile spread across the blond man's face as he greeted Namanissa, remarking on how much time had passed since their last meeting. Curious about the stranger's identity, Vasu probed for answers before abruptly mentioning nominee's suicide. When Mr. Dengor arrived, Vasu remarked that it had truly been ages since their last encounter. A quick glance at the carriage led her to believe that he and Chancellor Zays were headed to visit her father. In response, the man explained that his father had entrusted him with the task. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he inquired about the identity of the person standing beside the princess. As Vasu struggled to find words, Naminisa praised Vasu's strength as an adventurer. Mrs. Relay took the opportunity to formally introduce them. The girl then explained that a disagreement had erupted between her older brother and sister, prompting her to seek Vasu's protection. Denroga quietly observed as the princess introduced her new companion to the wonders of the city, guiding them through bustling streets before heading toward the palace. With a casual smile, he remarked that Vasu didn't seem particularly formidable, but the adventurer offered no response. Irritation flickered across Minasa's face as she shoved the vase forward, offered a curt farewell to Denrog, and urged him to look after himself. Observing the lack of reliable companions at his side, she advised him to consider hiring some protection. Hoping to discuss their upcoming wedding, the young man asked her to wait a moment so they could talk a little longer. Vasu's eyes widened in surprise at the young man's words. Dinroga turned to the girl, calmly explaining that his father did not approve of the marriage. He suggested that Naminisa speak with him and try to win him over. At that moment, the princess summoned the young man, who could barely contain his excitement. With a flash of irritation, she bid the young man farewell, and Naminisa and Vasu turned to leave, gradually putting distance between themselves and him. Upon reaching the castle, Vasu finally voiced a question that had been lingering on his mind. Naminisa instantly sensed that his curiosity centered on that particular man. Lowering her gaze, the girl spoke quietly, revealing that she knew only fragments about that marriage. Annoyance flickered across the princess's face as she bit her lip, then informed Vaz that Dinroga was the son of Duke Frabund. In truth, two royal bloodlines existed, the man bond and the gunner bond. Initially, the throne was held by a king from their family, yet he passed away leaving no heir. Following his death, his cousin, Duke Fra Bond, pledged loyalty to King Man Bond. Vasu opened his mouth to propose an idea regarding the marriage, but the girl interrupted him, explaining that their engagement had already been arranged by Zayas, Mr. Denrock's father. Displeased by the situation, the girl decided she would speak to her father once he woke and request that the engagement be called off, as she had no desire to marry that man. Vasu caught on to her intentions as the princess bolted away, determined to keep that man from laying a finger on her. Yet, Vasu observed how dangerously near she had come to him. At that moment, Naminisa brought up the award, which had completely slipped the guy's mind. The girl declared herself to be his reward, leaving him convinced she must be teasing. Vasu paid close attention to the princess as she spoke, fully aware that she believed herself to be his prize and assumed he held complete power over her fate. Before she could finish her words, a group of maids and the butler hurried over, their faces lighting up with joy at her presence. Confusion lingered over Namani's silence, yet relief swept through the group when they learned the princess was unharmed. Hearing their words, the girl's cheeks flushed a deep shade of red. The princess revealed that she had uncovered the cause behind her brother and sister's dispute, and now she required an immediate meeting with her brother. The maid and the butler immediately insisted the girl was incapable of such a thing, their response catching Naminisa off guard. The guards calmly informed us that Mr. Navlio had given explicit instructions. No one was to approach him, not even his closest family members. Naminisa quietly requested that the door be opened, content to simply catch a glimpse of him from a distance. Once more the question was put to the girl, and this time she gave her consent. With that, the doors finally swung open. Right before their eyes, the young man methodically pressed seals onto the stack of documents. Seated at the table, he remained utterly oblivious to those around him. An emptiness lingered in his eyes, betraying no emotion. Vasu observed the man's complete disregard for their presence, prompting Naminisa to explain that her brother had been that way for as long as she could remember. Day after day, he pored over documents, moving through each task as though guided by some unseen force. As Masu examined the jewelry adorning Navlio's arm, a revelation dawned on him. The curse entwined within was nothing more than a fledgling puppet, still in its infancy. With sorrow in her voice, the princess described her brother as a truly gentle soul. Though earnest by nature, he carried a quiet wit and remained composed no matter the audience. Navlio shared her passions and possessed a rare talent for understanding others more deeply than anyone else. Turning back to Vaz, she pleaded for him to rescue her brother. Upon hearing her request, the man responded with a simple, quiet smile. In a flash, he burst into the office, moving as swiftly as a bullet. Racing across the room from the door, he reached the prince and seized the cursed jewelry. The moment his fingers closed around it, the sinister trinket disintegrated into dust. Shock flickered across the guards' faces at the unexpected speed, as the prince regarded his hand in silence, noting its sudden emptiness. Without warning, Navilio slumped forward, his head striking the table as he lost consciousness. The knights quickly composed themselves, suspicion flashing in their eyes as they demanded to know what Vasu had done to Mr. Navilio. Vasu raised his hands in a gesture of peace, urging them to remain calm, while behind the prince's chair, the young man who had attacked the prince regarded the scene with barely contained fury. With a fierce command to die hurled at him, Vasu sprang into action, deftly countering and subduing his assailant. Vasu studied the assailant intently and recognized the same traits as those who wore the crimson armor. Gratitude for the vase filled the air among the other knights as they restrained the traitor responsible for harming Mr. Naviglio. In that tense moment, Vasu came to understand that these knights had acted under threat. With a reassuring tone, Vasu informed the princess that all was well, the enemy had been vanquished. Relieved by the adventurer's announcement, the princess rushed straight to her brother's side. Cradling her brother's head gently in her lap, she pleaded with him to return to himself. Slowly, Navilio's eyes fluttered open. His gaze settled on his sister, searching her face until he was certain it was really Naminissa beside him. With his eyes shut, the young man came to terms with the bitter truth that he had been manipulated all along. Quietly, Navilio offered a heartfelt apology to his sister, deeply regretting the trouble he had brought upon her. With a gentle gaze, Naminissa assured her brother that he was mistaken. Tears welled up as she embraced him, whispering that nothing else mattered as long as he was safe. Some time later, Nervilio offered his gratitude to the vase. The man explained that even though he was under someone else's control, his mind remained aware, yet his body refused to follow his will. Relief washed over Navilio as the curse finally lifted from him, thanks to Vasu's efforts. Deep down, he also felt a sincere gratitude toward the adventurer who had assisted his sister when she needed it most. As the prince lowered himself onto one knee, Vasu, caught off guard, quietly remarked that someone of his stature should never bow his head. Navilio acknowledged that, regardless of his background, he owed gratitude to his savior. In response, Vasu bent even deeper in a respectful bow before the prince. Naminissa approached the vase and settled beside it, quietly expressing her gratitude. The adventurer, however, brushed off her thanks, insisting that he had chosen to help them of his own accord. As the princess and Vasu exchanged gentle smiles, Navilio observed them intently, and an understanding began to dawn on him. The prince suggested that he and Vasu swap places with you, and the young man accepted the prince's proposal without hesitation. After introducing himself, Navilio casually mentioned that the adventurer could refer to him as his brother-in-law, a remark that left Naminissa visibly flustered. A warm smile spread across the prince's face as he insisted that formalities could be set aside around him, expressing his hope for a harmonious relationship. In that moment, Vasu couldn't help but think how truly kind Navilio was. The prince observed his sister's flirtatious behavior, prompting her to quietly urge him not to speak of it. Vasu shifted his attention to Navilio, gently pressing him about the urgency of lifting his sister's curse. Acknowledging Vasu's concern with a weary sigh, Navilio reluctantly shared the location where his sister could be found. Within the tranquil royal garden, a young girl rested by the edge of a sparkling fountain, while nearby, maids and knights lingered at a respectful distance. Clutching her hand tightly against her chest, the girl let out a low, growling noise. A servant approached her, softly addressing her as Nerolina. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she lunged forward with her sword. The princess fixed her gaze on the servants, her breath coming in short, fierce bursts. She warned them to keep their distance, explaining that her fury made her dangerous and she might unintentionally harm them. Racked with anger, her body shook, while the maid gently reminded her that refusing all food and drink would only cause her strength to fail completely. At Nerolina's command to be quiet, her voice rang out sharply. She then struck the tray from the maid's hands, sending it clattering to the floor and leaving the young girl trembling in fear. Once more, she firmly instructed them to keep their distance, assuring them there was no need for concern until she regained control. With urgency in her voice, she requested that her brother be brought to her, warning that precious little time remained. Nerolina, burning with rage, demanded that Navilio be brought before her so that she could personally take his head. Peering through the window, the heroes observed the girl's rage intensifying before their eyes, her anger reaching new heights with every passing moment. Navilio struggled to comprehend the hardships his sister faced during the time he had been under control. Namanissa explained that her elder sister was commanding the kingdom's army, making her a formidable force not easily subdued. Nervilio remarked that beneath her abrasive exterior, she remained delicate and undeniably feminine. The princess nodded in agreement, pointing out that they shared many of the same interests. Upon hearing this, Vasu realized just how near they had come. Nervilio turned to the vase and requested that they help restore their sister's sanity. A confident smile spread across the young man's face as the request was made. Casting a steady gaze at the furious princess, he assured everyone to leave the matter in his hands. A strange sensation overcame Naralina, as if invisible strings held sway over her every move. The unsettling realization dawned on her. She had become a threat to those she cared for most. Uncertainty lingered over whether a curse truly afflicted her. Still, determination burned within. As the kingdom's most formidable warrior, composure was her constant ambition. As Visu made his way toward her, Naralina found herself lost in thought, convinced that she was powerless on her own. Standing face to face, the guy locked eyes with the girl, who met his gaze with a glare of clear irritation. Sword thrust forward with unwavering determination, the girl demanded to know the stranger's identity, his stillness unnerving her. Despite her threatening words, urging him to bid farewell to his head, her thoughts were flooded with a silent plea for him to flee. Deep down, she hoped he would escape, for she had no desire to see him hurt. Curiosity crept in as the young man started searching for the missing necklace. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The decoration might be hidden beneath the armor. Meanwhile, the girl had quietly moved to stand just behind the boy. With a swift arc of her sword, she forced the adventurers to retreat. Namaniss's startled cry filled the air. Naralina's brother and sister watched her anxiously, their eyes flicking to the fragile vase she cradled. Urged by her brother, the Vilio's sister leaned in to examine the vase more closely, and soon saw that nothing was amiss. A flicker of fear passed through Vasu, yet he had anticipated such behavior from the princess. Gathering his resolve, he charged straight toward the girl. The next attack came swift and fierce as she launched another swing, her sword slicing through the air toward the man. Vasu, however, shifted out of reach just in time, narrowly evading the strike. Yet Naralina launched another assault on her target, refusing to let him catch his breath. Vasu swiftly caught the girl's hand mid-motion, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Fury simmered within her, barely concealed beneath a calm exterior. The boy seized the girl's bib and tore it apart, ripping it to shreds. At last, the necklace came into view. A vivid glow shone on the girl's chest. Upon hearing this, she remarked that a dreadful necklace like that hardly deserved to adorn someone as lovely as Mrs. Naralina. A rosy flush spread across the girl's cheeks at the compliment, and in response, the young man destroyed the necklace. At that moment, the girl's strength gave way, and she started to collapse slowly to the ground. Her eyes fluttered open as the sensation began to fade. Surrendering to the moment, she collapsed against him, wrapping her arms around him in a close embrace. A deep blush colored her cheeks as she gazed at the young man, her mind swirling with thoughts about his true identity. Uncertainty gripped Naralina as her heartbeat surged, each thump a mystery she couldn't quite unravel. Concern etched across Vasu's face as he asked after the girl's well-being. With a gentle sigh, she assured him that all was well and she had regained her composure. Upon hearing her gratitude for saving her, the young man gently inquired if anything was troubling her. Naralina admitted it was the first time a man had ever embraced her. Her gaze drifted to the vase as she confessed that she actually enjoyed it. The young man turned red with embarrassment, prompting the princess to inquire about his name. As Vasu introduced himself to the girl with the bright smile, Naminessa glanced at them with clear displeasure in her eyes. Her first inquiry was whether her sister had regained consciousness. Behind her, the hovering man watched the princess with envy, his gaze lingering on the ornate vase meant for her. Naralina offered her apologies for any inconvenience, her tone sincere. The prince, too, expressed regret, and with their misunderstandings set aside, a sense of peace settled between them. Navilio reassured everyone that their concerns had been unnecessary, prompting Naralina to break into a gentle smile as the three siblings embraced in a heartfelt hug. Watching this warm reunion, Vasu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Turning to Vaz, Naminissa expressed sincere gratitude for saving her sister, yet frustration soon colored her voice as she insisted the embrace between him and her sister had gone on long enough. Vasu immediately offered apologies to both the princess and Vaz for the situation. With an air of overconfidence, the young man admitted he believed his arrogance might lead others to accuse him of disrespecting the royal family. However, the girl insisted that was exactly the point. She pointed out that she hadn't hugged the boy at all. At that moment, her older brother gently urged Namanissa to calm herself, explaining that Neralina had only grabbed the vase to keep it from toppling over. Neralina nodded in agreement with her brother, then glanced at her sister and remarked softly how comforting it felt to embrace Vasu. Namanissa's expression turned sour at her sister's comment. Navlio noticed the sisters' shared fascination as Vasu leaned in, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the prince. In a measured tone, he recounted to the adventurer how, long ago, he had gifted an ivy bear to Namanissa. When Neralina saw this, she too desired one, leading to a quarrel between the two girls. The prince resolved to offer the girls identical gifts from then onward, firmly maintaining this new tradition. Vasu found herself mildly stunned by his decision. Navilio observed Vasu standing by himself, uncertain how to approach him. As uncertainty hung in the air, Vasu's imagination took over, filling his mind with visions of the princesses tearing into him the way they had destroyed that teddy bear. The girls exchanged glances before reaching out, each taking hold of the frightened boy's hand. Namanissa, renowned for her courteous manner, gently requested her sister to step aside from the vase. In response, her sister assured her that she had no intention of taking the vase, reminding her that they were no longer children. Both of them understood exactly how to handle the situation and knew sharing was always an option. Meanwhile, Vasu quietly hoped the girls wouldn't end up tearing him apart. Curling up beside him, the girl quietly urged him to speak the truth. She met his eyes with a steady gaze and, with a gentle request for a vase, challenged him to prove himself a true man to both sisters together. Confusion flickered across the young man's face, while the prince, full of pride, commented that his sisters had resolved the situation peacefully, just as he had anticipated. According to the video, their father would soon awaken, delighted by such uplifting news. However, Vaz sensed an uncomfortable rush in their actions. Neralina suggested the guy speak casually with both of them. As he hesitated, the girl's sharp gaze made him think twice, and he backed down without another word. Vasu spoke the girl's name, but she requested that he say it once more. Flustered, he repeated it, only for her to insist on hearing it again. Annoyance flickered across the young man's face as he demanded how many times he would have to say it. Meanwhile, Neralina simply offered a cheerful smile, convinced that things were better left as they were. With a gentle voice, the girl offered her apologies to the maids and the butler, fully aware of how deeply she had startled them. In response, each reassured her that all was well, and a sense of happiness now lingered in the air. As the princess expressed heartfelt gratitude to her weeping servants, Navlio quietly suggested it was time to visit the chamber where their parents rested. The children slipped quietly into their parents' chambers, gazing at the slumbering rulers. The sisters settled themselves on opposite sides of their parents, creating a quiet symmetry around the table. With a heavy heart, Namanissa admitted her magic offered no help in this predicament. Navilio, holding on to hope, wished that when the curse was finally undone, their spirits would mend. Neralina realized her parents carried nothing enchanted or cursed, leaving her puzzled about the true cause of the trouble. Voices echoed outside the door, calling for Namanissa. Soon, everyone who had bid farewell to Namanissa and Vasu at the capital's gate entered the room together. With a cheerful stride, Orlando greeted his friend and inquired about his well-being. Vasu replied with a gentle smile, assuring him that all was well. In that moment, the soldier noticed that both the prince and the princess were also safe, all thanks to the vase. Upon noticing that Orlando was acquainted with Vasu, Navalia felt a spark of recognition. The soldier responded with a respectful bow, explaining that he and Vasu had journeyed side by side. Sensing an opportunity, Vesu remarked on Orlando's abilities and suggested that the prince consider knighting Vesu's friend. Orlando hesitated, uncertain of Vesu's intentions, but Navlio supported the idea and endorsed bringing the man into their ranks. Katie expressed her relief upon seeing Neralina, offering her gratitude for his concern. She went on to mention that she was already aware of the investigation. The captain explained that special items had revealed the presence of a curse, yet the true cause behind the king and queen's mysterious slumber remained unsolved. Floyd then mentioned that the guild leader had been brought along, implying that her expertise might offer some answers. Cumia approached the door and invited the woman inside. Visu turned to a friend, curious if this was Reagan's sister. Orlando replied that he had only just finished speaking with her. Leaning in toward his friend, he admitted his astonishment, while in his mind the image of the vase reappeared, this time with Ralia depicted as a feminine mirror of Reagan. A striking woman wearing glasses stepped into the room, catching Vasu off guard with her unexpected entrance. Disbelief washed over him as he tried to process what he was seeing. Meanwhile, Ralia drew closer, recognizing immediately that he was indeed the same Bosset. An awkward hand reached up to scratch his head as he nodded in agreement, then mentioned his status as a C-ranked venturer. Ralia responded, mentioning she had already heard about him from Orlando. With a cheerful grin, the man displayed the badge bestowed upon him by Reagan, followed by his guild membership card. Studying the map with a discerning eye, the woman acknowledged its authenticity and remarked that her foolish brother had placed his trust in this man. At that moment, the woman took a step forward, her demeanor turning more official as she introduced herself as the chief of staff from the Adventurers Guild in the eastern capital of the kingdom. According to her, the man had recently rescued Navilio and Naralina, so his current rank failed to reflect his true power. No other adventurer of his rank had ever managed to overcome a member of the royal guard. Relea mentioned that she had never fully encountered his fox face-to-face and remained unaware of the methods he employed. A gentle smile spread across her lips as she recognized the guildmaster's remarkable fortune in discovering an adventurer held in such high regard by so many. Hearing such unexpected praise from the guildmaster left the young man genuinely surprised, and with a touch of embarrassment, he managed to offer his thanks. Relia drew near to Namanissa, inquiring about the well-being of the rulers. The princess remarked on their unusually long slumber and then turned to the woman, wondering aloud if she had ever witnessed anything like it before. Relay pondered the idea, recalling her unusual experiences and considering the possibility that this might be some sort of magical substance. However, Namanissa countered, remarking that if that were true, the doctors would have identified it already. Relay then explained that she was referring to substances that were not commonly recognized. The possibility emerged that this substance might be an artifact from a bygone era, its existence forgotten over the ages. News of it inevitably spread, as the sheer intensity of the situation was impossible to ignore or accurately measure. Disturbed by the news, the prince speculated that the mysterious substance could have a lasting effect, potentially leaving them with no opportunity to act. Naralina grew anxious at the thought of their parents remaining in an endless slumber. Determined, I vowed to track down the one responsible and discover a way to break the spell. Namanissa admitted her frustration, unable to track down the person who had cursed her older brother and sister. Ralia listened carefully and shared the princess's concern, noting that even if they managed to locate the culprit, there was still the risk of being deceived. The vase appeared forlorn, powerless to change its fate despite any effort. Namanissa watched the unfolding events with unease, concern etched across her features. Relea wondered if a person possessing wisdom far ahead of their time, someone who had witnessed countless years pass by, might hold the answers she sought. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a sudden inspiration took root within the vase. In a gentle tone, he inquired about Ragnar's age. The little dragon quietly shared that her father had lived for countless years, making Vasu realize he should have asked the Dragon King himself about such things. As the carriage rolled steadily onward, Sirona leaned forward, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. She turned to Tata, her voice gentle yet tinged with intrigue, and posed a question that felt unconventional, even among companions who shared such a unique bond. A gentle laugh escaped Tata before she assured Sirona she was free to ask whatever she wished. As their conversation continued, the elf pointed out that Tata had previously revealed her work in a brothel, emphasizing that it had never been something she chose willingly. Lost in a wistful reverie, Tata confessed that had Vasu accepted her among the harems chosen, she would have devoted herself entirely to him. At that moment, Sirona recalled how frequently Tata and Vasu had crossed paths in the brothel. Sirona searched for the right words, uncertain how to describe the connection between Vasu and Tata. A satisfied smile spread across Tata's face as she gently rested her hands on Sirona's shoulders and declared her guess to be right on target. As the girl recounted their encounters and the vivid hues that accompanied them, a flush of color crept onto the elf's cheeks. Tata quickly confessed she had only been joking, since Vasu hadn't laid a finger on her. With a warm smile, she wrapped her arms around Sirona, admitting that the elf's adorable nature made her irresistible to tease. A sigh of relief escaped Sirona as she admitted her relief, confessing that worries of falling behind had already started to haunt her. Curious, Tata inquired about the relationship between Sirona and Vasu, wanting to know how close they had become. The elf calmly assured him that nothing romantic had developed between them. Still not satisfied, Tata pressed further, wondering if Sirona had ever revealed her body. The words caught in her throat as she prepared to insist nothing had happened. Then a vivid memory surfaced. The boy had glimpsed her while she was bathing, leaving her vulnerable. Tata guessed he must have noticed the vase beneath the surface as well, but Sirona dismissed the idea almost instantly. Tata, wearing a smug grin, revealed that Vasu had already seen her without clothes. Sirona, clearly displeased by this revelation, retorted that they stood as equals, which is precisely why their contest ended in a draw. At that moment, Tada noticed that Vasu hadn't reached for any of the treats. The observation lingered in Sarona's mind, prompting her to quietly confess her own growing concern. Despite visiting the brothel, the young man hadn't made a single move, leaving the girl quietly anticipating the moment when Vasu's true masculine nature would finally reveal itself. Despite what others might believe, Sarona never considered his avoidance of relationships with girls an act of kindness. At that point, Tada shared that she had once suggested to Vasu the possibility that he simply wasn't interested in girls, but he firmly dismissed her idea. Contemplating the idea for a moment, Tada pressed a finger to her lips in a silent gesture, hinting to the girl that if they ever crossed paths with Vasu again, they ought to try winning him over with a touch of playful confidence. Yet Sarona quickly confessed her hesitation, explaining she simply couldn't bring herself to act. Taking the initiative felt strange and uncomfortable for her. Noticing this, Tada gently inquired about the reason behind Sarona's reluctance. Tada listened attentively as her new friend stumbled through her words, finally gathering enough courage to admit she had no experience. With her gaze lowered in embarrassment, Sarona confessed that she had never experienced a relationship before, making any conversation about the subject feel deeply awkward for her. Sarona's confession stirred something deep within Tada, prompting her to embrace the girl warmly. Moved by Sarona's willingness to devote herself wholly to the vase, Tada expressed her admiration for such a selfless gesture. A faint blush colored Sarona's cheeks as she quietly added that, if Vasu desired it, she would gladly comply. Admitting her lack of experience in matters like this, she confessed a lingering fear of letting the vase down. Tada revealed that the sheer act of choosing to enter their first relationship brought a sense of wonder that far surpassed any particular experience or technique involved. Sarona listened quietly as the girl admitted she could not repeat her feat, a confession that stirred a sharp envy in Sarona toward the elf. The blonde girl calmly explained that as long as Tada's poured his feelings and devotion into the vase, the listener merely needed to express her own affection openly. Surprised by her new friend's words, Tada managed a gentle smile. With a quiet sigh, she replied that those same words truly described Sarona as well. Tada glanced over at the elf and gently reassured her, promising that there was no need for concern. She believed wholeheartedly that Mr. Vasu would devote himself completely to love. Tada proposed that the girl try out a few lessons, the kind that wouldn't disrupt her daily life or burden her. Relationship matters, however, were beyond Tada's ability to ease. Sarona, on the other hand, advised the girl not to act so dismissively. Tada moved closer to examine the girl who had started to struggle. Meanwhile, Nenya's thoughts drifted to the endlessness of this ordeal, silently wishing for it to end soon. With a delighted grin, Vasu announced his arrival at the perfect spot, explaining that their timing was impeccable since the rulers of Manben remained trapped in slumber. To address this predicament, he insisted that the next step was to seek out an expert well-versed in the secrets of ancient magical medicine. With that in mind, he resolved to visit someone who had witnessed many years, like the boy's father, yet he believed seeking Lagunir's insight would be wiser. Although the young man had no proof, it was clearly a quicker solution than consulting the two goddesses. No matter what they might do, their involvement would only bring him more frustration. Climbing the rugged cliff, his thoughts lingered on the possibility of finally reaching the distant castle. In the distance, a solitary figure stood before the imposing gates, catching his attention. The group began inviting Lagunir to join them, eager for his company in their games. A gentle smile slowly blossomed across their faces. Vasu approached the group, curious about their purpose in that place. At once, the stranger's expressions turned sharp and unfriendly. The group clustered around the stranger, curiosity flickering in their eyes as they demanded to know his identity and purpose. The notion of someone stumbling into this desolate place made no sense to them. Vasu claimed to be a companion of Lagunir as well, but the lion remained skeptical. After all, he considered himself the dragon's closest friend. The lion lunged with fierce intent, yet the man stood his ground, unmoved. Jean watched with astonishment, realizing just how formidable this stranger truly was. The others showered praise upon their friend before turning their attention to the man, insisting it was now their turn to handle him. Tensions flared, and chaos erupted into a fierce brawl. When the battle ended, Lagunir burst into laughter, glancing at his battered companions and the Evercom Vese. He remarked that their rowdiness made them poor playmates, but couldn't help noticing the strong bond they shared. The dragon declared Vasu his new friend and proceeded to introduce 4 others as his longtime companions, renowned as the mightiest beings on the mountain. However, his old friends soon realized something troubling. Despite their own strength, they had been effortlessly defeated by this man. Bewilderment spread among them. Lagunir remarked that despite Vasu's unassuming appearance, he possessed a hidden strength. The memory resurfaced of how effortlessly Vasu had lifted him. The old companions wondered aloud if their bond would endure, and the dragon replied that as long as they let go of their resentment toward the vase, their friendship would continue. The evil spirits offered warm smiles, assuring Vasu that any friend of Lagunar was also a friend of theirs. Vasu found their unexpectedly cordial demeanor quite striking. Introductions followed. The bee-skinned figure spoke with admiration for the golden lion, while the werewolf introduced himself as Zir. Living next door, the high elf offered the name Rito, and the necromancer at the end revealed she was called Nuru. Vasu turned to inquire about the high elves, and Rito took it upon himself to explain to the group. Despite identifying as a high elf, Rito admitted that his heart pulsed no differently from that of any ordinary elf. He confessed his deep affection for the elf girls, making it clear how much they meant to him. Vasu received this admission with calm acceptance, unsurprised by his words. Rito recounted a time when inspiration struck during a visit to a spot where the village elves were playfully causing trouble. The moment he shared his newfound idea, however, the villagers expelled him for it. The idea lingered that even the proud and dignified elves possessed curves as enticing and full as any other. The elf dreamed of a future where he could cross paths with every elf in this vast world. Admitting his true feelings, he revealed a fondness for every elf girl, justifying it by pointing out his nature as a high elf, and an uneasy hush fell over the group. The existence of people like that had completely slipped Vasu's mind. Gathering his thoughts, he faced Lagunir and mentioned he had something to ask. Next, he recounted the tale of Manben's rulers, weaving together their triumphs and struggles across the ages. Lagunir suspected that an ancient curse might be the cause behind the king's deep slumber. The dragon then proposed they speak directly to the young man nearby to learn more. The young man nodded in agreement with his companion, acknowledging the presence of a nearby necromancer. The necromancer, overhearing, remarked dryly that longevity was his sole accomplishment. Doubt lingered in Nir's mind over whether Vasu had truly explained everything accurately. There was a good chance the vial contained a potion imbued with some magical properties. According to Rito, many people had started experimenting with such concoctions recently, making it impossible for him to identify exactly what it was. Vasu paid close attention, understanding that improper use of either medicine or magic could lead to trouble down the line. Nir then turned to the man, inquiring if he could obtain that remedy, since it was his only option for taking action. Unfortunately, the young man arrived empty-handed, prompting the necromancer to shrug and admit his inability to help. Nir proposed that returning to his laboratory might offer a solution. Vasu offered to accompany him, but the necromancer warned that their journey would take them a great distance. At that moment, Lagunir stepped in and pointed out that Nir had yet to grasp the true nature of Vasu's magic. Eager to return home, the adventurer pressed for an early departure. If the group walked to the nearest house, he claimed, they would reach Manben by sunrise, yet the necromancer doubted such a swift journey could be accomplished. Vashu mentioned that Nir would accompany him, though the reason remained unclear. Vashu explained that if Nir observed the slumbering rulers, he might be able to set things right. Meanwhile, the necromancer seemed to be discussing an entirely different matter. Vashu then added that he would carry the skeleton on his back, but once more, the young man misunderstood his intention. Nuru calmly explained that, as a necromancer and a creature considered monstrous, venturing into a city inhabited by humans would cause serious trouble. Fear gripped him at the thought of people pelting him, with stones and dogs sniffing out his bones. Defeated and empty-handed, tears threatened to fall as he turned back. Vesu observed that, unlike most monsters, Nir didn't carry an air of arrogance. Nir also pointed out the presence of soldiers or monster hunters in the city, warning that any encounter with them would likely end badly for him. Vase reassured him, mentioning that the necromancer once ranked among the mountain's most powerful. Nir, however, only shook his head, quietly noting that such feats belonged to a distant past. Vasu reassured the skeleton, explaining that as long as he stood on the side of good, Vasu would be there to back him up. He assured that when danger draws near, the adventurer will surely step in to shield him. Realizing that he had encountered the prince and princesses not long ago, he still felt compelled to offer his help. Once the king and queen awoke, their family would finally be reunited in happiness. Siu firmly believed that witnessing the joyful smiles of those people would bring Nir a newfound sense of happiness. For this reason, Vashu sought out the necromancer's assistance, placing his trust in the power he believed the necromancer possessed. Listening to the man's surprising words, Nearside could hardly believe it when the man agreed. Still, there was a catch. The man said he had one condition. Vasu, delighted, assured him that he would fulfill any request. The necromancer mentioned that if the man ever stumbled upon a skeleton with an especially graceful collarbone, he should make an introduction. Near harbored hopes of finding a bride for himself.